The sky rumbled with thunder. Two giant fierce birds clashed on a desolate, fiery battlefield. Blood flowed like rivers. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. A giant eye opened amidst the scene of death. A soldier screamed in utter despair, blood gushing from his mouth. The bald leader strained his neck. Young hero, we, the Ghost Smoke Valley bandits, only rob for money, we don't kill. Why must you cut off our path to survival? The blue-eyed swordsman coldly replied. You've misunderstood. I don't care if you are bandits or not. The leader's face went blank. Before he could process it, a brilliant blue sword energy tore through space. The swordsman stood amidst the rain of blood, continuing coldly. It's just that. The weak are merely prey for the strong. A truth declared amidst the petrified corpses. The scene shifted to the Azure Cloud sect, a place that appeared peaceful and majestic. A crowd gathered before the gate. A voice rang out. Taoist master, please accept me into the sect. A ragged boy clung tightly to a fat disciple, recounting how his family of 300 had been slaughtered, leaving only him and his sister to wander. The boy, with teary eyes, continued to plead. I only wish to find a master to learn the Tao. Please accept me. The fat man jutted his chin, asking, Do you have a letter of recommendation? The boy looked bewildered, replying, Uncle? I don't have any uncles. The fat man continued to press. Then do you have any treasures to offer? He then grabbed the boy's hand. Do you have any special physique? The fat man hoisted the boy onto his shoulder. The boy nonchalantly replied, I can eat a lot. The fat man growled. Kid, do you know where this is? The boy grinned widely. The Azure Cloud sect, of course. The fat disciple boasted about the Azure Cloud sect, a power that had existed for 3,000 years in the Zhou Kingdom, with an incredibly formidable background. He bragged that every disciple in the sect was a genuine, true master. Just recently, Senior Brother Xiao single-handedly wiped out the Ghost Smoke Valley bandits, beheading 9 out of 10 great villains. It turned out, the previous slaughterer was from this sect. The fat man turned back with a scornful expression. No letter of recommendation means low class. No treasures means impoverished. No special physique means useless trash. The fat disciple launched a kick, sending the boy flying, and roared, You beggar trash, get lost. The surrounding crowd whispered, believing the boy didn't know his place, daring to come empty-handed, and demand to join the sect. Scrambling to his feet, the boy bared his teeth in a sneer, uttering a brazen remark. You stupid fat pig. The fat disciple froze, his eyes wide. What did you say? The boy pointed directly at him, continuing to provoke. I'm talking about you, you fat pig. Short and ugly, yet you dare scold this young master? The fat man was seething with rage, stammering incoherently while the boy continued to crow loudly. Next time this young master will burn down your entire Taoist temple. You brat, do you want to die? The fat man roared and charged, but the boy, quick as lightning, deftly dodged him. Losing his balance, the fat man remarked in his fury, Quite fast, you must be a thief. The boy stuck out his tongue in defiance, challenging, You stupid fat pig, catch me if you can. The fat disciple gnashed his teeth, his face flushed crimson from being played by a mere child. Out of options, he turned to the people in line, offering a reward. Whoever catches that brat, I'll let them cut in line. Surrounded by the crowd, the boy cursed loudly. You damn old man, that's not fair play at all. The greedy crowd swarmed in like a disturbed beehive, scrambling to grab the boy. I caught him. No, I did. Amidst the chaos, one man realized the boy had vanished. That brat escaped. The boy had already made a clean getaway, looking back with a mocking grin. This young master is leaving now. You all can slowly queue until you die. He ran like the wind, his face full of triumph. Whoosh! A hand suddenly seized the boy's wrist, blocking his escape path. A yellow-robed master grabbed the boy's leg, hoisting him upside down, and said nonchalantly, You know a bit of martial arts, but you're still too green. The fat disciple ran over, panting, and profusely thanked him. Ah, thank you so much, brother. The yellow-robed master introduced himself as Hu Qing, casually saying, Catching this little monkey is a trivial matter, no need for thanks. The fat disciple puffed out his chest, cracking his knuckles. Excellent. Let me teach this brat a lesson first. As he spoke, he pointed at the upside-down boy. After that, I'll take you to register. Daring to be rude to an outer sect disciple of the Azure Cloud sect. If I don't take your life today, I'll at least give you a lesson you'll never forget. Suddenly, a small figure rushed forward, shouting loudly, Don't harm my young master. It was a little girl, charging straight at the fat disciple to protect the boy. Thud. The girl was sent flying by the fat man's punch, sprawling onto the ground. The girl scrambled to her feet, tears welling in her eyes, but still trying to appear strong. Hu Qing held the boy upside down, snapping at the girl. "Stupid Xiaoman, why did you run out here? I told you to hide." The girl stood up, spreading her arms to block the fat disciple, resolutely shouting, "Don't harm my young master." The fat man sneered. "Xiaoman? A beggar like you even has a servant?" Hu Qing looked at the girl, his voice icy. "Your young master is much stronger than you think. Why would he need your protection? Get lost." The girl looked stunned, saying worriedly, "Young master, if I hadn't come out, he would have hit you." Hu Qing curled his lip in a sneer, a human and a filthy hybrid, then launched a kick, sending the girl flying. The girl was flung away like a tattered doll, fresh blood gushing from her mouth as she collapsed unconscious onto the ground. The boy witnessed the scene, his eyes blazing with bloodlust, and roared at Hu Qing. "I swear I'll kill you." Hu Qing merely gave a faint, challenging smile. "Very well, I'll wait." The surrounding crowd began to murmur as they saw the girl's blood on the ground suddenly sprout green shoots. Whoosh! From the pool of blood, a giant tree grew at an unbelievable speed, reaching straight for the sky to everyone's astonishment. The fat disciple gaped, stammering, "Wood element bloodline. That girl possesses a rare wood element bloodline." In midair, a beautiful woman riding a white crane appeared, her ethereal aura like a celestial maiden descending, causing the entire crowd to look up in awe. Seeing the newcomer, the fat disciple turned pale with fright, quickly bowing deeply. Outer sect disciple Yu San Liang respectfully greets senior sister Ling Yun. Senior sister Ling Yun descended from the crane's back, her overwhelming aura forcing the chubby disciple to prostrate himself. She looked at the little girl's bloodstain on her hand, her gaze showing a hint of contemplation. Without a word, senior sister Ling Yun gently picked up the unconscious little girl. She gave a decisive order. "Add this girl to the list of new disciples." In her daze, the horned little girl still faintly called out, "Don't hit young master Fang Xing." Hearing the strange name, senior sister Ling Yun immediately asked, "Who is young master Fang Xing?" In the distance, Hu Qing was still holding Fang Xing upside down, despite the boy's shouts to be released. Hu Qing looked annoyed and curtly said, "Let go." As soon as he was released, Fang Xing performed a cool flip and landed, striking a combat-ready pose. The boy pointed directly at himself and shouted loudly, "I am young master Fang Xing, give me back my servant." Senior sister Ling Yun threw him a bottle of spirit medicine and coldly declared, "From today, that girl is no longer your servant." A disciple in the crowd gasped in recognition. A primordial purple chi pill. The entire gossiping crowd was utterly shocked, unable to believe that an immortal maiden would bestow spirit medicine upon a beggar to redeem a servant. Fang Xing held the pill bottle in his hand, his expression a little bewildered. Suddenly the boy looked up, his voice decisive. "This young master does not need spirit medicine." Senior sister Ling Yun raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by the unexpected answer. Fang Xing shouted his true condition. Unless you let me join the Azure Cloud sect." Senior sister Ling Yun glanced at the chubby disciple, giving an order. "Just let him in as a menial laborer, do with him as you please." Then she rode her crane and soared away. Yu San Liang bowed deeply, his voice full of flattery. "Yes, this disciple will follow your instructions." In the sky, the conversation ended swiftly, as a voice called from afar. "It's done. We're over here." Fang Xing was thrown into a place that looked like a slum, secretly cursing. What kind of dilapidated corner is this? As soon as he landed, Fang Xing immediately took a sneak kick from the chubby disciple, angrily shouting, "Damn it! I've been sneak attacked." The boy sat dumbfounded on the ground, unable to believe his eyes. "Is this the Azure Cloud sect?" Yu San Liang arrogantly barked. "Country bumpkin. This is the Azure Cloud sect's medicinal garden." Fang Xing immediately retorted, "A medicinal garden? Haven't I become a disciple? Why bring me here?" The fat guy smugly explained, "Of course, it's to tend to the medicinal garden. Otherwise, where would Azure Cloud sect disciples get spirit medicine to cultivate?" Fang Xing became furious, realizing he had been tricked. "Saying that is no different from calling me a menial laborer." Yu San Liang threw a uniform and a book at Fang Xing, his voice full of sarcasm. "That's right. Many who wish to be a menial laborer here don't even get the chance, kid." The boy picked up the book and curiously asked, "What is this small book?" The fat guy put on an air of importance. "That is the Azure Cloud Chi Forging Scripture, the introductory cultivation technique that every disciple must learn." Fang Xing pouted, openly showing disdain. "Is that all? Does it even do anything?" This made the fat guy fume with anger at having the sex item called trash. The fat guy explained that one only needed to cultivate to the first level of spirit resonance to be promoted, then sneered, "But with your talent, haha." Yu Sanliang turned and walked away, uttering a meaningful remark. "If you don't understand anything, just go ask the senior brothers." He flashed a deadly cunning smile, clearly setting a trap for the boy. "They will surely be kind enough to guide you." Fang Xing sat cross-legged in the dilapidated room, trying to cultivate but failing. "Still can't sense the qi. Am I really a good-for-nothing?" He irritably ruffled his hair, realizing he had been tricked. "That woman tricked me. She said I'd be a disciple, but I ended up as a useless coolie." But then he pulled himself together, determined. "As long as I break through to the first level of spirit resonance, I can officially enter the sect. But when will that be?" He pulled out another book, which looked older, muttering, "I wonder if this thing can help with cultivation." At first glance, it looks like some invincible secret manual. Fang Xing skeptically opened the book, and immediately, his eyes widened in astonishment at what was inside. A dazzling golden light erupted from the book named Yin Yang Divine Demon Scroll, throwing Fang Xing far away. Fang Xing screamed in pain as a violent golden light violently jolted his body as if struck by lightning. His eyes rolled back, sweat poured off him like rain, clearly being forced to level up in a far from gentle manner. The boy found himself floating amidst a massive energy vortex. Bewildered, he wondered, "What is this?" The entire incantation of the Azure Cloud Chi forging technique was poured directly into his brain, a cultivation method to condense spiritual energy and transform it into divine power. The chi burst more violently, and Fang Xing braced himself, enduring the onslaught within the frenzied energy vortex. Pop! A drop of blue spirit liquid shot directly into the center of his forehead, marking a transformation. The overloaded energy shock threw Fang Xing flying backward like a broken puppet. He fell face down on the floor, clutching his head and shouting, "My head." He frantically realized the book had disappeared, wondering in astonishment, "Did it enter my head?" Fang Xing sat up, unable to believe his luck. Could it really be an invincible secret manual? Not only can I sense the qi, but the cultivation method has also been directly installed into my brain. While he was still dazed, a wooden token slid out from inside his robe. As soon as the token fell to the ground, the door burst open, and a group of fierce-looking thugs entered, clearly looking for trouble. The shirtless leader grinned maliciously. "Are you Fang Xing, the kid who dared to offend Steward Yu? Let me teach you a lesson." The leader paid no attention, stepping directly on Fang Xing's token, causing the boy to speak up. "You've stepped on my token." The leader immediately grabbed Fang Xing's collar and lifted him up, growling. "Listen here, brat. I'll only say this once. You are not allowed to speak to me here." The subordinates behind him cheered like a bunch of small fry. "Big brother is right. Big brother is right." Fang Xing looked around, immediately realizing he was being ganged up on. "So you guys are planning to gang up and bully me?" One of them sneered defiantly, his voice full of sarcasm. "That's right. So what? What can you do to us?" Fang Xing suddenly changed his demeanor, feigning weakness with teary eyes. "Are you guys going to hit me? I know how to scream for help." The whole group burst into laughter. The leader scoffed. "Go ahead and scream. There's no one within 10 miles. Let's see if anyone cares." Then he clenched his fist, preparing to strike. Fang Xing put on a pitiful act, whimpering, "Big brothers, please don't hit me. I'll do whatever you say." The ringleader threw Fang Xing to the ground, sneering. "Ha ha, turns out you're just a coward. Don't worry, I'll teach you a proper lesson." Fang Xing lay flat on the ground, thinking to himself, "I've just sensed the spiritual energy. I need time to cultivate. It's best not to cause trouble right now." And so, the days of being a laborer began. Fang Xing had to toil in the scorching hot medicinal fields while the others idled away. From the fields to chopping firewood, the boy was utterly exhausted, while one of the henchmen stood guard, clearly enjoying the sight. The old bullies feasted and drank boisterously, clinking their cups loudly, while Fang Xing quietly sat in a corner, gnawing on a bowl of plain rice. But in the shadows, a wicked smile appeared on the boy's face. The real show is about to begin. Night fell, insects chirped incessantly, and a candle was lit in the bully's room. Fang Xing crept in, holding the candle, a sinister smile on his face as he saw them all sleeping soundly. "It's dark now, time to pay them a visit." A henchman shook the ringleader awake. Big brother, making him wake up irritably. In the middle of the night, "What are you doing?" Whoosh. A dagger grazed the ringleader's cheek, embedding itself in the wall right behind him, startling everyone. The henchman trembled, holding the candle, shining it towards the darkness from where the dagger had flown. Fang Xing stood there, another dagger in hand, a smirk on his face. Oh dear, I missed. The ringleader's face turned pale, his voice trembling. You bastard. The ringleader roared furiously. Do you want to die? Then lunged forward, throwing a devastating punch. Suddenly, Fang Xing erupted with dazzling azure spiritual energy, making the small fry gape in terror. Spiritual energy. Quick as lightning, he dodged the attack and delivered a direct elbow strike to the leader's face. Bang! The impact made the ringleader lose his balance, his face contorting. Fang Xing landed as lightly as a cat, then immediately straddled the man, his eyes glowing crimson with killing intent. Slash! The dagger plunged straight into the ringleader's shoulder, making him scream miserably, while his henchmen cowered, calling out to the gods in vain. Fang Xing leaned close to his ear, his voice icy. Go ahead and scream all you want, you brat. Even if you scream until your throat rips, no one will care. The ringleader's henchmen were so scared they wet their pants, huddling in a corner. Fang Xing wiped the blood-stained dagger, sneering, My apologies. It was a bit noisy and woke you brothers up. The small fry quickly blamed everything on their big brother, crying and begging for their lives, claiming they were nothing but trash. As night fell, an unspoken agreement was established. The next morning, yesterday's bullies had transformed into genuine laborers, diligently tilling the soil to plant medicinal herbs. Meanwhile, Fang Xing sat leisurely on a chair, looking every bit like a true boss. The former ringleader now scurried over to report. Boss Fang. All the spiritual herbs I collected are over there. He was astonished to see the empty basket, his voice filled with panic. Boss Fang, you used it all up? Fang Xing flipped through a book, casually asking about their progress in cultivating the Azure Cloud Chi forging technique. The former ringleader whined, complaining that he had cultivated for 6 years and still hadn't sensed any chi. Another henchman chimed in, saying that the rest of them hadn't fared any better in 3 years, and that Fang Xing sensing chi already made him a 1 in 1,000 genius. The former ringleader gave a thumbs up, fawningly correcting, No, it must be 1 in 10,000. Fang Xing waved his hand, ordering, All right, get back to work, and remember to wash your clothes thoroughly. Alone, he thought to himself, I've eaten enough spiritual herbs, why haven't I broken through yet? Where's the problem? The former ringleader busily ran over to offer tea again, looking exactly like a loyal puppy. From a distance, Yu Sanliang, the chubby disciple who had brought Fang Xing here, stood on a rock outcrop, observing the medicinal field. He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing, muttering, Am I seeing things? Is that kid ordering others around? Suddenly, a shower of golden spiritual energy poured down across the medicinal field, bathing the working individuals. A green object, resembling a sprout, gently fell right beside Fang Xing's foot. The former ringleader immediately bristled, turning sharply to roar. Which bastard, are you blind, can't you see? The ringleader was about to curse but looked up, freezing when he recognized Yu Sanliang, the chubby disciple from before. He hurriedly bowed deeply, his voice filled with fear. It is this humble one's blindness, for not recognizing Steward Yu. Yu Sanliang's face was cold as ice, and he raised his chin, asking, Wang Ji, where is that beast? The ringleader broke out in a cold sweat, almost blurting out Boss Fang, but quickly corrected himself. Yes, that beast is sleeping in the room. Whoosh! Yu Sanliang pressed his sword against the man's neck, growling. Is this how you make him wish he were dead? The ringleader knelt down, hugging the chubby man's leg, crying and pleading. Oh, Steward Yu, it's not my fault, that beast is too vicious. Thwack. The chubby man threw a heavy punch, cursing him directly. Useless, you can't even handle him? The ringleader covered his face, whimpering and tattling. Steward, you don't know, that brat somehow managed to cultivate spiritual energy. Yu Sanliang's eyes widened, completely shocked. Are you sure? He really cultivated spiritual energy? All the henchmen behind him confirmed in unison, their faces as green as banana leaves. Absolutely, we saw it with our own eyes. The chubby man fell silent, his eyes thoughtful and calculating, clearly hatching some scheme. After pondering, he waved his hand, ordering the small fry. Lead me to him. As he walked, Yu Sanliang wore a sinister smile. Oh, right. While you're at it, pick some spiritual herbs from the field. The ringleader frantically tried to dissuade him, as this was a serious crime, but the chubby man brushed him off. What's there to worry about? Just take them. I have my ways. They all trudged towards the living quarters of the servant disciples. In the dilapidated room, Fang Xing was still sitting in meditation, focused on cultivating. He opened his eyes, sighing helplessly as he felt he still couldn't break through to the next realm. Bang! The room door was kicked open with immense force, shattering into pieces. Yu Sanliang stormed in aggressively, loudly accusing. Fang Xing, you servant disciple of the Azure Cloud sect, you are guilty of deceiving your superiors, disregarding sect rules, and secretly stealing spiritual medicine. He pointed to the basket of spiritual medicine he had just ordered someone to pick, arrogantly. This is the evidence. Do you have anything to deny? Fang Xing merely watched silently, his expression unchanged. Fang Xing sneered. Oh, so Brother Pig is trying to set a trap for me? Yu Sanliang arrogantly replied. So what? I am the steward here. The fat man drew his sword threateningly, laying down conditions. If you obediently follow me to the medicine hall to receive your punishment, your sentence might be reduced. But if you dare resist, don't blame me, Fang Xing growled. Brother Pig, I am different now. Then a brilliant golden spiritual energy erupted, enveloping his entire body. Yu Sanliang and his cronies were deeply shocked. He yelled, You beast, don't think you're hot stuff just because you can condense spiritual energy. The fat man broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe the terrifying cultivation speed of this servant boy. Fang Xing secretly calculated, realizing his spiritual energy was limited. He had to achieve a quick victory before it ran out. Whoosh! He shot straight towards Yu Sanliang like a golden arrow, giving his opponent no time to react. Thud! Thud! Fang Xing continuously struck, the power from his spiritual energy forcing the fat man to struggle to block, his mouth screaming. How can he be this strong? Another heaven-shattering punch from Fang Xing caused Yu Sanliang's sword to crack, his face turning ashen with fright. The fat man was sent flying backward, staggering, realizing this kid was using spiritual energy to enhance his body, each blow as heavy as a sledgehammer. Seeing the situation was dire, Yu Sanliang yelled, ordering his subordinates, Everyone, get out of here. The cronies, hearing the order as if granted a great pardon, fled headlong from the battlefield. Cornered, Yu Sanliang roared, You forced my hand, you beast. Then activated his cultivation technique, summoning a series of light blue ice swords that hovered around him. Whoosh! The entire array of flying swords shot straight towards Fang Xing, forming a rain of sharp sword energy. Fang Xing remained calm, his hands quickly forming a complex hand seal. A blue defensive formation suddenly appeared, enveloping Fang Xing just as the swords were about to strike, surprising even himself. What is this? Yu Sanliang smirked sinisterly, explaining that this was a sword formation of the Spirit Resonance first stage, and with Fang Xing's cultivation level, he couldn't escape. The sword formation tightened. Countless illusions of Fang Xing were pierced by the energy swords, cornering him. The fat man triumphantly named his price. How about it, you beast? Just kowtow 3 times, call me. Fang Xing roared back at the fat man. Dream on, you stupid pig. Provoked, Yu Sanliang furiously poured all his strength into the sword formation. You! Fine, then die. The sword formation tightened. A barrage of blue flying swords shot rapidly towards Fang Xing from all directions. Fang Xing activated his movement technique, weaving and dodging the rain of sharp sword energy. He slid across the ground, narrowly dodging a fatal sword strike. Yu Sanliang sneered smugly, believing his opponent was just a naive kid. Fang Xing looked up, his eyes revealing a clear look of astonishment at something. In his pupils, Yu Sanliang's image was replaced by a mysterious, glowing blue crystal. A flood of memories rushed back. Fang Xing wondered if he had died, as before his eyes was the scene of a devastated village trampled by soldiers. An arrogant fat official was yelling at the starving villagers. Do you commoners think that just because there's a natural disaster, you can refuse to submit grain to the imperial court? He cruelly declared. Dream on. I'm telling you, even if you starve to death, you must hand over the grain. The official pointed at young Fang Xing, who was kneeling beside a sack of rice, accusing, This beast's parents refused to hand over the grain, so they were killed, and now, he even dares to hide the rice. He raised his saber, aiming directly at the boy's tender head. Today, I'll show you troublemakers the consequences of not handing over the grain. The saber blade slashed down, but a hand stopped it, fresh blood splattering onto young Fang Xing's face. The boy's eyes widened in horror, looking at the scene before him. A valiant hero appeared, grabbing the fat official by the throat. The official let out a miserable scream. Amidst the chaos, the villagers cried out in panic. It's bandits! The Ghost Smoke Valley thieves are here. Young Fang Xing was still kneeling on the ground, looking up at a bandit and innocently asking, Why are you kneeling? Then confidently said, I've heard of the Ghost Smoke Valley. You won't kill me, will you? Young Fang Xing looked up at the bandit, listening as he declared the philosophy of the Ghost Smoke Valley gang. We never kill commoners. We only deal with corrupt officials and treacherous merchants. Blood splattered all over his face, but the boy's eyes gleamed with a spark of determination. The boy shouted loudly, his voice filled with longing. Then can I join you? I want to avenge my parents. The bandit flatly refused. No, kid, you're too young. Wait until your hair grows long, then come find us. Then retreated with his comrades. Fang Xing was bewildered, completely clueless. Time passed. A wanted poster, crudely depicting the 10th great bandit Zhang Mazi, was held up amidst joyous laughter. It turned out Zhang Mazi was Fang Xing, now a member of the bandit gang, being teased by everyone for his first wanted poster. The boy irritably tried to snatch the paper back from the bald man. Ninth uncle, stop teasing me. The whole gang of bandits burst into laughter, teasing their bristling young boss. The bald ninth uncle put an arm around Fang Xing's shoulder, his voice full of pride. No matter what, our little 10th has made a great contribution this time. Another bandit chimed in, recounting the boy's feat. No kidding. The young boss charged forward, and with one saber strike, decapitated that corrupt official. His aura was truly domineering. The entire Ghost Smoke Valley gang raised their bowls, cheering loudly to celebrate the young boss's victory. Crash! Suddenly, a giant boulder fell from the sky, smashing through the bandit stronghold's roof. The entire room plunged into chaos. Tables and chairs scattered everywhere, the bandits screaming in terror. Ninth. Uncle sprang to his feet, his face changing color. What the hell is this? Could it be the Imperial soldiers have arrived? Amidst the swirling dust, a swordsman in a black cloak and wide-brimmed hat descended as lightly as a feather, exuding bone-chilling killing intent. A bandit's jaw dropped, his voice trembling. He's alone? Ninth uncle broke out in a cold sweat, roaring a warning. This is bad, he might be an immortal cultivator. Everyone, don't act rashly. Fang Xing and the other bandits were stunned, hearing the words immortal cultivator for the first time, and not understanding why such a formidable figure would come to their stronghold. Ninth uncle tried to remain calm, directly asking the stranger, Young hero, may I ask what brings you here? The swordsman muttered, counting lives. 301, 302, 305, then coldly declared, It seems everyone is present. Ninth uncle's face changed drastically, sensing an ill omen, and he roared, Damn it, stop him quickly. But it was too late. The blue sword energy erupted like a storm, sweeping away everything in its path. The swordsman merely waved his hand, and the entire room shattered. The petty bandits wiped out before they could even gasp. The entire mountain stronghold shook violently, continuous explosions echoing, signaling a massacre. Amidst the chaotic scene, a terrified Fang Xing heard Ninth Uncle call his name. Fang Xing asked blankly, Ninth Uncle, what's wrong? Ninth Uncle, his face grim, instructed, Fang Xing, don't say anything, listen carefully. Hide and wait for that man to leave, then go to the 4th tree by the stronghold gate. There's a package I buried for you. He emphasized his final words. You must guard the book inside carefully. Remember, you must live. Fang Xing, tears welling in his eyes, helplessly watched Ninth Uncle's back as he advanced alone, wielding a saber to face death. The bandit leader tried to reason. Our Ghost Smoke Valley always eliminates evil and suppresses tyranny, so why are you helping those corrupt officials destroy us? But the swordsman simply replied, You're mistaken. I don't care who you are. The swordsman stood amidst the shadows, overflowing with killing intent. Amidst the ruins and corpses, he declared bluntly, I merely follow the law of the strong. Fang Xing, covered in blood, bitterly realized a harsh truth. That's right. I should have known sooner. The boy snarled through his tears, etching the bloody lesson into his bones and heart. This is a world where the strong dominate the weak. The memory ended. Fang Xing channeled all his hatred and will to survive into the current battle, facing Yu Sanliang's sword formation. The chubby disciple roared smugly, You beast! Do you know what power is now? But then he immediately froze, his face turning pale with fright. Shattering the sword formation, Fang Xing stood tall amidst a brilliant golden energy, his power completely overwhelming his opponent. Yu Sanliang broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe this kid's spiritual energy could resist the sword formation. He guessed that the boy was self-crippling his cultivation by burning his meridians, but Fang Xing didn't flinch. He gritted his teeth and firmly grabbed the incoming wooden sword. Inside his body, it wasn't burning meridians, but the yin-yang divine demon scripture, wildly boosting his power, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. Crack! The wooden sword couldn't withstand the power and began to splinter. Yu Sanliang gaped in astonishment as the wooden sword shattered, unable to believe this brat had broken through right in the middle of the fight. Fang Xing, his entire body erupting in golden light, charged straight at Yu Sanliang and delivered a devastating punch to his face. The fat man flew like a bullet, his face disfigured after the thunderous punch. Fang Xing felt the surge of new power, realizing he had just broken through to Spirit Resonance Stage 1. Yu Sanliang lay unconscious, blood streaming from his nose, completely defeated. The bully disciples watching from afar had their faces drained of all color, gaping in horror at the incredible comeback. Night fell, the bright moonlight shining in the sky. The former bully was now an errand boy, gleefully offering a giant roasted chicken leg. "Boss Fang, it's done roasting." Fang Xing sat by the fire, asking the bound Yu Sanliang, "Pig brother, so you weren't trying to kill me? Just teach me a lesson?" Yu Sanliang, his face bruised, hastily explained, "That's right, junior brother Fang. Otherwise, why would I use a wooden sword? I just wanted to put you in your place. Even if I had more guts, I wouldn't dare to kill anyone." After hearing this, Fang Xing simply raised his hand silently. His new subordinates understood, immediately swarming to untie Yu Sanliang. Yu Sanliang stood up, completely convinced and impressed, saying, "To be honest, junior brother Fang, I am thoroughly convinced." He continued to admit, "Managing the medicinal garden for so many years, I've never seen anyone break through to Spirit Resonance Stage 1 as quickly as you." Fang Xing replied with magnanimity, "Pig brother, if you had been more open-minded from the start, this wouldn't have happened. I'm not one to hold grudges over petty matters. Now that I've punched you, let's consider it even." Yu Sanliang, his attitude now changed, bowed, and congratulated Fang Xing on breaking through to Spirit Resonance Stage 1, also mentioning that ringing the bell tomorrow would officially make him an outer sect disciple. Fang Xing smirked and accepted, declaring he would go to the bell at sunrise tomorrow, then turned and walked away, leaving behind his newly acquired subordinates. The next morning, Fang Xing advanced alone towards the heart-cleansing bell, the bell that determined disciple qualification. Brimming with vigor, the young boy, without hesitation, placed his hand on the ancient surface of the colossal bell. Boom! The sound of the heart-cleansing bell began to resonate, shaking the entire area. Its sound spread across the rolling mountain ranges, piercing through the layers of mist. The bell's chime echoed to the farthest mountain peaks, where the grand elders were cultivating. On a mountain peak, a white-haired youth playing Go with an elder suddenly paused upon hearing the bell. The old elder wondered, "It's just the heart-cleansing bell. Why pay it any mind?" But the white-haired youth replied cryptically, "Nothing. I'm just lamenting destiny." The old elder didn't understand, but the white-haired youth simply brushed it off and invited him to play the next game of Go. Amidst the majestic scenery, the white-haired youth philosophized, "The future is something no one can determine." Meanwhile, Fang Xing had arrived before the grand gate, ready for the next step. A benevolent elder came to greet him, confirming that Fang Xing had indeed rung the bell, and happily welcomed him as an outer sect disciple of the Azure Cloud sect. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in Fang Xing's hand. His novice token automatically upgraded, engraved with the words, "Outer Sect Disciple. Fang Xing." Fang Xing looked around in bewilderment. The elder from moments ago had vanished without a trace. Never mind. The young boy brushed everything aside, brimming with enthusiasm as he ran forward. "Inner Sect Disciples. Here I come." The outer sect disciples area appeared, vast and filled with ancient architecture. Unexpectedly, senior brother Xiao appeared, holding a piece of paper and muttering, "How strange," his gaze directed towards Fang Xing. Fang Xing started, breaking into a cold sweat as he recognized Xiao Jianming. While the swordsman was annoyed at not finding the 10th great bandit, Xiao Jianming flew away on his sword, and Fang Xing could only gaze up at that domineering figure. The young boy gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. "Xiao Jianming, sooner or later, I will be stronger than you." Stepping into the outer sect area, Fang Xing looked around everywhere with wide-eyed curiosity, truly a complete newbie. Suddenly, an arrogant senior brother appeared right in front of him, blocking Fang Xing's path. Fang Xing immediately bowed respectfully. "Disciple Fang Xing of Area C3, greetings, senior brother." The senior disciple extended his hand without a word, coldly uttering a single word, "Token." Fang Xing fumbled for a moment before finally pulling out his novice identification token. With a swift motion, the senior disciple snatched the token, and a golden aura enveloped it. He glanced at the information, then curled his lip in disdain. D-grade aptitude? Another piece of trash. Fang Xing was bewildered, not understanding what D-grade aptitude even meant. The senior disciple irritably tossed back the token, then turned and left, leaving Fang Xing rooted to the spot. Just then, Yu Sanliang ran over, calling out to the senior disciple, which made Fang Xing turn his head as well. The senior disciple's annoyance was clear. He turned back to question Yu Sanliang. "Junior brother Sanliang, I am in charge of guiding today. What is your intention? Yu Sanliang chuckled and quickly explained. This junior disciple is an acquaintance of mine. May I take care of him? Saying this, Yu Sanliang swiftly slipped a heavy pouch into the senior disciple's hand. The bribery was executed smoothly. The senior disciple cleared his throat. His expression immediately changed, becoming visibly pleased after receiving the gift. After receiving the money, the senior disciple vanished instantly, leaving Fang Xing to Yu Sanliang and his cronies. Fang Xing looked at Yu Sanliang, giving a meaningful sneer. I didn't expect senior brother Yu to personally come to greet me. I'm truly grateful. Yu Sanliang patted Fang Xing's shoulder, feigning familiarity, saying that brothers should help each other, then casually inquired about his aptitude grade. Fang Xing, bewildered, asked in return, what exactly is D-grade aptitude? Yu Sanliang explained that outer sect disciples were divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, D, which utterly shocked Fang Xing when he realized he was in the lowest grade. The fat man consoled him, saying not to worry, that he himself was also D-grade, and more than half of the outer sect disciples were similarly useless. But Fang Xing still wanted to wallow in self-pity. Fang Xing quickly regained his composure, accepted his fate, and urged Yu Sanliang to lead him to his quarters. Yu Sanliang cleared his throat, putting on a serious expression. Settling into your quarters is indeed important, but before that, the fat man continued with a mysterious expression. There's an even more important matter to attend to. Fang Xing stood still, waiting to see what trick the fat man would pull next. Yu Sanliang led Fang Xing to a magnificent building with a sign that read, Spiritual Artifact Pavilion. The fat man explained that outer sect disciples, after advancing, must come here to choose a spiritual artifact, and this opportunity only comes once. Yu Sanliang said he could only bring Fang Xing this far, then gestured for him to enter by himself. Just as Fang Xing took a step, the fat man suddenly called out, Ah, wait a moment. Fang Xing turned around, awaiting instructions from the senior disciple. Yu Sanliang looked at Fang Xing with a meaningful gaze. The fat man warned, on the surface, this sect appears otherworldly, but in reality, it's no different from the martial world. Once inside, you should be a bit more open-minded. Fang Xing grinned, signaling that he understood, and told Yu Sanliang not to worry. Just as he reached the door, Fang Xing was blocked by a group of 3 other disciples. The leader arrogantly shouted, Who dares to trespass into the Azure Cloud Sect's spiritual artifact pavilion? Fang Xing cupped his hands, politely introducing himself as a new disciple here to receive a spiritual artifact according to the rules. One of them snatched Fang Xing's token, making him think to himself, just another hazing ritual for new recruits. The leader of the gatekeepers swaggered, pretending to forgive Fang Xing for being a new recruit unfamiliar with the rules. But immediately after, he changed his tune, sarcastically remarking that Fang Xing came to receive a spiritual artifact empty-handed, clearly implying he was asking for money. Fang Xing feigned ignorance and asked again, but in his mind, he already understood. So, they want to extort money from me. One of the cronies impatiently roared, pointing a threatening finger. Brat, don't you understand human speech? Spit out the money or scram. Fang Xing retorted instantly, without a trace of fear. Are you trying to rob me? Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the sect? A minion, enraged, was about to charge, but the leader raised a hand to stop him. The leader sneered, putting on a superior air. Junior brother, you're young but already know how to talk about rules, quite impressive. He suddenly changed his tone, waved his hand, saying it was just a joke, then allowed Fang Xing to enter and choose an item. But before Fang Xing turned away, the leader threw back a meaningful warning. Keep your eyes wide open when you choose. Click! The door of the spiritual artifact pavilion opened, and Fang Xing's shadow stretched long on the stone floor as he stepped inside. Inside was a colossal space with countless shelves holding spiritual artifacts. Fang Xing couldn't help but be overwhelmed. So many. A guard busied himself placing a wooden box on the ground, preparing to play a new trick. The leader announced the malicious rule. Junior brother, each person only has the time it takes for 1 stick of incense to burn to choose a spiritual artifact. Begin. He gave a sinister smile, emphasizing, after all, we must abide by the rules, mustn't we? Fang Xing stood before the burning incense burner, with smoke curling upwards, officially entering a race against time. He muttered, calculating. There were at least 2,000 or 3,000 spiritual artifacts here, and it was impossible to tell genuine from fake just by looking at the exterior. Fang Xing scratched his head. Now he understood why those little rats wanted to extort money from him. Yawning, he told himself that if he chose randomly, the chance of picking trash was too high. He couldn't waste this opportunity. He approached a sword rack, His gaze swept over a red copper flying sword, and he immediately realized, engraved with 3 array formations, but already damaged. Fangxing suddenly spun around, moving so fast he left afterimages, cautiously asking, "Who's there?" The guards outside the door looked at each other in confusion, wondering what that kid was doing inside. A flood of information about the items appeared in Fangxing's mind. A fire banner engraved with 7 array formations but already broken, low-grade flying swords with weak spiritual energy, all trash. Fangxing realized this was the formidable ability from the Yin-Yang Divine Demon Scroll, not only appraising items but also discerning cultivation levels. With a single glance, he knew the gatekeeper leader was merely trash at the 3rd level of spirit resonance. He affirmed with certainty that all the spiritual artifacts here were either defective or damaged. The genuine good ones had surely been hidden by them to extort bribes. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an extremely peculiar stone mask. Huh? What in the world is this? As soon as he touched it, information appeared. Myriad Net Mask, mid-grade spiritual artifact, engraved with 36 array formations. In good condition, capable of changing shape, appearance, and even aura, Fangxing laughed gleefully, with only one thought in his mind. This is exactly the divine artifact for killing people and robbing treasures. Perfect. The gatekeeper leader appeared with a sinister smile, announcing that time was up. "Junior brother, time is up." The man glanced at the mask in Fangxing's hand, a little surprised as he couldn't recall where he had discarded this piece of junk. Without wasting words, Fangxing raised the mask and declared succinctly, "I choose this one." The leader sneered, feigning congratulations before dismissing him. "Congratulations, junior brother, on choosing your spiritual item. You may leave now." Fangxing calmly departed, whistling cheerfully, having snagged a great item from a bunch of fools. Behind him, the guards burst into laughter, mocking Fangxing for choosing a worthless item and sarcastically remarking that having offended them, he shouldn't dream of getting anything good. The leader wore a sinister smile, confident that before long, that kid would have to return and beg to exchange it for something else. Once outside, Fangxing held up the stone mask, examining his spoils. Yu Sanliang was already waiting, and upon seeing the ugly mask in Fangxing's hand, he was speechless, unable to comprehend what this junior was thinking. The fat man pressed him, asking why he wasted time choosing such a thing, but Fangxing confidently replied, "Don't worry, senior brother Yu, I have a plan." Yu Sanliang sighed helplessly, decided to let it be, and led the way to their living quarters, a phrase Fangxing had been waiting for all this time. Yu Sanliang panted from exhaustion, complaining about the long distance, while Fangxing stood beside him, completely unfazed. The two finally arrived at the outer sect disciples' living quarters, a small village nestled amidst bamboo forests and mountains. Fangxing assessed the terrain, remarking that it was easy to defend and difficult to attack, an excellent location to establish a base. The fat man was dumbfounded upon hearing this, not understanding why this kid was muttering about bases and soldiers, while Fangxing eagerly asked where his house was. Yu Sanliang pointed, saying there was an empty house right next to his for convenience in looking after each other. Fangxing's house came into view, a small, simple wooden house, yet it looked quite sturdy. Suddenly remembering something, Yu Sanliang hastily rummaged in his robes for an item. The fat man handed Fangxing a cultivation technique manual and a red spirit stone, explaining it was the newbie gift package. Fangxing held up the spirit stone, examining it, and curiously asked what it was. Yu Sanliang explained that it was a spirit stone, an essential item for cultivation, and warned that D-grade aptitude disciples like them only received one every 3 months, and if lost, they were on their own. Fangxing snapped upon hearing this, complaining that the sect was too stingy. How could anyone cultivate with just 1 stone every 3 months? The fat man hastily explained not to underestimate this stone. In the mortal world, it was worth hundreds of taels of gold, and it was already a great blessing for D-grade aptitude disciples to receive it for free. Hearing this, Fangxing carefully put away the items and gleefully told senior brother Yu that he would begin cultivating immediately. Yu Sanliang waved goodbye, promising to return that evening with wine for a proper feast. Slam. Fangxing slammed the door shut, officially taking possession of his new home. Inside, the house was quite simple, with only a set of rustic wooden table and chairs. Fangxing joyfully leaped up and excitedly threw himself onto the bed. He lay stretched out, with his hands behind his head, contentedly admitting that this place was 1,000 times better than that damned herb garden. Wasting no time, Fangxing immediately pulled out the Azure Cloud Qi refining art, preparing to cultivate diligently. Lying on the bed, Fangxing flipped through the Qi refining manual, realizing it was similar to his old cultivation technique, but far more detailed. The book not only taught how to sense qi in the meridians, but also instructed on how to use spirit stones to boost cultivation speed. Without delay, he sat up and pulled the glowing red spirit stone from his robes. Holding the stone in his hand, Fang Xing decided to test it out immediately, following the instructions in the book. He began to meditate, and the spirit stone placed before him began to emit a brilliant light. The stone slowly floated up to Fang Xing's chest level, and pure energy began to be released. Fang Xing's entire body was enveloped in a golden aura as he focused on absorbing the spiritual energy from the stone. As night fell, he remained immersed in cultivation, the qi flow around him growing increasingly powerful. Opening his eyes, Fang Xing looked at his glowing hands and nodded in acknowledgement that using spirit stones indeed boosted cultivation speed tremendously. But good things don't last long. He was speechless looking at the remaining fragments, the stone completely depleted in just half a day. Stretching, Fang Xing decided he had to go out and ask the fat man if there was anywhere to acquire more spirit stones. Creak! As the door opened, a startled cry of, "Ah!" rang out. Yu Sanliang, secretly lurking outside the door, clutching a wine jar, was discovered and tumbled head over heels right in front of Fang Xing. The fat man scrambled to his feet, muttering with a hand over his mouth about why this kid had to open the door at just that moment. Fang Xing calmly replied that he had just finished using the spirit stone and was just about to look for senior brother Yu. What a coincidence. Yu Sanliang's eyes widened upon hearing this. Shocked, he asked again. What? You said you've already used up the spirit stone? Sitting at the table, Fang Xing casually confirmed it, even complaining that 1 stone for 3 months was too meager. He poured wine for the fat man, then got straight to the point, asking if there was any way to earn more spirit stones. Yu Sanliang was so shocked that his nose bled, thinking to himself, even I, cultivating without sleep, would take 10 days to finish one. He burned through it in just half a day? Fang Xing scratched his head and gave a dry laugh, calmly replying, "Oh, I thought everyone was that fast." Yu Sanliang shook his head frantically, his face contorted, muttering that he had never heard of anyone cultivating at such an insane speed. The fat man regained his composure and began to act mysterious. There are places to get more spirit stones, but telling you would be useless. Fang Xing immediately refilled his wine cup, with a generous attitude. Senior brother, just say it, don't be shy. Yu Sanliang took a sip and began to explain. Among the outer sect, disciples, many come from powerful backgrounds and possess immense wealth. He continued, those rich kids naturally spare no expense on cultivation resources or magic treasures. The fat man revealed the secret of a black market within the sect, where disciples wore masks to trade valuable goods without fear of revealing their identities. At the black market, as long as one has money, even spirit stones are just common goods. Yu Sanliang shot a sidelong glance, his voice full of sarcasm. But knowing that is useless. Where would you get that kind of money? Fang Xing's eyes shone brightly. He clenched his fists and pressed him. So, do you know when the black market opens? Yu Sanliang looked at his junior in surprise, wondering what on earth he was asking for. The next night, at a secret location marked with a black market sign, 2 masked guards stood watch at the entrance, highly vigilant. One of the 2 guards narrowed his eyes, noticing someone approaching. The 2 guards immediately took a defensive stance, blocking Fang Xing's path and asking, "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Fang Xing, now wearing the demon mask, held out his storage pouch and declared bluntly, "I'm here to trade." Of course. The 2 guards exchanged glances, realizing Fang Xing's demeanor was not that of a mere nobody. One of them extended a hand in invitation, saying, "It seems senior brother is one of us. Please enter." He secretly gloated. This myriad net mask was truly a high-quality item, not only concealing his face, but also altering his voice and automatically adjusting its shape to fit. Looking at the bustling black market, Fang Xing smirked. Black market, this young master has arrived. The black market bustled with buyers and sellers. All sorts of goods, from spirit stones to magic treasures, were laid out in abundance. In a hidden corner, 2 disciples were whispering, trading something that looked quite shady. Fang Xing, wearing a myriad net mask, strode through the market thinking to himself, more crowded than I expected. He had planned to use the smoke flask fourth uncle gave him to deal with the crowd, but then decided to go big, shouting, "Senior brothers, I have something to say." The leader of the gatekeepers, now disguised as a merchant, began his act. "Since you're here, let's get down to business quickly." He boasted that what new recruits lacked most were spirit stones, and today he brought 90 pieces, selling them at a discounted price of 80 gold per piece, compared to 100 outside. Fang Xing heard a familiar voice and immediately activated his yin-yang divine demon mirror to observe, while the crowd had already begun to stir with excitement over the bargain. A cautious disciple spoke up, his voice hesitant. "I want to inspect the spirit stones first." The vendor appeared generous, spreading his hands. "Go ahead." As soon as he held it, the pure spiritual energy emanating from it made the disciple's eyes light up. He stammered, confirming it was genuine, then shouted, "I'll take 5 pieces." The crowd immediately rushed forward to snatch them, some demanding 3 pieces, others 2, throwing money frantically. Fang Xing's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He immediately recognized this aura as belonging to that rat-faced fellow from the spiritual artifact pavilion, who was definitely selling stolen goods. After a while, the vendor raised his money pouch, shouting loudly, "Senior brothers, I apologize, but today's spirit stones are all sold out." He appeased the crowd, who hadn't managed to buy anything, promising that he would soon return with more goods. Suddenly, a calm voice echoed from within the crowd. "I have an item I wish to exchange for spirit stones or spiritual energy." The mysterious masked man stepped out, sneering, "I just wonder if any of you senior brothers can afford it." Whoosh! He raised his hand, the jade ring on his finger flashed, and a powerful surge of energy burst forth. A blazing golden light sword slowly materialized in his palm, its domineering aura spreading in all directions. The crowd gasped. One person pointed at the sword in astonishment. He took the sword out of a storage ring. This sword possesses astonishing spiritual energy. It's at least a mid-grade flying sword. The mysterious man proudly introduced it. "This is the mid-grade flying sword. 9 serpent golden flame sword. I no longer use it, so I've brought it out to see if any senior brothers are interested." The masked swordsman, putting on airs, shouted the price of his sword. This item cost tens of thousands of gold to acquire. Now it's worth at least 100 spirit stones. The small fry in the crowd, hearing the price, could only lament, 100 pieces, who can afford that? A fat man in the crowd tried to haggle, claiming the price was too steep and no one could afford it. The swordsman sneered, displaying a superior attitude. "I just came to try my luck, knowing full well you clueless novices wouldn't stand a chance." Just as that fellow was boasting prematurely, Fang Xing, wearing a demon mask, stepped out to interrupt him. "Hold on, I have a spiritual artifact whose value is certainly no less than your swords." The swordsman showed interest, and Fang Xing began to pull out his item. Fang Xing confidently held out an extremely ordinary-looking stone pot. "See for yourself." The swordsman took the pot, and the entire black market focused all its attention on the exchange. After examining it, the swordsman curled his lip. "It is indeed a spiritual artifact, but it doesn't seem to be genuine." Fang Xing smiled mysteriously. The aura around him began to erupt. "Senior brother, what you say is strange. Today I will open everyone's eyes to what a true spiritual artifact is." He continued to put on a show, channeling his cultivation into the pot. "Open your eyes wide and see. This item is special because of its subtlety. If you don't look carefully, you'll miss it." Their curiosity piqued. The entire crowd clamored and leaned in closer to get a clear look. Suddenly, the pot released an extremely powerful purple energy surge, blowing away the entire gossiping crowd. The swordsman standing closest, his face changed color, unable to believe his eyes. His expression stiffened, completely unable to react to the terrifying power. The overwhelming aura made the swordsman stumble backward, dropping his precious treasure sword. The entire black market fell silent. Everyone, from sellers to buyers, lay scattered on the ground, unconscious. One person in the crowd, gasping for breath, pointed towards the only figure still standing. Fang Xing had shed his disguise, standing amidst the unconscious bodies and sneering. "These senior brothers are truly too careless. Consider this a lesson for you all today." The entire market was left with only scattered bodies. A voice echoed from afar. "Hey, what happened here?" Fang Xing, in his bloodthirsty excitement, was startled and scratched his head. "Damn it, I got too carried away and forgot about the guards." He realized that both guards were stronger than him and immediately decided to transform back to continue his act. The 2 black market guards, upon arriving, saw a disciple sprawled on the ground before they could understand what was happening. With a whoosh, the mysterious pot flew over and landed right in front of the 2 guards, making them dumbfounded. "A pot?" The 2 guards stared in shock at the pile of scattered bodies, pointing their swords at Fang Xing, who was wearing a mask, and growling. "Stop! Who are you? What did you do to them?" Fang Xing calmly replied, "I am one of the 10 great bandits of Ghost Smoke Valley, just here to find some things to get by." One guard was suspicious because Ghost Smoke Valley had been wiped out by senior brother Xiao. The other decisively said, "Forget it. Kill him first and then deal with it. If the sect finds out, it'll be a big problem." Without further ado, The two guards charged forward to attack with surging killing intent. Fang Xing narrowly dodged the attack, thinking to himself that stalling had failed this time, as two sharp sword tips lunged straight towards him. The sword blade grazed his neck, leaving a small trail of blood. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "I'm really dead. Am I going to die this time?" Cornered, Fang Xing desperately raised his hands to the sky, feigning surrender while the two guards trembled with triumph. Suddenly, the pot emitted an extremely powerful cold aura, freezing the two guards on the spot. Both guards collapsed, motionless, without understanding what had just happened. Fang Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It was truly a genuine item that saved his life. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. He looked at the two guards sprawled on the ground, then began his familiar looting spree. "Now, let's see what treasures you two are carrying." Fang Xing chuckled gleefully, rolling up his sleeves, preparing to strip the entire market clean. The next morning, the entire market was still a battlefield with scattered bodies. Only the clear chirping of birds remained. The masked swordsman from yesterday woke up, his head spinning, not understanding what had happened. He touched his hand and frantically realized his storage ring was gone, his face turning pale. A desperate scream of "no" echoed throughout the bamboo forest, startling the birds perched on the branches, sending them flying in disarray. After the black market raid, Fang Xing returned to his room to meditate in the morning sun. He flinched slightly, muttering, "It seems I heard something." Shaking it off, he focused on his main goal. "Never mind, let's check the spoils first." A dazzling pile of loot appeared. A gleaming golden sword, several bags of fiery red spirit stones, and gold ingots. He examined the storage ring, secretly praising its convenience, as it saved him from carrying bulky bags and attracting attention. Fang Xing laughed gleefully, declaring that from now on, he would stash everything he found into this mobile storage. He picked up the sword, trying to infuse it with spiritual energy, but it showed no reaction, only emitting a faint golden glow. He sighed, realizing his current cultivation level was too low to activate this treasure sword. Nevertheless, he still acknowledged it as a fine item, and put it away, saving it for when his cultivation was sufficient. Setting the sword aside, Fang Xing sat down, preparing to enter secluded cultivation with the pile of spirit stones he had just acquired. 3 months later, Yusan Liang stood before Fang Xing's room, banging loudly on the door and calling out, "Junior brother Fang." Inside, Fang Xing opened his eyes after a cultivation cycle. Before him was a pile of spirit stone residue, its energy completely drained. He muttered that his cultivation speed was slowing down, having been stuck at the peak of Spirit Resonance Stage 1 for a month, without being able to break through. While Yusan Liang was still shouting his name outside, Fang Xing decided he had to find a way to return to the black market to acquire more spirit stones. Fang Xing opened the door, feigning sleepiness. "Senior brother Yu, stop shouting. I was sleeping." The chubby Yusan Liang began his familiar rant, grumbling that Fang Xing only holed himself up in his room all day. Fang Xing covered his ears as Yusan Liang continued to nag about his laziness and unwillingness to find work to earn more spirit stones. Finally, the chubby man concluded, announcing that today was the day to distribute spirit stones to D-grade disciples, and asked Fang Xing to accompany him. Fang Xing eagerly agreed, leaving Yusan Liang dumbfounded by his attitude, who muttered, "It's just one spirit stone, yet he acts like he's getting a fortune." Fang Xing secretly thought he couldn't let the talkative chubby Yusan Liang know he had a pile of spirit stones, while outwardly still beaming with joy at receiving a single one. The two arrived at Greenwood Pavilion, where disciples were queuing in long lines before 4 tables categorized A, B, C, D to receive their resources. An elder was diligently recording in a ledger. Beside him was a bag of fiery red spirit stones. The B-grade line had a few individuals whispering, looking quite relaxed. In contrast, the D-grade line for disciples with poor aptitude was as crowded as ants, the atmosphere utterly silent. Yusan Liang began to complain, annoyed that the A-grade line was empty, while the D-grade disciples had to suffer in a crowded squeeze. The chubby man clicked his tongue helplessly, blaming his unfortunate fate for having D-grade aptitude, and also remarked that this time there were significantly more people. Fang Xing glanced at the chubby man, casually stating, "It's probably just because of the black market incident 3 months ago." Yusan Liang asked blankly what had happened, while Fang Xing clearly showed the guilty expression of the culprit. The chubby man began to gossip, recounting rumors about a mysterious individual who had swept through the black market, stripping everyone of their belongings, including influential figures. Since the culprit had not yet been caught, the black market was scared witless and dared not reopen for business. Yusan Liang deduced that the wealthy D-grade disciples previously relied entirely on the black market, and now that their supply source was gone, They had to flock here to fight over a measly spirit stone. Fang Xing nodded, feigning understanding, but in his mind, he was already calculating how to find other ways to acquire spirit stones since the black market gold mine was temporarily closed. When it was his turn, Fang Xing stepped forward and politely thanked the white-haired, purple-eyed elder sitting at the table. The elder looked directly at Fang Xing, offering a cryptic piece of advice. "Young man, do not stray from the path of cultivation. Focus." Fang Xing immediately played the role of a diligent disciple, boldly declaring he would redouble his efforts to bring glory to the Azure Cloud sect. The white-haired elder merely sneered, calling him a glib-tongued fellow, then dismissed him to call the next person. As he turned to leave, Fang Xing broke out in a cold sweat, wondering in confusion. That old man couldn't possibly know what I did, could he? Yu Sanliang called out from a distance, urging Fang Xing to guard his spirit stone carefully and quickly make his way back. Fang Xing held the red spirit stone, asking blankly, "Senior brother Yu, why are you in such a hurry?" Yu Sanliang pulled Fang Xing's arm, running while explaining, "Junior brother Fang, every time spirit stones are distributed, the bullies in the sect block the way to rob us." The chubby man continued to lament that if they went slowly, they would be beaten and completely robbed, and then there would be nothing left but tears. Fang Xing frowned, asking a fatal question directly. "Doesn't the sect care?" Yu Sanliang helplessly explained that outwardly it was forbidden, but in reality, no one paid attention. The elders only regarded it as trivial squabbles among disciples. He even recounted a horrifying incident. A new disciple without backing was beaten to death, and in the end, the elder merely ruled it an accident and sentenced the killer to only 1 year in prison. Upon hearing the brutal law of the jungle, Fang Xing showed no fear but instead flashed a cunning smile, thinking to himself, "How terrifying. This is exactly what I need." Before he could finish speaking, an arrogant senior disciple blocked their path, making Yu Sanliang jump in fright. Yu Sanliang immediately switched to fawning mode, bowing his head and greeting, "Good morning, senior brother Liu." Yu Sanliang offers his respects. The man named Liu didn't bother with pleasantries, getting straight to the point. "Where is your tribute?" Yu Sanliang whimpered and pleaded, saying he had already handed over all his spirit stones to the steward, begging senior brother Liu to spare him and leave him 1 stone. The man named Liu narrowed his eyes menacingly, his voice icy. "Are you bargaining with me?" Terrified, his face pale, Yu Sanliang hastily offered the red spirit stone he had just received, his voice trembling. "This junior wouldn't dare." The man named Liu snatched the spirit stone, sneering contemptuously. "At least you know your place." He let out a cold snort, then turned his back, ignoring Yu Sanliang, who was bowing his head in resignation. Immediately after, the bully turned to Fang Xing, jerking his chin. "Hey kid, it's your turn. Where are your spirit stones?" Fang Xing stood still, his hands clenched tightly. His entire body began to tremble, but not from fear. Seeing Fang Xing didn't respond, the man named Liu growled, "Kid, I'm talking to you." Yu Sanliang hastily ran forward to interject with an appeasing smile. "Senior brother Liu, this junior just joined the sect and doesn't understand the rules." Yu Sanliang tried to mediate. "Flattering. Please give this junior some face this time." But the man named Liu kicked the chubby man squarely in the face, snarling, "Your face is that big? Not worth it." With a thud, Yu Sanliang hit the ground, lying flat on the spot. Suddenly, Fang Xing held out a red spirit stone in front of senior brother Liu. He looked up, his voice full of sincerity. "Senior brother Liu, one look tells me you are a master. This junior disciple, new to the sect, wishes to make your acquaintance." Senior brother Liu was stunned by Fang Xing's sensible attitude. He openly gloated, sneering, "You're even more sensible than that fat pig." The bully reached out to take the spirit stone, but just as his hand was about to touch it, Fang Xing suddenly let go, allowing the spirit stone to fall. Clink! The spirit stone bounced on the stone ground. Fang Xing quickly knelt, feigning panic. "Oh, I hope it didn't break." Senior brother Liu burst out laughing, mocking the country bumpkin. "This is the first time I've heard of a spirit stone breaking." Seizing the moment of his carelessness, Fang Xing swiftly drew the dagger hidden in his clothes, his eyes sharp, while Yu Sanliang behind him watched in wide-eyed horror. Without another word, he charged straight forward, dagger in hand. Slash! The dagger plunged straight into senior brother Liu's abdomen before he could react. The enraged bully swung his fist, but Fang Xing dodged the attack with lightning speed. Thwack! He forcefully pulled out the dagger, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Senior brother Liu gritted his teeth, his face contorted in extreme pain. Fang Xing immediately leaped backward, maintaining a safe distance, and readying himself for the second round. Senior brother Liu gritted his teeth, bitter at being tricked by the rookie. You bastard, you dared to ambush me. Fang Xing shrugged, calmly provoking him. Senior brother Liu, with such poor vigilance, do you really think you can be a robber? Senior brother Liu clutched his stomach, growling. You brat, do you really think you can take advantage of me? Fang Xing gestured for him to look down at his chest. Take a look. Senior brother Liu quickly pulled open his robes to check, and his face instantly changed color. Fang Xing held up a small flying sword, smirking. A low-grade flying sword engraved with 7 layers of formations. Were you looking for this? My apologies, senior brother. I found it pretty, so I conveniently snatched it. Senior brother Liu was furious, his blood boiling, only able to grit his teeth. You! Without giving his opponent time to recover, Fang Xing shot forward like an arrow. Thud! A perfect spinning kick landed squarely on senior brother Liu's face, making his nose bleed. Senior brother Liu fell flat on his back, the world spinning around him, only managing to curse once. Fang Xing placed his foot on the bully's head, assuming the posture of a superior, while senior brother Liu bitterly realized his dantian had been pierced, rendering him unable to circulate spiritual energy. Yu Sanliang, from a distance, rushed over in a panic to intervene. Junior brother Fang, quickly return his flying sword. That's an item from the Spirit Artifact Pavilion. The fat man continued to prattle on about the rules, threatening that if he stole the item, the elders would intervene. Lying on the ground, senior brother Liu still cursed defiantly. You damn fat man. You dared to conspire with him to set me up. Wait until I recover, and see how I deal with you both, Fang Xing coldly retorted. I'm afraid you won't get that chance. Senior brother Liu began to sweat profusely, his voice trembling as he sensed his opponent's killing intent. You dare to kill me? He was utterly terrified, stammering as he used the sect as a shield. Don't act recklessly, this is a cultivation sect. Fang Xing smiled meaningfully. Oh, so you know this is a cultivation sect too. Don't worry. I'll be very careful not to kill you. A tragic scream echoed everywhere, signaling that the retaliation had begun. Fang Xing casually juggled the spirit stones he had just plundered, pouting. This scoundrel is so poor. I stripped him clean and only got 5 stones. That flying sword was good too. A pity I couldn't snatch it. Yu Sanliang ran after him, his face drained of color, asking anxiously. Junior brother Fang, you didn't really cripple him, did you? Fang Xing calmly replied. Don't worry. Who gets crippled that easily? I just gave his dantian a light stab to slow its recovery, about 3 to 5 months at most. The fat man turned pale, startled. Then won't he come back for revenge in 3 to 5 months? Fang Xing smirked, giving a confident thumbs up. 3 to 5 months later? Even if he comes, it'll just be a one-sided beating. He stands no chance. He tossed a few spirit stones to Yu Sanliang. Take these. We're friends after all. I can't let you suffer a loss. Fang Xing stretched, realizing the true nature of this sect. I get it now. This is basically a den of bandits. If you're capable, you bully others. If you're not, you get bullied. A true world, where the strong prey on the weak. Yu Sanliang walked along, muttering in acknowledgement. Ever since that day at the medicinal field, senior brother knew you were no ordinary person. The majestic scenery of the Azure Cloud sect appeared in the distance. A towering snow-capped mountain amidst the clouds. On another mountain peak, a white-haired elder was playing chess and asked the white-haired youth, I heard you went down the mountain today to distribute spirit stones to the outer sect disciples? The white-haired youth calmly replied, I've been on the mountain for too long, so I just took a stroll. The elder placed a chess piece, his gaze sharp. Was it to meet that disciple? The white-haired youth evaded the question, coldly commanding, Enough. Let's continue playing chess. Both continued their game, but the white-haired youth suddenly looked up as if sensing something. His gaze sharpened, focusing on an indeterminate direction. His purple eyes gleamed with a strange light, seemingly seeing through all things. Within his pupils, a vast universe reflected with shining treasures, signaling a significant event. At the same time, Fang Xing was meditating, his entire body enveloped in golden light, the 5 spirit stones having turned to dust at his feet. He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils blazing, declaring with certainty, Finally, I've broken through to Spirit Resonance Stage 2. After the breakthrough, Fang Xing felt his body light and incredibly refreshed, even without circulating spiritual energy. He mused to himself, good thing I ambushed senior brother Liu's dantian last time, sealing his spiritual energy. Otherwise, I would have been utterly defeated. Next time, that guy will definitely return for revenge, and it will be a direct, bloody battle. No more sneak attacks. Before that, I must cultivate my level. Fang Xing resolved. his hand touching the flying sword he had just looted. He began to concentrate his mind, preparing to refine this hot item. Spiritual energy slowly poured into the flying sword, causing it to emit a brilliant golden light. The sword hovered in midair, and a terrifying pressure began to spread. Fang Xing was drenched in sweat, focusing all his concentration to control the sword. He carefully controlled the flow of energy, trying to tame the violent spiritual energy within. With a roar, Fang Xing poured his strength into the decisive strike, the image of the blazing flying sword reflected in his determined eyes. Suddenly, the sword chi erupted, transforming into a swarm of giant pythons, roaring fiercely. The immense pressure forced Fang Xing to brace himself, looking quite strained. Clang, his efforts failed, the sword lost control and fell to the ground. Just as expected, his skill was still immature. He sighed, admitting his current cultivation could only barely control it. Knock, knock. Hearing the knock, he muttered, "It must be that fat guy again." As soon as he opened the door, Yu Sanliang poked his head in, cheerfully calling out, "Fang?" Fang Xing irritably replied to Yu Sanliang's greeting, saying he was catching up on sleep after cultivating. The fat guy ignored him, carried a jug of wine into the room, and invited, "Come on, junior brother Fang. Work and rest go hand in hand. Let's drink." Clink! The two men began their drinking session. Yu Sanliang flattered, "Junior brother Fang, so young and talented, your alcohol tolerance is quite impressive." Fang Xing calmly drained his bowl and replied simply, "That's nothing. Where I come from, we drink much harder." The fat guy was already tipsy, let out a burp, then abruptly asked about Hu Qing. Fang Xing's eyes sharpened, fixing on the name of the one who had captured him and kicked Xiao Man last time. He declared with killing intent, "Of course I remember. Next time we meet, I will definitely kill him." Yu Sanliang frantically tried to dissuade him, warning that Ho Qing's status was no longer ordinary. The fat guy revealed Hu Qing was one of the rare A-grade disciples, on whom the elders placed their hopes to break through to Spirit Resonance Stage 4 and enter the inner sect. Yu Sanliang recounted his latest achievement. Hu Qing single-handedly dealt with 3 Spirit Resonance Stage, 3 cultivators who tried to rob him, with just a single move, and his reputation had spread throughout the outer sect. Fang Xing poured wine, taunting, "I remember you two were very close back then. You even helped him register early to avoid the queue, didn't you?" The fat guy scratched his head, forcing a laugh, lamenting that Hu Qing had turned his back on him as soon as he entered the sect, treating him like air when they met again at the steward's office. Fang Xing mocked him directly. "So, if someone just glances at you, you have to run over and fawn on them?" Stung by the remark, Yu Sanliang quickly changed the subject, mentioning that Fang Xing had once asked about the black market. The fat guy announced, "Speaking of which, the black market is about to reopen." 3 days later, under the dim moonlight, the black market began operating again. Security was tightened this time. A squad of masked guards stood all over the steps, seemingly having learned from the previous incident. A mysterious woman in a dignified blue-purple dress calmly walked forward, remarking that the guards seemed to have learned their lesson after the previous incident. A guard blocked her path, asking for the senior sister's identity, but she replied with an air of superiority, "Of course, I'm here to find cultivation items. What a redundant question." The guard explained that because the black market was robbed 3 months ago, security had to be tightened, and asked her to show her belongings. The mysterious woman appeared cooperative, but her tone was full of challenge. "Since I'm here, I'll follow your rules, but you'd best take a good look at what Eve brought." While the guards were still bewildered, she flung open her bag, causing them to widen their eyes in shock. Inside was a sack full of dazzling gold ingots, and she declared bluntly, "Look here, I'm here to buy flying swords, so I brought a lot of gold." The guard immediately changed his attitude, hastily reminding her, "Senior sister, quickly put away your gold, lest thieves eye it." The guard respectfully invited her inside, blaming some wretched thief for the tightened security. The 2 guards watched the mysterious woman's retreating figure and couldn't help but click their tongues. This senior sister's figure is quite something. Inside the black market, a vendor was hawking all sorts of components and magical artifacts on a cloth spread on the ground. The guards continued their patrol, keeping an eye on the woman who had just entered the market. Fang Xing, in the guise of a woman, secretly noted that the black market was much more crowded this time, filled with influential figures from Spirit Resonance Stage 2 and above. The clueless newbies must have been scared witless after the previous robbery. He scanned the stalls, concluding that this venture would not be as easy as before. Fang Xing's eyes, even in the guise of a woman, still gleamed with sharpness and determination. Another masked vendor was loudly hawking his wares, inviting the crowd in black attire. The vendor successfully closed a deal with a customer. Total 30 gold. Have a safe journey, senior brother. Fang Xing squatted down in front of a stall, immediately eyeing a flying sword, causing the vendor to immediately blurt out, "Senior sister truly has an eye for quality. This flying sword has a balanced formation, and its power is formidable." Fang Xing asked a deadly direct question. "Is this sword genuine?" The vendor, startled, tried to explain that he ran an honest business, but he still pressed him with a low voice. Cornered, the vendor could only stammer, not daring to confirm if the sword was genuine or fake. Fang Xing picked up the sword and declared bluntly, "This flying sword's formation, though complete, is damaged. It's only been temporarily patched up with a special trick." He pointed directly at the fake item, asserting that if someone bought it and tried it, it would work perfectly at first, but would break after just 1 or 2 uses. Then, he glanced at the pile of spirit stones and elixirs, exposing them as fakes as well, crafted so skillfully that their color and scent seemed even more genuine than the real thing. Fang Xing, in the guise of a beautiful woman, questioned the vendor directly. "In this demonic market, you dare to swindle with fake goods? Do you know what your end will be?" The vendor was drenched in sweat, muttering in admission, "Senior sister is truly the real deal. I've run into an expert today." The vendor immediately bowed deeply, pleading, "Senior sister, this junior was momentarily foolish. Please forgive me this once." Fang Xing adopted a profound air and declared, "Actually, I also value talent. Your skill in making fakes is too wasted on crafting these trivial items." He laid out his conditions bluntly. "Give me your real name, and help me with something, and I will consider this matter closed." Seeing the vendor about to hand over a fake item, Fang Xing pointed directly at him. "Not that card, the real one you're hiding." The vendor had no choice and had to pull out a genuine token from his person, obediently handing it to Fang Xing. He took the token from the vendor's trembling hand. Fang Xing took the card, on which was clearly written, "Outer Sect Disciple, Grade B, Hua Qianji." Hua Qianji accepted his fate, asking what Fang Xing wanted him to do, but Fang Xing nonchalantly replied, "Actually, I haven't thought of anything yet. I'll let you know when I do." After speaking, Fang Xing's gaze flickered towards a distant crowd that had gathered. He stood up, leaving Hua Qianji with a remark, "I have other matters to attend to. Just wait for my word." Hua Qianji could only watch in silence, muttering, "Then this junior will await your good news." Fang Xing leisurely departed, leaving Hua Qianji sitting dazed amidst his ruined stall. Drawing closer, Fang Xing heard the crowd buzzing about a mysterious vendor hawking demon spirit pills. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, asserting that it was genuine, a single demon spirit pill worth over 100 spirit stones. However, the deal was extremely peculiar. The vendor insisted on trading only for stone essence powder, a rare and hard-to-find ingredient. Upon hearing the 3 words, stone essence powder, Fang Xing immediately paid attention, his gaze fixed on the glowing purple pill. Stone essence powder, an essence refined from a large quantity of spirit stones using a special cultivation technique, was a core ingredient for crafting breakthrough pills. Cultivators faced extremely difficult power thresholds to overcome, especially from spirit movement stage 3 to stage 4, with many getting stuck there for life. But with a breakthrough pill, everything became as easy as pie. However, both the pill and its main ingredient, stone essence powder, were forbidden items, strictly controlled by the various sects. Fang Xing secretly analyzed. This pill vendor was clearly stuck at spirit movement stage 3. But if stone essence powder were revealed here, it was likely the entire black market would be shut down. Suddenly realizing something, Fang Xing muttered, "Wait, so eager to break through to stage 4. Could it be him?" The mysterious vendor, Ho Qing, was still meditating, completely unaware that he had been noticed. Ho Qing lifted his head, his gaze sharp as he sensed someone approaching. Fang Xing, in the guise of a beautiful woman, closed in and imperiously commanded, "Don't say a word, follow me." Taken aback by the aura of the unfamiliar senior sister, Hu Qing could only silently follow her into a secluded bamboo forest. Stopping, Fang Xing confirmed his suspicion after hearing the other party's voice. It really is him. This voice belongs to Hu Qing. On the deserted stone path, Fang Xing turned to face Ho Qing, who was approaching. Ho Qing didn't beat around the bush, asking directly, "Senior sister, do you have stone essence powder?" Slap. A resounding slap landed squarely on Hu Qing's face from Fang Xing's hand. Ho Qing was stunned, clutching his still burning cheek, unable to comprehend what was happening. Fang Xing began his tirade. "Are you insane? I've never seen an idiot like you, daring to brazenly ask to buy stone essence powder in the middle of the black market." He warned that if the sect found out, everyone present, including the 2 of them, would be wiped out. Hu Qing clenched his fists, realizing he had been too impatient and reckless. Ho Ching lowered his voice, admitting his mistake. Senior sister is right. I was too hasty. So, what about the stone essence powder? Fang Xing put on a mysterious air, admitting he had a way to obtain stone essence powder, but the price would be immense. He added a psychological trick, feigning a formidable background. If this matter gets out, let alone me, even my father would be implicated. Talking to a small fry like you wouldn't make you understand anyway. Ho Ching hastily guaranteed that he wouldn't implicate the senior sister, promising that after his breakthrough, he would attribute everything to his own clan. The expert completely took the bait, secretly thinking that such an aura surely belonged to someone from a powerful family. Only such a formidable background could obtain stone essence powder. Fang Xing lifted his chin, beginning to name his price. Talk is cheap, but one demon spirit pill won't be enough. Ho Ching tried to haggle, explaining that his pill was refined from the inner core of a third-grade demonic beast, worth hundreds of spirit stones, then offered to give another one. Fang Xing held up 4 fingers, his gaze sharp as he bluntly named his price. 4. Ho Ching was stunned, shaking his head vigorously, admitting he couldn't afford such an outrageous sum. Then forget it. Let's pretend we never spoke, Fang Xing said, turning on his heel and walking away, playing hard to get and leaving Ho Ching frozen. Not letting his prey slip away, Ho Ching hastily grabbed the senior sister's hand to stop her. Ho Ching gritted his teeth and sealed the deal. 4 pills. I will give you 4 pills. I only hope senior sister will be generous enough to grant me a few days to prepare. Fang Xing smirked in agreement, setting a meeting for 9 nights later at midnight on the hill outside Hualing Valley, with 3 claps as the signal. After giving his instructions, Fang Xing vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving Ho Ching standing dumbfounded. The scene shifted to a bustling night market with a black market sign. Fang Xing, still in the guise of a beautiful woman, glided past Hua Qianji, causing the fake goods vendor to snap his head up in astonishment. Junior brother Hua, tomorrow I will send someone to assign you tasks, Fang Xing said, standing before the stall, giving orders with a superior attitude, and promising not to treat him unfairly. Hua Qianji asked blankly, not understanding what this beautiful senior sister wanted him to do. Fang Xing merely replied with a mysterious phrase, "You'll know when the time comes," then turned and walked away. The fake goods vendor blushed crimson, completely captivated by the senior sister's beauty and aura. As he departed, the black market guards, who had once been arrogant, now bowed respectfully to Fang Xing. Fang Xing glanced back with a triumphant smile, casually replying to the guards, "Indeed, I've bought what I wanted after all." Night fell upon the Azure Cloud Sect's outer sect area, quiet but with hidden undercurrents. In a dilapidated room, Hua Tianji sat restlessly, clearly waiting for something. He listened intently, his face visibly tense. Click. A small sound outside the door made him jump, sweat pouring down him like rain. He cautiously called out, "Who's there?" A nimble young disciple poked his head in and called out loudly, "Senior brother." The boy held out a letter. "Someone asked me to bring this to you." Hua Tianji took the letter, then quickly looked outside, but saw no one else. After delivering the item, the boy immediately turned and vanished. Whoosh! Hua Tianji snatched the boy, grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up, growling, "What's that woman's name? Where is she? Spill everything, or don't blame me." The boy cried out in fear, stammering that he knew nothing. He was just fetching water when a strange senior sister asked him to deliver the letter. He added tearfully, "She also said you'd reward me with money after receiving the letter," and then was so scared he wet his pants. Hua Tianji was speechless, realizing he was wasting his time with a useless kid. He roared, "So you're just an errand boy who knows nothing. Money? Get lost." Then unceremoniously threw him out. The boy was thrown sprawling, quickly scrambled up and ran away. He ran a few steps, then stopped, turned his head and said, "Oh, right, senior brother." The boy relayed the final threat. "That senior sister told me to tell you that if the matter in the letter succeeds, there will be no shortage of benefits, but if it doesn't, shall tell others." Having said that, the boy took off running, leaving Hua Tianji frozen in place. He watched him go, muttering, "That brat runs fast." Cold sweat streamed down him. He sighed, his eyes filled with resignation. "Given the situation, I can only do my best to help that woman." Then began to open the letter. After reading the letter, Hua Tianji broke out in a cold sweat, his face changing color. Stone essence powder. What exactly is this woman planning? 9 days later, Fang Xing, disguised as a beautiful woman, held a bag of glowing powder in her hand and remarked with satisfaction, "Not bad. It seems choosing you was the right decision." He examined the finished product, secretly assessing that this fake, though just ordinary spirit stones soaked in spiritual liquid, was identical to the real thing, in both color and scent. Hua Tianji stood beside him, confidently boasting of his achievement. I once worked in an alchemy workshop, and was fortunate enough to see genuine stone essence powder a few times, which is why I was able to imitate it and produce this item ahead of schedule. He flattered openly, his cheeks flushed. Only a sharp-eyed senior sister like you could recognize my craftsmanship. Fang Xing didn't say much, directly threw him a money pouch. Take it, I keep my promises. Hua Tianji opened the pouch, his eyes gleaming at the sparkling gold inside, and stammered out profuse thanks. But when he looked up, the senior sister had vanished without a trace, leaving him bewildered and wondering. Why does everyone leave so quickly? Meanwhile, Fang Xing was swiftly moving through a bamboo forest, a dagger ready in his hand. Rustling sounds echoed in the bushes as he glided past. He cautiously advanced through the night, ready for the transaction. A black cat with a heart-shaped white spot on its back suddenly appeared and glided past. Fang Xing stopped, let out a breath, seemingly having reached the rendezvous point. Suddenly, Ho Qing appeared right behind him, his voice full of annoyance. Senior sister, you've made me wait for 2 hours. Fang Xing coldly retorted, I never said Eid arrive at midnight, secretly thinking that this guy's cultivation was higher than he'd imagined, and he needed to be more careful. Ho Qing lost patience, getting straight to the point with sharp eyes. Where's the stone essence powder? Fang Xing was no pushover either, extending his hand and asking in return, Where's my demonic spirit pill? Ho Qing growled. Blue spiritual energy erupted as numerous flying swords appeared, hovering around him. He brazenly showed off his power. Senior sister, this isn't the black market. With your cultivation, do you think you can withstand a few of my moves? Fang Xing narrowed his eyes, cursing inwardly. This bastard Ho Qing, he actually plans to rob me outright. Threatened by Ho Qing, Fang Xing nonchalantly retorted, So what? Once I leave here, there are thousands of disciples in the sect. If you want to find me, go ahead and try. Ho Qing lost patience, growling a warning. Senior sister, I advise you to be sensible. Hand over the stone essence powder, and I won't harm you. Fang Xing narrowed his eyes, silently assessing the situation, a plan to turn the tables already formed in his mind. Without further ado, Fang Xing summoned the bag of fake stone essence powder. The dazzling golden light from the fake item immediately drew attention. Ho Qing reached out his hand, intending to snatch the bag, his eyes clearly revealing greed. Just as Ho Qing was about to touch it, Fang Xing uttered a deeply provocative remark. Ho Qing, do you really not know who I am? Fang Xing lightly kicked a pebble, while Ho Qing was still frozen, having been called by his full name. Ho Qing was enraged, realizing he had been tricked. Unable to maintain composure, Ho Qing unleashed his move, controlling numerous flying swords to shoot straight towards Fang Xing. Fang Xing remained still, his aura undiminished by the incoming rain of swords. The sword array surrounded him from all sides, immense pressure bearing down on the seemingly frail woman. Fang Xing unleashed a mysterious golden energy, pointing towards the incoming flying swords. Amidst the storm of sword energy, the mysterious senior sister stood firm, an overbearing aura radiating from her, completely overwhelming. With just 2 fingers, Fang Xing pinched the tip of a flying sword that was hurtling towards him at terrifying speed. With a whoosh, Ho Qing's blue sword energy was completely neutralized by Fang Xing's golden energy. Ho Qing hastily recalled his flying swords, standing stunned as he watched his opponent remain completely unharmed. He was utterly shocked, his voice trembling as he asked, How? How do you know my identity? Fang Xing calmly retorted, Didn't you just try to kill me? Have you finally come to your senses? He continued his psychological warfare, pointing at the terrified Ho Qing. With my connections in this sect, do you think it would be hard to find you? Fang Xing concluded with a chilling threat. If you dare touch me, someone will come for you tomorrow. By then, it will be too late for regrets. Startled, Ho Qing froze, sweat beginning to pour as he looked at his opponent. Fang Xing smirked, his eyes sharp, thinking to himself, It seems I need to add fuel to the fire. With that, he unleashed a magic treasure, summoning a giant, monstrous serpent coiled within a sea of flames, its aura soaring to the heavens. Ho Qing flinched, shouting, You can't touch me either! Fang Xing, suspended in midair, coldly declared, I only want to trade, nothing more, nothing less. This display is just to let you know that even if your cultivation is higher, I'm not lacking in powerful magic treasures. He crossed his arms, an overbearing aura emanating from him, concluding, If you truly want to fight to the death, you might not necessarily win. Ho Qing was speechless, looking at the fiery, monstrous serpent circling before him, his mind unable to process the situation. He thought bitterly to himself, I was careless. I thought she was just a naive, rich young lady. Unexpectedly, she not only investigated my identity. Ho Qing glanced at the golden sword-shaped magic treasure hovering amidst the fire serpents, admitting, but also brought a pile of high-grade magic treasures. He hastily recalled his flying sword, while Fang Xing also dispelled the fire serpent array, both descending. Hu Qing immediately cupped his hands and bowed. Senior sister, it was my momentary foolishness, please forgive me. Fang Xing cut short his plea. Enough. I will let bygones be bygones and continue the trade. He stated his condition bluntly. Hand over the demonic spirit pill, and I'll give you the stone essence powder. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Qing directly threw a brocade pouch containing pills towards Fang Xing. He hastily opened the pouch that Fang Xing threw back to inspect his goods. Inside was a pouch full of glistening golden stone essence powder, emanating a rich spiritual aura, clearly genuine. Ho Qing breathed a sigh of relief, his voice fawning. Of course I trust senior sister. This stone essence powder is abundant in spiritual energy. It's definitely the real deal. Fang Xing also tossed the pouch of pills up to inspect it, confirming there were no issues. He let out a cold snort. You know your place. These 4 pills are all genuine, so you didn't trick me. Such a simple transaction, yet you had to complicate it. Before leaving, Fang Xing didn't forget to offer a piece of advice filled with veiled threats. Junior brother, here's one last piece of advice for you. Don't be so petty in life, or sooner or later, you'll bring disaster upon yourself. Turning pale with fright, Hu Qing hastily bowed. I will engrave senior sister's advice into my bones and certainly amend my ways. With that said, Fang Xing, in his female disguise, turned and left, leaving Ho Qing standing, rooted to the spot behind him. Hu Qing was still dazedly calling senior sister. When that figure had already vanished into the night like a wisp of smoke, he muttered to himself, feeling that something was amiss. This woman's cultivation is clearly weak, but her movement technique is incredibly bizarre. He narrowed his eyes and thought. Not only had his identity been exposed, but he had also lost his stone essence powder. He decided he must go back and ask his junior sister to investigate this person's background. In Hu Qing's mind, the image of the golden sword that had intimidated him earlier appeared, blazing with fierce flames and entwined by 9 serpents, looking extremely ostentatious. He frowned, feeling that this sword seemed familiar. Wait, I think I've heard about this sword somewhere before. Hu Qing suddenly realized. That's right. My junior sister once mentioned that a petty thief in the sect had stolen this sword from the black market a few days ago. Sensing an ominous premonition, he tremblingly looked at the pouch of stone essence powder he had just traded for. Wait, don't tell me. He opened his palm, and the golden powder was still sparkling. The sparkling powder emitted a brilliant light, looking no different from the genuine article. But in a flash, the powder completely vanished. Ho Qing realized he had been painfully tricked and roared, You damned thief! How dare you trick me? I'll kill you. Meanwhile, in a secluded wooden house, the spoils of war, a 3rd-grade demonic spirit pill, was emanating a rich spiritual aura. Fang Xing, having returned to his true form, held the pill in his hand, gleefully calculating. Genuine goods, worth hundreds of spirit stones. With it, breaking through to the spirit resonance stage. 3 is just a small matter. But then he scratched his head, wondering, how is this thing used, I wonder? It certainly can't be absorbed externally like spirit stones. Thinking it over, he acted. Fang Xing assumed it was like any ordinary spiritual medicine and promptly shoved all 4 demonic spirit pills into his mouth. Just then, the yin-yang divine demon record displayed a warning. Must be held under the tongue, not swallowed directly, otherwise the spiritual energy will explode and cause death. But Fang Xing had already swallowed them and even let out a burp. His face immediately swelled up, his cheeks taut, realizing he had just done something incredibly foolish. A suffocating sensation overwhelmed him. Fang Xing clutched his throat, his body beginning to convulse from the immense energy about to explode. In a panic, he tried to force his throat to vomit out the deadly pills, struggling to save his small life. Fang Xing was utterly exasperated, swearing with tears in his eyes. Damn it, why didn't it say so sooner? The spiritual energy from the demonic spirit pills violently erupted, tearing through Fang Xing's body, causing him to scream miserably. His eyes rolled back, his consciousness fading. Fang Xing's long hair flew wildly as he collapsed. Thud. Fang Xing fell backward onto the floor, unconscious. Steam rose from his entire body. Fang Xing braced himself, enduring the gut-wrenching pain, muttering, Damn it. His eyes gleamed with a final resolve. He was unwilling to accept it. There's no way I can die so foolishly like this. In his subconscious, a magnificent scene appeared. giant stone tablets floating in the cosmos. One of them, glowing brilliantly red, seemed to be the target of the other stone tablets. The other stone tablets simultaneously fired, shooting directly at the red stone tablet. The red stone tablet was struck back, plummeting straight down onto a blue planet like a meteor. Whoosh! It pierced through the atmosphere, carrying destructive power. Its final destination was a secluded pavilion deep within the forest. Inside, a white-haired, purple-eyed youth was meditating, with an overbearing aura. He opened his eyes, a mysterious smile appearing on his lips. History has finally begun. Fangxing's consciousness gradually sank into a deep void, his body enveloped in a stream of red energy. He thought desperately, am I really going to die? Night fell on the mountainside of the azure cloud sect. In the small room, Fangxing writhed on the floor, his entire body burning like a furnace, sweat steaming profusely. Whoosh! A fiery streak of light, like a meteor, plunged straight down towards the azure cloud sect's territory. Inside a room, a disciple engrossed in a beauty picture book was drawn by the strange light outside. He was startled, quickly peeking out the window to see what was happening. The disciple gaped in horror as he saw the fireball plummeting. What in the world is that? Meanwhile, Fangxing was still writhing in a sea of spiritual energy flames, his body feeling as if it was about to explode. He gritted his teeth, enduring the skin-rending pain, sweat pouring off him like rain. Just as his consciousness was about to fade, a gentle hand suddenly reached out in the hazy space. Fangxing found himself lying beneath a colossal peach blossom tree, the scene as beautiful as a dream. A beautiful woman was gently stroking his head, letting him rest peacefully on her lap. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented warmth. The mysterious woman whispered about a heaven-defying cultivation technique. 3,000 white hairs, reversing the Tao God scripture to refine spiritual energy, seizing the creation of heaven and earth. Fangxing vaguely heard, only a few words remaining in his mind. Reversing the Tao God scripture, he jolted awake. He sprang up in the room, his eyes wide with astonishment. Fangxing sat up abruptly, drenched in sweat, unconsciously calling out, "Mother." He looked around, touched himself, then bewilderedly wondered, "Mother? Am I still alive?" A powerful surge of true qi suddenly erupted within his body. He was astonished. This feeling. I've reached the peak of spirit movement stage 2. Fangxing slumped onto the floor, muttering, "It seems I didn't explode, but absorbed all 4 demonic spirit pills. Could it be thanks to the yin-yang divine demon tome?" He was still bewildered by the woman in the illusion. Why did I call that person mother? Just then, Yusan Liang's booming voice echoed from outside. "Junior brother Fang. Junior brother Fang. Still sleeping? I've brought wine." Fangxing got up from the partially scorched bed, irritably shouting back, Coming, stop yelling." Fangxing opened the door, frowning as he asked Yusan Liang, "Senior brother Yu, why are you here again? We just drank yesterday, didn't we?" The chubby man replied blankly. "Yesterday? You've been sleeping for days without coming out. Are you muddled from sleep?" Fangxing scratched his head to cover up, vaguely claiming he was so engrossed in cultivation that he lost track of time. As Yusan Liang stepped into the room, he immediately covered his nose, his face scrunched up like a monkey's. "It stinks. Junior brother Fang, did you wet the bed?" The pungent smell of marrow cleansing rushed straight into Yusan Liang's nose, making him unbearable, and he vomited a rainbow. Fangxing, however, calmly sniffed, wondering, "Stinks where? I don't smell anything." Before he finished speaking, the scent permeated, and both of them simultaneously vomited rainbows everywhere. The scene shifted to a clear stream, surrounded by lush green mountains and sparkling blue water. The wind rustled through the bamboo forest, signaling an impending purification. Fangxing immersed himself in the cool water, stretching with a feeling of utter refreshment. He realized that the terrible smell was the impurities expelled after his cultivation level advanced too quickly. Fangxing pondered, confirming that the divine demon Tao scripture cultivation technique, transmitted by the yin-yang divine demon tome, was what saved his life. From the bank, Yusan Liang called out loudly, announcing that he had cleaned the room and washed the clothes, urging him to hurry up. "Coming," Fangxing replied. Naked, he shot straight onto the bank to grab his clothes. Clink! 2 broken bowls were put back together, signaling the start of their meal and gossip session. Yusan Liang chuckled mischievously. "I never thought a little rascal like you would wet the bed." "It's fine. When I was your age, I wet it every day." The chubby man, stuffing food into his mouth, promised firmly, "Don't worry, my lips are sealed, I won't tell anyone." Fangxing shot him a sharp glare, his eyes clearly conveying, "Do you think I believe you?" Yusan Liang quickly changed the subject, probing, Oh, by the way, you've been sleeping for a few days, so you might not know about the big news. Don't tell me it's related to Hu Qing? The chubby man feigned surprise. Exactly. Good guess. Yusan Liang began gossiping. Rumor has it that a few days ago, a victim of the black market robbery ran to Hu Qing to report that the thief was hiding among the outer sect disciples. The chubby man continued, saying that Hu Qing, upon hearing this, felt a surge of heroic spirit and decided to spend his own money to hunt down the thief. Fang Xing listened, only able to curl his lip. For justice, huh? This Ho Qing really puts on a show. Yu Sanliang continued the drama. Ho Qing had two versions of the thief's portrait drawn, one male and one female, because he heard the thief was skilled at disguise, perhaps even a woman. The chubby man recounted that Hu Qing even suspected the thief was good at cross-dressing, so he led people to search every house in the valley for clues. Oh, right, junior brother Fang, Yu Sanliang suddenly remembered. Your house was also searched, but you were sleeping like a log then, so you probably didn't know anything. Fang Xing flinched, his mind racing. Wait a minute, I know what's missing. He realized in shock. The pouch. The pouch containing the demonic spirit pills. The scene shifted back to Fang Xing's small, simple house amidst the bamboo forest. Inside, clothes were strewn everywhere, and Fang Xing was frantically tearing apart the bed, searching in vain. It's not under the bed either. Fang Xing broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale. I'm screwed. This is a huge mistake. Don't tell me they actually found it. Meanwhile, in another location, Hu Qing was holding that very red pouch, veins bulging on his forehead, roaring. Trash. All of you are a bunch of trash. He furiously yelled at his subordinates. How many times have I told you to search thoroughly? The three subordinates could only hang their heads, enduring Ho Qing's continued scolding. Now that we've found a clue, you're telling me you forgot which building you picked it up from? One of the lackeys trembled as he explained. Young master, before, you only told us that finding the flying sword was most important. You didn't mention this pouch at all. The disciple continued to explain hesitantly. Besides, I just casually picked up this pouch. The group of lackeys looked at Ho Qing, wondering. It was just something mixed in with a pile of suspicious spiritual items we found. We don't understand why young master values it so much. Ho Qing let out a piercing roar, cutting them off. Enough. He rubbed his forehead, trying to suppress his anger, and waved his hand. Forget it. All of you get out. The subordinates mumbled their assent and quickly turned to flee, but after only a few steps, Ho Qing called them back. Stop. Hu Qing ordered his subordinates to address him as senior brother from now on, to maintain his prestige within the sect. The three lackeys stared blankly, speechless at their boss's sudden display of authority. The disciples mumbled their agreement, correcting their address, and Ho Qing waved his hand, dismissing them from his sight. A sweet female voice echoed from behind, asking Hu Qing why he was in such a furious rage. It turned out to be a beautiful woman with a fiery figure named Qing Shui, who wondered, Isn't he just a mere tool to you, senior brother? Ho Qing turned, revealing a shocking piece of news. Qing Shui, you truly understand me. In fact, I've received this year's summoning edict. Qing Shui paled, frantically reminding him of the mission's danger, especially when facing this type of monster. Hu Qing coldly replied that he knew well, but this was the only way to obtain the breakthrough pill. Qing Shui worriedly placed her hand on his forehead, trying to persuade him that there must be another way. He gripped her hand tightly, his gaze firm. The clan won't give me any more time. Hu Qing squeezed Qing Shui's hand, asserting that he had to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible for both their futures. Qing Shui lowered her face, her voice filled with remorse. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Hu Qing smiled confidently, reassuring her that he had his own methods and would surely return safely. Meanwhile, in another place, Fang Xing was sitting on the floor, irritably throwing things around. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Fang Xing started, vigilantly asking aloud, Who's there? The young boy peeked out the door and was stunned to recognize the uninvited guest. It turned out to be senior brother Liu. Fang Xing immediately flung the door open, spreading his arms with a mocking expression. Fang Xing sneered sarcastically. Senior brother Liu, your wounds haven't even healed, and you're already here for revenge? Senior brother Liu pointed inside, grinning sinisterly. I'm not looking for you. This senior brother has something to say. Another unfamiliar senior brother stepped forward, looking down at Fang Xing with disdain. So you are Fang Xing? Fang Xing was startled, realizing the newcomer was Hu Qing. He thought to himself, he found me so quickly? His hand unconsciously tightened around the dagger's hilt. Hu Qing stood with his arms crossed, his gaze arrogant as he directly asked, What cultivation stage are you at? Senior brother Liu spoke with an overbearing tone. Brat, the senior brother is asking you. Fangxing feigned innocence, bowing his head and reporting his meager cultivation. I am at spirit movement stage 1. Hu Qing narrowed his eyes, secretly assessing Fangxing's level as merely insignificant. Senior brother Liu leaned in and whispered to Hu Qing, offering a suggestion. Senior brother Hu, if it's to lend a hand, he's indeed a bit weak. But if it's for that task, then… Hu Qing smirked cunningly, agreeing with his subordinate's plan. You're not wrong. Then let him join the group. Hu Qing tossed a pouch to Fangxing, ordering, Kid, I've already obtained this year's demon extermination token. We depart tomorrow morning, so make sure you follow. He added a tempting remark. Don't worry, you'll gain many benefits. Besides the sex rewards, I'll also give you a personal reward. Fangxing thought to himself, his hand still gripping the dagger's hilt. It seems Hu Qing doesn't recognize me. He even forgot our encounter at the sect gate. He feigned refusal. Many thanks for senior brother's kindness. It's just that I am too weak. It's best not to trouble you all. His mind was still full of doubts about their intentions. Senior brother Liu immediately grabbed Fangxing's shoulder, his voice fawning. Junior brother Fang, you're incredibly lucky to receive senior brother Ho's attention. Hu Qing coldly warned. I advise you not to be disrespectful. Senior brother Liu secretly thought the brat wouldn't dare to defy them this time, while Fangxing grinned widely, feigning obedience. A glint flashed in Fangxing's eyes as he decisively agreed. Then of course, I am willing to go. Fangxing stood upright, facing the two with a smile full of hidden meaning. Fangxing's 180-degree change in attitude left senior brother Liu dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Hu Qing, however, seemed satisfied, nodding. Very good. After finishing their business, the two departed. Senior brother Liu resumed his role as an errand boy, pouring tea for his boss amidst the mountain scenery. Hu Qing glanced at him, instructing, Before and after this matter, I hope junior brother will clean up thoroughly, leaving no room for gossip. Senior brother Liu grinned sinisterly, assuring him, Senior brother, rest assured he's just a nobody, no one will pay attention. In senior brother Liu's hand was a shimmering pouch of gold coins, a reward for his loyalty and dirty schemes. In the quiet of the late night, a voice warned about the Talisman Order mission. What's so great about this Talisman Order? Even Spirit Movement Stage 3, disciples have a very high chance of failing, and failure means only death. In the room, Yusan Liang was gesticulating wildly, analyzing for Fangxing. How long have you been in the sect for them to invite you? It's clearly a trap. The fat man pressed his face close, his voice full of worry. Listen to me, you absolutely must not go this time, or you'll only encounter misfortune. Fangxing stood up, his gaze sharp. I know this is Hu Qing's trick, but whether I go or not depends on my own capabilities and background. He sighed, recalling the image of a tragically deceased blue-haired disciple. Fangxing turned and asked directly, Does the sect really ignore matters of forcing people to accept such talisman orders? Yusan Liang sneered, exposing the harsh truth. The sect is precisely the one that wants more people to accept talisman orders. They want to force all disciples to risk their lives competing outside. He continued to expose. Even if you die outside, the sect will just say you voluntarily undertook the mission. Insignificant figures like us, no one cares if we die. Fangxing looked down at his bowl of rice, muttering, Ah, so that's how it is. Yusan Liang suddenly leaned in, whispering with a sly expression. Actually, there's another way to sneak out of the sect. If they can't find you, they'll have no choice but to give up. Fangxing snapped his head up, his eyes wide with surprise. Sneak away? How? The fat man revealed a shocking secret. He knew a hidden trail on the western slope of the valley, guaranteed to be unknown to Hu Qing and senior brother Liu. Fangxing was silent for a moment, then bowed his head. Senior brother Yu, thank you. But then the young boy looked up, a challenging smile on his face. But I won't run. Yusan Liang panicked, shouting, Junior brother Fang, this is no time for false pride. Fangxing calmly explained. Senior brother Yu, you and I come from different backgrounds. You wouldn't understand. His gaze became resolute. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, fleeing is useless. A giant white vulture circled above the sect's rooftops, while Fangxing's thoughts echoed. The only way to survive is to face it head-on. The vulture spread its wings across the night sky, and from the shadows, the eye of a mysterious beast silently observed everything. The next morning, horses galloped, kicking up clouds of dust on the mountain road. Fangxing led the group of horses, along with Hu Qing, senior brother Liu, and another subordinate, officially setting off on the death mission. Two disciples stood watching curiously, marveling as Hu Qing, the top outer sect disciple, received this year's command talisman. wondering which lucky weakling would get to tag along. Fang Xing gripped the reins, his gaze sharp, his aura completely different from a new recruit. Creak! The door to Fang Xing's room swung open. Hu Qing and his retinue arrived by horse in the courtyard. Seeing Fang Xing, already waiting, the young Fang Xing smirked slightly, his eyes showing not a trace of fear. Hu Qing ordered, "Junior brother, if you're ready, mount your horse." But in his mind he found it strange. Why does this kid look so different today? Hu Qing's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the young man before him. Fang Xing stood alone, facing a formidable lineup, yet his imposing presence was not diminished. The surrounding disciples continued to whisper, not understanding why senior brother Ho brought a child along. He must be some privileged offspring. Yu Sanliang and several other disciples watched from afar, the fat man's face filled with worry for his sworn brother. Seeing Fang Xing disappear from sight, senior brother Lu immediately turned to taunt Yu Sanliang. "Fatty, he's gone. You're next. Don't worry, he'll take good care of you." Along the way, another disciple stopped his horse and respectfully handed Ho Qing something. The disciple bowed his head. Junior brother wishes senior brother Ho swift success, as he presented a yellow brocade pouch. Fang Xing, sitting on his horse, replied on behalf of the group with confidence. "That's a given." The entire group galloped swiftly, dust flying everywhere, officially beginning their hunting expedition. While galloping, Fang Xing turned and asked Ho Qing directly, "Senior brother Hu, what exactly are we doing?" Ho Qing scoffed, replying in a seemingly dangerous tone. "We're hunting down demonic creatures." "Scared yet?" he thought to himself. Truly a child. I must have overestimated him. Fang Xing not only wasn't scared but also curiously asked further, "Oh, what kind of demonic creatures?" Senior brother Liu interjected, his voice full of mockery. "Do you know why no one dared to accept this year's command talisman?" Senior brother Liu explained why no one dared to accept the mission. Because the target was a level 4 demonic beast, the toad python. The group stopped to set up camp in a gloomy forest under the moonlight, preparing for the hunt. The campfire flickered, signaling a restless night. A bearded man in the group, Liu San, gulped down wine. Liu San turned to look at Fang Xing, his face full of scrutiny. The bearded man taunted, "What's wrong? Knowing you're about to battle the toad python, are you scared now?" Fang Xing clenched his fists, braced himself, and declared, "The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. I am not afraid." The young man looked bewildered as Liu San offered him a wineskin. Liu San chuckled, coaxing, "Wine is wonderful. A few sips will make all fear disappear." Fang Xing appeared hesitant, holding the wineskin but his eyes remaining thoughtful. Finally, he decided to tilt his head back and drain it in one gulp. Fang Xing collapsed on the spot, while Hu Qing and senior brother Liu burst into triumphant laughter. Ho Qing ordered, "Tomorrow we will enter the mountain. Don't drink too much, get some rest." The group obeyed, while Fang Xing lay motionless by the fire. Senior brother Liu asked Ho Qing, his voice full of worry, "Young master, is there no other way?" Thought to be dead drunk, Fang Xing suddenly opened his eyes, wide awake. Liu San also spoke up, seemingly having developed some sympathy for the young man. Junior brother Fang was also bullied in the sect. We should be a support for him. Ho Qing's face was cold as he affirmed, "There's no other way. Our opponent is a level 4 demonic beast. If we don't use bait to ambush it while it's eating, we have no chance of winning." Senior brother Liu brushed it aside. "Liu San, you're as soft-hearted as ever. What's wrong with sacrificing this kid to reduce risk? Just consider him dead the moment he left the sect." Liu San bowed his head, accepting the harsh truth. "You're right, I was too sentimental." Around the campfire, Ho Qing asked Zhao Ji about the preparations for the plan. A specially crafted dagger, razor-sharp and radiating spiritual energy, had been sharpened, ready for the sinister task. Zhao Ji grinned sinisterly, boasting that this dagger could shatter the Qi Si, and tomorrow he would pierce 18 acupoints so the bait's blood and spiritual energy would seep out to lure the demonic beast. Feigning death, Fang Xing kept his eyes slightly open, overhearing the entire plan of those scoundrels. They continued to discuss their plan, asserting that this demonic beast was most fond of cultivator flesh, and the kid's screams would be the perfect bait. Ho Qing instructed his subordinates not to be careless, as this demonic azure mountain was not to be trifled with. Under the crescent moon, they unanimously obeyed, ready for tomorrow's hunt. The next morning, Fang Xing received a direct kick to the backside to wake him up. "Kid, get up, it's time." Groggily getting up, Fang Xing mumbled, "Yes," while the entire team was already ready to depart. Fang Xing innocently asked Liu San, "Aren't we riding horses anymore?" and was explained that riding horses in Demonic Azure Mountain was suicide. Hearing the name Demonic Azure Mountain, Feng Xing feigned surprise, as if hearing it for the first time. Liu San began to recount the history of the mountain, about 100 zhang toad python that once occupied this place before some soaring rainbow sword immortal impaled it. The clash between the beast's power and the sword immortal transformed the mountain into a graveyard filled with demonic energy, giving rise to countless mutated demonic beasts. He warned that demonic Azure Mountain was now a dead land, teeming with lurking demonic beasts. One misstep meant instant death. Feng Xing perfectly played the role of a new recruit, exclaiming with wide eyes and mouth agape, "That terrifying?" Liu San sighed, his gaze at Feng Xing complex. It seemed he wasn't too fond of this plan either. Suddenly, Liu San threw Feng Xing a wineskin. He turned his back and uttered, "This wineskin is for you. If you return alive, use it to practice your alcohol tolerance." From a distance, Ho Qing had lost patience and snapped, "Hey, Liu San, what are you still dawdling for?" Liu San turned back, his gaze heavy, and called Feng Xing to depart. "Let's go, junior brother Feng. We still have a long way to go." Feng Xing held the wine pouch Liu San had just thrown, a calculating glint flashing in his eyes. He looked up, perfectly playing the role of an innocent junior disciple. "Thank you, senior brother Liu." The entire group plunged headlong into the dense forest, heading straight for the deadly mountain. The scene that unfolded was truly a graveyard. Human bones and tattered clothes were scattered everywhere. A colossal python slithered over the pile of skeletons, its tongue hissing eerily in the air, thick with demonic energy. Not just snakes, a monstrous giant toad also lumbered into view amidst the purple, poisonous mist. The poisonous toad's blood-red eyes swept around, having detected intruders in its territory. Whoosh! A streak of azure sword energy tore through the air, cutting away the thorny vines blocking their path. Hu Qing swung his sword with effortless grace, batting away a volley of incoming poisonous thorns. His skill was truly extraordinary. After a desperate run, the entire group of lackeys was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Yet Ho Qing remained composed. A henchman named Qian Tong leaned on his sword, panting, and grumbled, "What kind of hellish place is this? It's as hot as a crematorium." The tanned disciple next to him suddenly shouted, pointing forward, "Qian Tong, look ahead." In the midst of the deadly forest, a clear blue lake unexpectedly appeared before their eyes. The tanned disciple turned to flatter Hu Qing. "Young master, we've been climbing demonic Azure Mountain for days now. How about we rest for a bit?" Ho Qing cast a cold glance, while the disciple's face was beaming with anticipation. A chilling wind swept through, the rustling leaves sounding like the whispers of death. Hu Qing narrowed his eyes, observed, then curtly declared, "All right, take a rest." The tanned disciple was overjoyed, hastily thanking him profusely. "Many thanks, young master." Feng Xing also feigned exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground, panting, with Liu San standing beside him, hands on his knees. Hidden behind the dense foliage, a pair of glowing red eyes belonging to a colossal monster silently watched the group. The feast was about to begin. Qian Tong excitedly yelled, "This damn weather, I stink! I'm going for a swim first." He puffed out his chest, feeling smug, then suddenly sensed something was amiss. Bang! Liu San unexpectedly lunged, tackling Qian Tong right at the edge of the lake, startling the tanned disciple standing nearby. Qian Tong furiously shouted, "Liu San, are you crazy?" Liu San retorted in a harsh voice, "You're the crazy one. Don't you know going into this lake means you'll be gone?" Qian Tong still stubbornly argued, "Don't scare me. What's so strange about this crystal-clear lake?" Liu San contemptuously declared, Idiot." Whoosh! He drew his knife, slicing off a piece of flesh from a tail covered in sickly green scales. The bait looked like the tail of some grotesque lizard, still faintly emitting demonic energy. Liu San threw the bait directly into the lake before the bewildered eyes of his two henchmen. "Watch closely." The bait slowly sank, leaving a trail of dark blood dissolving in the water. The once clear blue lake surface suddenly spread, with a blood-red hue. Qian Tong still didn't understand what was happening, muttering, "What's the big deal?" Suddenly, from within the red water, a swarm of jagged-toothed demonic piranhas surged forward, tearing the bait to shreds. Qian Tong froze, his face pale, unable to utter a word. The tanned disciple frantically pointed at the blood-churning lake surface. What is that?" Liu San began to explain to his two disciples, who were still utterly shocked. He explained, "These are a type of demonic piranha, infected with demonic energy, normally invisible to the naked eye. Only when a living creature enters the water do they materialize and turn blood red from their thirst for blood." The ferocious demonic piranhas tore everything apart, and Liu San warned, "These creatures aren't strong, but they are extremely aggressive and numerous. Even a master would struggle to survive encountering them. Beneath the water lay the skeleton of a python, and Liu San concluded, "If I hadn't stopped you, you'd be a pile of bones by now." Qian Tong and the tanned disciple were utterly drained of color, sweat pouring off them like rain after the demonic piranha's display of power. Ho Qing began to explain Liu San's background. Before joining the sect, Liu San was the only hunter who dared to enter demonic Mist Mountain and return alive. "That's why my clan sent him to assist me." Liu San turned back, his voice sharp as he warned his two weak junior disciples. "If you don't want to die a meaningless death here, then it's best to listen to me." The two lackeys nodded repeatedly, their faces still pale with fear. "Yes, young master." Hu Qing glanced, signaling Liu San to come closer to discuss a private plan. Ho Qing instructed Liu San, his voice full of caution. "We're almost there. Be a little careful with that kid. Don't let any mistakes happen at the last minute." Liu San looked puzzled, glancing at Fang Xing, who was lounging in the distance. "Young master, no matter how I look at him, he's just an ordinary kid. Why are you so wary of him?" Hu Qing's eyes were sharp and calculating. "The stakes this time are very high. It's better to be careful. This is the final leg. We must keep a close eye on him." Hu Qing leaned in close, his voice full of menace. "I understand you have some affection for the kid, but don't let that affect the mission. Don't forget your younger brother." Liu San's face changed, and he bowed his head, accepting his fate, not daring to argue another word. "I understand, young master." Fang Xing, still perfectly feigning innocence, casually asked, "Senior brother Liu, what were you just discussing with senior brother Hu?" Liu San evaded the question, his voice a little complex. "Nothing much, just that we're almost there, so I should look after you more carefully." Liu San stood up, urging the group to move. "We've rested enough, let's go. Try to reach our destination before nightfall." Liu San tightened his grip on his sword hilt, while Fang Xing replied with a calm, "All right," but his eyes were already full of calculations. The group of five continued deeper into the gloomy forest, where the demonic energy began to grow denser. As Fang Xing walked, he secretly calculated, knowing that the real show was about to begin and they were about to make their move. Fang Xing's eyes gleamed with determination, devoid of any innocence. "I must find a way to escape as soon as possible." The entire formation moved, Hu Qing leading the way, with Fang Xing trapped in the middle, completely surrounded by the enemy. Hu Qing suddenly stopped, giving an order with a cold, emotionless expression. "Everyone prepare, we're about to fight." Senior brother Liu, Zhao Zi, flashed a sinister smile, drawing his gleaming custom-made dagger. "Don't worry, young master. We've been ready for a long time." Senior brother Zhao Zaji, smirked nastily, clearly considering Fang Xing his prey. Fang Xing glanced, thinking to himself, "So direct? Have they run out of patience for the act?" Ho Qing pointed forward, his voice cold. "Ahead is the swamp. Be careful to go around it." The group stood before a vast, deadly swamp, its murky water looking utterly repulsive. Qiantong wrinkled his nose and covered it, grumbling, "It stinks." Fang Xing cautiously walked along the bank, probing for a path to safety with each step. Whoosh! Hu Qing suddenly tripped him, directly kicking Fang Xing straight into the swamp. Fang Xing had no time to react, losing his balance and tumbling towards the deadly mud pit. The two lackeys, their faces drained of color, cried out in alarm, "Young master! That kid fell in." Slowly sinking into the mud, Fang Xing cried out, playing the victim, "Senior brother Hu, senior brother Zhao, save me." Hu Qing was still frowning because his plan was disrupted when a hand suddenly grabbed Fang Xing's wrist. Fang Xing looked up, crying out in surprise upon seeing his rescuer, senior brother Zhao. Liu San roared, "Are you stupid? Don't move. The more you struggle, the faster you'll sink." He then turned to scold his two subordinates. "What are you two doing? Quickly grab my legs and pull." Qian Tong and the tanned lackey were startled, quickly replying, trembling. The whole group formed a human chain. The two weaklings strained to pull Liu San's legs while he tried to drag Fang Xing up. With a final heave, Fang Xing was pulled safely onto the bank. The group lay sprawled on the ground, panting after the terrifying rescue. The two lackeys again covered their noses, complaining, "This kid, his whole body stinks terribly," Hu Qing silently observed, his eyes revealing clear displeasure and an undisguised hint of murderous intent. Fang Xing crawled on the ground, coughing violently, while Hu Qing stood tall like a judging deity, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Fang Xing looked up, displaying an innocent, guiltless expression. "Senior brother Zhao, thank you for saving my life." He feigned bewilderment upon seeing the big man's reaction. Liu San snapped, scolding him fiercely. What the hell were you doing? Without me, you'd be dead. Understand? Fang Xing again played the innocent lamb, whimpering an apology. I'm sorry, it was my carelessness. I'll be more careful next time. He obediently returned a small wooden shield to Liu San. Liu San grumbled, his face grim. There won't be a next time. While Fang Xing quietly walked behind him, the two useless lackeys sat slumped on the ground, breathing as if on the verge of death, while Ho Qing stood alone in a corner, clearly showing his disgust. Hu Qing lost all patience, coldly ordering, "Enough. Keep going, there's still a ways to go." The group approached a clear blue lake, but its banks were littered with white bones, signaling it was a graveyard. Ho Qing narrowed his eyes, his voice firm. "We've arrived." He turned to signal his companions, his gaze sharp. "Zhao Ji, it's your turn to act." Just then, Fang Xing interjected, his face scrunched up. "Senior brothers, I need to relieve myself for a moment. Could you wait for me?" Ho Qing sneered, feigning understanding. "It's natural to be scared facing demonic beasts for the first time. Just relieve yourself by the lake, but be careful not to fall in and become fish food." Fang Xing grinned widely again, feigning gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother Ho. I'll be right back." Ho Qing added another sentence, setting a cunning trap. "Oh, right. Senior brother Zhao here also needs to relieve himself. You two go together." Ho Qing's eyes turned cold, giving a secret order. "It's time to deal with him. Make it quick and clean, understand?" Zhao Ji turned away, displaying a deadly, sinister smile. "No problem, young master." Zhao Ji began to strike up a conversation, feigning friendliness. "Hey kid, I want to ask if you have parents or siblings?" Fang Xing calmly replied, "No, I'm an orphan." "What about senior brother Zhao?" He continued his act. "Kid, actually, I find you very resilient, much more so than those other crybabies. If you stay in the sect long enough, you might even achieve something great." Zhao Zi leaned closer, beginning to probe for weaknesses. "And that senior brother Liu San, he seems to be very fond of you. Do you know why?" Fang Xing calmly gave a curt reply. "No." Zhao Zi began to explain. "Liu San has a younger brother about your age, who is very ill. He probably cares for you because he sees his brother in you." Fang Xing feigned innocence, smiling as he asked, "Oh, why is senior brother Zhao suddenly telling me these things?" The assassin looked up at the sky, his voice dramatic. "Yes, I'm also wondering why." Zhao Ji dropped his facade, his smile turning vicious as he drew a dagger. "Perhaps it's because I want you to know a little more before you die." He smirked sinisterly, thinking his prey was already in his grasp, but Fang Xing's figure before him suddenly vanished. Zhao Ji was still bewildered when a sharp blade pierced his hip from behind. The assassin was stunned, sweat pouring down, unable to believe he was outsmarted by a mere kid. "You!" From behind, Fang Xing appeared with eyes as cold as ice, completely devoid of his previous innocence. Zhao Ji frantically tore Fang Xing's hand away, swinging his dagger, attempting a desperate counterattack. He yelled "Die!" and lunged forward, but Fang Xing effortlessly blocked his wrist with just one hand. Crack! Fang Xing broke his arm without the slightest hesitation, the dry sound of bone shattering echoing. Zhao Ji let out a miserable scream, the pain contorting his face. Fang Xing coldly finished him off, leaving the corpse of the weak assassin to collapse into a pool of blood. Back at the lakeside, Liu San impatiently demanded to go search for Fang Xing, but Ho Qing remained calmly with his arms crossed, acting like the boss. Liu San growled, losing patience. "That kid." He was clearly extremely worried. Hu Qing lost patience, clicked his tongue, then unleashed a volley of lightning-fast flying swords directly at Liu San. Just as the swords were about to strike, Liu San Fang Xing suddenly appeared, placing his foot on Zhao Ji's corpse, which he had just dragged back. Fang Xing's eyes were sharp. He merely stood still, yet his aura alone blocked all the flying swords. Hu Qing gaped, unable to believe his eyes. "He dodged my flying swords? Impossible." Fang Xing not only parried the attack, he charged forward with terrifying speed, his eyes resolute. Golden energy erupted from Fang Xing's body, completely neutralizing Ho Qing's flying sword technique. He glided past the sword aura, aiming directly for the still bewildered assassin Zhao Zi. With a whoosh, Fang Xing seized Zhao Ji, using him as a human shield, then plunged straight towards the lakeshore. Both crashed into the water, creating a colossal column of spray. The tanned lackey and Liu San gaped in horror. He jumped into the river. Is he trying to drag senior brother Zhao down with him? Beneath the surface, Zhao Ji panicked as blood began to spread, attracting something in the darkness. The invisible demonic piranhas began to materialize, rushing in from all directions, their razor-sharp teeth ready. Zhao Ji screamed in despair as the hungry swarm of demonic piranhas began their gruesome feast. "Save me!" On the shore, Hu Qing, Liu San, and the lackey watched the horrifying scene in stunned silence, only able to utter senior brother Zhao's name. Zhao Ji's arm surfaced, desperately trying to call for help amidst the scattering flock of birds. Ho Qing narrowed his eyes, muttering with murderous intent. That brat. Could he have known our plan beforehand? In mere moments, all that remained of Zhao Zi was a white skeleton, and his sword, slowly sinking to the bottom. Liu San was the first to notice something amiss, shouting, "Wait a minute. Why is there only Zhao Zi's corpse?" A few air bubbles rose to the surface of the lake, signaling that someone was still alive. Suddenly, Fang Xing emerged from the water, spitting out a mouthful of water, looking completely unharmed. The tanned lackey pointed, stammering in horror, "Wait. Look. It's that brat. He's not dead." Fang Xing slowly walked out of the water, his body drenched but his aura soaring to the heavens. He turned to face Hu Qing's group, clenching his fists, ready for the real battle. Fang Xing beckoned provocatively, a clear taunting smile on his lips. "Come at me." Ho Qing gritted his teeth, unable to believe that Brat had miraculously survived. A moment later, in a quiet forest, the internal interrogation began. Liu San was tied tightly to a tree trunk, a sharp sword tip pressed against his face, his situation precarious. The tanned lackey roared, questioning why the demonic piranhas hadn't devoured that brat, and how he knew their plan. He pointed directly at Liu San. "You definitely told him." But the bearded man argued vehemently. "I might sympathize with Fang Xing, but I would never betray the clan." Liu San yelled, asserting that he also had no idea why that brat was immune to the fish. The lackey lost patience, screaming, "Shut up! Do you think young master will believe your words?" Then swung his sword straight down. Clang! A surge of blue energy blocked the sword strike right in front of Liu San. Hu Qing intervened, his entire body enveloped in blue sword aura, causing Liu San to ask in terror, "Young master, what is this?" Liu San froze, watching the sword held suspended in midair by an unimaginable power. Hu Qing retracted his aura, calmly stating, "Indeed, Liu San did not betray the clan. We simply underestimated that brat too much." He pointed to the ground, where strange tracks of a colossal reptile were visible, drawing everyone's attention. In Ho Qing's hand were a few ordinary-looking clumps of dirt, nothing special about them. He explained, "I found this where that brat jumped into the lake. As he infused spiritual energy into them, the clumps of dirt immediately emitted an eerie purple light." The tanned lackey startled, realizing, "This is demonic energy." Ho Qing confirmed it was mud containing the demonic energy of a demonic python toad, an energy hidden within the earth, making it difficult to detect without activation. It turned out Fang Xing had smeared this mud all over himself, using the aura of a rank 4 demonic beast to scare away the low-level demonic piranhas. Liu San suddenly understood, muttering, "Wait. When Fang Xing fell into the swamp, his body was covered in mud. Could it be?" Ho Qing gritted his teeth, confirming that swamp was indeed the demonic python toad's waste ground. He analyzed, that brat must have known there was demonic energy in the swamp, which is why he deliberately jumped in. Hu Qing narrowed his eyes, concluding that Brat had calculated every move from the very beginning. Liu San broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe a mere brat could possess such terrifying calculating abilities. Hu Qing turned to scold his lackeys. "All of you were deceived by his appearance, completely letting your guard down." The tanned lackey fell silent, unable to retort a single word. He could only silently place his hand on his shield, feeling utterly foolish. Both Liu San and the tanned lackey stood silently, enduring the scolding, not daring to utter a sound. Liu San asked anxiously, "Young master, I'm afraid that Brat has escaped. Without him as bait, what should we do?" Hu Qing smirked, calmly stating, "Escaped? Not necessarily." Liu San and Qian Tong looked bewildered, not understanding their boss's meaning. Hu Qing retorted, "Didn't you see that Brat's final expression?" Recalling Fang Xing's face, it wasn't the look of someone fleeing, but the gaze of a predator eyeing revenge. Meanwhile, Fang Xing had reached the shore, secretly thinking that the demonic energy in the water dissipated faster than expected. If he hadn't gotten out in time, those damned fish would have torn his arm to shreds. He admitted that his escape this time was thanks to the demonic python toad's waste ground, but the greatest credit still belonged to the yin-yang divine demon book. Under the moonlight, Fang Xing looked towards the forest, where Hu Qing's group was located. Fang Xing smirked dangerously, vowing, "Just you wait, not a single one of you will escape." In the dark forest, Hu Qing stood guard, while his two lackeys pretended to be fast asleep in their sleeping bags by the campfire. From a tree, Fang Xing observed, a smirk playing on his lips, thinking they had let their guard down. He swooped down like a ghost, dagger in hand, preparing for a lightning-fast ambush. Fang Xing charged forward with a wooden spear, but suddenly froze. Realizing something was amiss, he cursed under his breath, realizing he had fallen into a trap, as an invisible force knocked him back. Fang Xing was sent flying, blood splattering from his face, bitterly admitting his carelessness. He angrily looked back at the scene, realizing the two sleeping bags were mere dummies, and Hu Qing had been waiting for him all along. Hu Qing exuded an overwhelming aura, blue sword chi swirling around him, and ordered his subordinates, block his escape route, I'll handle him. Hu Qing, Liu San, and Qian Tong appeared, forming a pincer movement to tightly encircle Fang Xing. The lackeys gleefully obeyed, mocking Fang Xing as a young brat seeking his own demise. Hu Qing said little, merely pointed a finger, and countless flying swords hovered behind him, ready to launch at any moment. Fang Xing calculated in his mind, realizing that if he fled, all three would pin him down. His only path to survival was to break through head-on. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Xing employed his movement technique to evade Hu Qing's sharp sword strikes. He successfully closed the distance, his body erupting with a dazzling golden energy, using his bare hands to block a sword chi attack. Fang Xing's golden energy and Hu Qing's blue sword chi clashed fiercely. Fang Xing unleashed a heaven-shattering punch, shattering Hu Qing's defense. Crack! Hu Qing's sword shattered into pieces before the might of the punch. Though blood trickled from his mouth, Fang Xing gritted his teeth, enduring, astonished by his own strength. However, the disparity in cultivation levels was real. The recoil force sent Fang Xing tumbling to the ground. Hu Qing stood there, radiating an imposing aura, realizing Fang Xing had hidden his true cultivation level and secretly admiring the young brat's potential. If I let you stay in the sect for a few more years, who knows how formidable you would become, Hu Qing coldly declared. Unfortunately, you no longer have that chance. Fang Xing lay sprawled on the ground, bitterly realizing the immense gap in cultivation levels, while Hu Qing ordered, Qian Tong, tie him up, but not too tightly. He's about to become bait. Completely overwhelmed, Fang Xing gritted his teeth and endured. The lackey Qian Tong pinned Fang Xing down, sneering triumphantly. Heh heh, little brat, don't worry. You're about to become a pile of minced meat. Even when tightly restrained, Fang Xing's gaze remained unwavering, silently biding his time. Suddenly, Fang Xing pulled out a hidden dagger, a flash of light appearing as he prepared for a swift counterattack. Qian Tong hadn't even fully grasped what was happening when he felt something was wrong. Slash. Fang Xing plunged the dagger straight into Qian Tong's chest, making him scream in agony. Blood gushed from Qian Tong's mouth. He stared in horror at the young brat who had just stabbed him. Liu San and Hu Qing froze, utterly shocked by this unbelievable turn of events. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Xing sprang up, sending the injured lackey flying with a kick. Without a second's hesitation, Fang Xing sprinted deep into the forest, vanishing into the darkness. Hu Qing was stunned, unable to believe the young brat's recklessness and cunning. Where did that little rascal even come from? Hu Qing quickly used spiritual energy to staunch Qian Tong's bleeding, noting that the wound was only inches from a vital point. Qian Tong, despite his pain and severely injured arm, still cried out, "Young master, that brat is heavily wounded. Don't worry about me. Go after him quickly." Hu Qing ordered everyone to stop, admitting that the young brat was too cunning to be underestimated, and decided to tend to Qian Tong's wound first. After stabilizing, Qian Tong collapsed by the campfire, drenched in sweat from the agony. Hu Qing sat down to inquire about Qian Tong's condition, and Liu San reported that he hadn't been hit in a vital spot, and his life was secured. Hu Qing's gaze suddenly paused. He realized something familiar. He picked up the blood-stained dagger and immediately recognized it. Is this Zhao Ji's dagger? Liu San held the blood-stained dagger, analyzing. I pulled it from Qian Tong's neck. This type, once it pierces the body, will seal off the spiritual acupoints. Hu Qing's expression changed upon hearing this. Realizing the problem was far from simple, Liu San confirmed the situation. Indeed, for at least the next half-month, Qian Tong will be crippled, unable to use spiritual energy. Lying in agony on the ground, Qian Tong gnashed his teeth. That dog dared to stab me with Zhao Ji's dagger. Once I recover, I'll flay him alive. Liu San expressed concern, suggesting, Young master, the bait is gone, and Qian Tong is severely injured. How about we return to the sect to regroup and then plan? Hu Qing brushed him off, his eyes sharp and cold. If we return now, The sect will deem us failures, and there will never be a second chance. Liu San continued to worry. But now without bait, how can we hunt that python toad? Hu Qing turned and asked directly. Liu San, do you have any way to find that brat? Liu San replied helplessly. In this demonic mist forest, the demonic energy is chaotic. If he's hidden himself, it's impossible to find him. Qian Tong, despite his pain, tried to reassure. It's all right, young master, that rascal will have to return to the sect eventually. Then we can deal with him as we please. Hu Qing angrily grabbed Liu San by the collar, growling as he questioned again about the inability to track the brat. Liu San firmly asserted, yes, it's the truth. Hu Qing fell silent, his eyes thoughtful, clearly calculating another move. He began to play psychological games, reminding Liu San of the agreement with his family regarding the treatment of his younger brother's consumption. Liu San admitted, yes, thanks to the family's medicine, my younger brother can live day by day. But consumption is an incurable disease. Hu Qing coldly replied concisely. Indeed. He delivered a direct, fatal blow. If this mission fails, the family will terminate its contract with you. Liu San was heavily shocked, his eyes wide as he screamed, impossible. He hastily argued, reiterating the agreement that as long as he obeyed orders, medicine for his younger brother would always be provided. Hu Qing ruthlessly crushed his hope. The family only recruited you for this mission. If you fail, you'll be worthless. Swish. Hu Qing, without a word of warning, plunged his sword straight into Qian Tong's leg, making him scream in pain. Qian Tong collapsed, blood gushing out profusely, while Hu Qing watched coldly, and Liu San stood frozen stiff. Liu San frantically grabbed Hu Qing, yelling, young master, what in the world are you doing? Hu Qing's expression remained unchanged as he calmly explained. We need bait, and Qian Tong is the only one who can do it. I crippled his left leg so he can't run away. Having been turned into a sacrifice, Qian Tong screamed in despair. Hu Qing, how could you cruelly use such a scheme against me? Liu San also couldn't believe it, stammering. Young master, Eve worked for you like a slave, and this is how you treat us? Hu Qing snarled, cutting off his sentimentality. Liu San, haven't you figured it out yet? Liu San broke out in a cold sweat, finally realizing his own perilous situation. Hu Qing asserted firmly, cutting off all his escape routes. Like me, you can no longer turn back now. Cornered, Liu San gritted his teeth, his eyes reflecting resignation and determination. He bowed his head and heavily complied. Yes, young master. The next morning, Hu Qing calmly sat on a high branch, awaiting the outcome. Qian Tong was tied up tightly like an animal, gagged, and left in the misty forest to serve as bait for demonic beasts. Liu San ventured deep into the forest alone, with a heavy demeanor. Clearly on a dirty mission. He stopped in a clearing and called out loudly into the air. Come out, Fang Xing. I know you're there. From a tree branch, Fang Xing jumped down and calmly asked, Indeed, senior brother Liu, how did you know I was here? Liu San circulated his cultivation, his entire body radiating a blazing red aura, ready for battle. He pointed at Fang Xing's wine gourd and explained, that wine gourd was tainted with tracking powder that I used when I was a hunter. Liu San confidently declared, as long as you're still in these demonic azure mountains, I can follow the scent to find you. After hearing this, Fang Xing's expression showed no panic. He only replied with a concise sentence. I see. Fang Xing calmly taunted. But I don't understand why you didn't inform Hu Qing and instead came here yourself to find me. Liu San silently pulled out a red brocade pouch from his fur coat. He growled, his face full of confidence. I alone am enough to capture you. Crack! He crushed the brocade pouch, and fresh blood splattered everywhere, making even Fang Xing freeze in shock. The tattered brocade pouch fell heavily to the ground. Immediately, a blood-red aura flared up, enveloping Liu San's entire body. He laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming. This is a spiritual artifact of my clan, capable of temporarily enhancing bodily functions by absorbing the user's flesh and blood. Fang Xing also gasped. Senior brother Liu, are you going to such great lengths just to capture me? Liu San drew his sword, his aura blazing. Qian Tong isn't skilled enough to lure the demonic toad and the giant python. The mission might fail. Fang Xing took a defensive stance, ready to meet the challenge, as a dazzling golden sword energy surged towards him. Die! Liu San roared, swinging his sword down with all his enhanced strength. A gigantic sword energy tore through the air, aimed directly at Fang Xing's position. You want me dead just for that worthless talisman? Fang Xing yelled, as he charged in for a direct confrontation. Clang! Even though he used his dagger to block the attack, The terrifying shockwave sent Fang Xing flying like a ball, creating a huge explosion. After the collision, Fang Xing landed, a golden aura enveloping his body, clearly having activated his defensive ability. Liu San hovered in the air, his entire body still blazing, and coldly declared, "I have my own reasons." Fang Xing gritted his teeth, his face darkened, realizing a serious problem. "My right arm is completely paralyzed." Seeing his opponent injured, Liu San gave him no time to breathe, continuing to charge forward, attacking like a storm. Boom! The two streams of power collided again, creating an even larger explosion than before. This time, Fang Xing used his movement technique to dodge the sword slash, slid across the ground, and launched a dangerous strike at Liu San's flank. Fang Xing cursed as Liu San, in a frenzied state with blazing eyes, swung his sword to strike. Ho Qing's subordinate unleashed a fiery slash with terrifying speed. The power of the slash tore through an entire row of trees, proving his enhanced strength had reached a new level. Fang Xing couldn't dodge in time, took the full force of the blow, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The protagonist was sent flying, dragging his battered body to a tree trunk, looking miserable. Thinking it was over, Fang Xing unexpectedly smirked, a nosebleed streaming down, but his eyes full of calculation. "This is my chance." Liu San was in a bloodthirsty frenzy when he was suddenly startled, sensing danger. Whoosh! A dazzling golden light, which was Fang Xing's flying sword, shot straight towards Liu San. Boom! The flying sword exploded the moment it hit its target, creating a huge explosion. Fang Xing held his breath and watched, wondering if this sneak attack could finish off his opponent. As the smoke cleared, Liu San still stood firm, his clothes tattered, heavily shocked. "You even have a flying sword. Who exactly are you?" It turned out that the flying sword was lodged directly in Liu San's right bicep, rendering him unable to move it. Fang Xing summoned another golden sword and began his verbal assault. "Senior brother Liu, your right arm is crippled. Stop now. I don't want to kill you and then be burdened on my way to find Ho Qing." Liu San gritted his teeth, his eyes spitting fire, and growled, "My apologies, Fang Xing." Unexpectedly, Liu San spat out a strange object from his mouth. Fang Xing's eyes widened in horror, realizing his opponent was playing dirty. A hidden weapon? A blazing red needle shot towards Fang Xing with incredible speed, even while that big fellow was still injured. Two weapons, a golden flying sword and a red hidden weapon, clashed in midair. The scene suddenly shifted to a vast expanse of white snow. A solitary figure walking amidst a desolate village. It turned out to be Liu San's memory, when his innocent younger brother asked him if he was going to work for the Ho clan, those who had seized their land and beaten the villagers. In the memory, Liu San's younger brother innocently asked, "You won't do anything bad when you work for them, will you?" Liu San admitted that the Hu family were scum, but he enticed his younger brother, saying only they could cure his illness. The boy sadly replied that he wanted to recover, but he didn't want his brother to become a bad person because of him. Liu San was stunned by his younger brother's understanding. He gave a forced laugh, patted his brother's head, and blatantly lied. "What are you thinking, kid? I'm just helping them hunt. I won't do anything bad." The boy believed him, and the two brothers walked hand in hand through the snow-covered landscape. Liu San's eyes in the past clearly showed his torment at having to deceive his own younger brother. To change the subject, Liu San invited his brother to a snowball fight, challenging him to see if the boy's skills had improved. He grinned, rolled a snowball, and declared that this time he wouldn't hold back. Liu San laughed heartily, praising his younger brother for learning a sneak attack. Back in reality, Fang Xing's golden flying sword and Liu San's red poison needle clashed fiercely. In the memory, the younger brother burst into tears, pressing a memento into Liu San's hand. The present, Liu San, covered in blood, clutched his chest, and bitterly admitted, "That's right, I was never good at lying." Fang Xing panted after the clash, still in a state of high alert. Thud. Liu San fell backward onto the ground, his poison needle embedding itself into a tree trunk behind him, completely missing its target. Fang Xing froze, unable to believe his eyes, and wondered, "He missed?" The scene suddenly became strangely peaceful under the clear blue sky. Fang Xing cautiously approached Liu San, who lay motionless on the ground, to check his condition. He muttered that it felt as if his opponent had intentionally missed the final blow, but then dismissed it, thinking he was hallucinating. Just as Fang Xing lowered his guard, Hu Qing, the true boss, loomed up right behind him. Hu Qing's face was cold as ice, and he uttered a contemptuous remark. "It seems that trash Liu San has failed." Losing patience, Ho Qing pressed his sword against the bound Qian Tong, coldly declaring, "I can't wait any longer, Qian Tong. My apologies." Slash. A stream of azure sword energy struck Qiantong directly, causing him to scream miserably before collapsing, covered in blood. Suddenly, Hu Qing spun around, as if he had detected something. Fang Xing appeared, sword in hand, his voice full of sarcasm. "Yo, young Master Hu. So you're finally attacking your own people, huh?" Hu Qing stared directly at Fang Xing, glancing at Liu San's corpse. "As expected, you didn't run. Where's Liu San? You must have killed him." Fang Xing calmly replied. "I didn't want to kill him, but he was stubborn." Hu Qing admitted he had guessed Liu San knew Fang Xing's location, but he hadn't expected the man to be foolish enough to go alone. Hu Qing scoffed. "It's good that he's dead. His weakness was useless to me." Fang Xing immediately retorted. "Really? I think he was much better than a young master who only knows how to attack his own people." Hu Qing lost all patience, his entire body erupting with azure spiritual energy. "Pointless chatter. Where do you get the courage to stand alone before me? Do you think you can defeat me?" Fang Xing smirked, gesturing mysteriously. "Are you sure I'm alone?" Hu Qing was startled, his eyes revealing astonishment as he sensed killing intent from behind. Unexpectedly, Qiantong, who was thought to be crippled, lunged from behind Hu Qing, ready for a fatal blow. Clang! Hu Qing reacted incredibly fast, raising his hand to neatly block Qiantong's stab. Qiantong clicked his tongue, annoyed that his surprise attack had been thwarted. Hu Qing turned around, roaring in disbelief. "Qiantong, why would you lie?" Qiantong stood firm, dagger clutched in his hand. Hu Qing stared in shock at the man's leg. He couldn't believe it. The wound had healed rapidly. "How can this be? Your wound, your spiritual energy has recovered?" From a distance, Fang Xing spoke up to explain, his tone as if he knew everything. "I guess Zhao Ji didn't have time to tell you everything about his dagger. It turned out that the dagger could seal spiritual energy when it pierced the body, temporarily nullifying the victim's cultivation. That was why Liu San and Fang Xing had chosen Qiantong, whose spiritual energy was sealed, as bait. But there was a fatal flaw Hu Qing didn't know. The sealing only worked while the body was still bleeding. Once the wound stopped bleeding, spiritual energy would recover immediately. And Qiantong had now regained his full strength. Hu Qing broke out in a cold sweat, his mind starting to process an unbelievable scenario. "Don't tell me," Qiantong confirmed, his voice full of resentment. "That's right. Last night, once the bleeding stopped, my spiritual energy recovered. But I was tied up then. So how could I tell you?" Hu Qing was speechless, recalling the scene of the young Fang Xing secretly giving the dagger to Qiantong. Realizing he had been led by the nose from the start, still trying to salvage the situation, Hu Qing roared, "Qiantong, the perfect bait has delivered itself, and your power has recovered, so why not side with me?" Hu Qing's killing intent flared, realizing Fang Xing's thinking was too terrifying. "I cannot let this brat return to the sect alive. I must silence him right here." Qiantong roared back without reservation. "Shut your mouth, Hu Qing. Do you think I'd have a chance to live after he dies, if I cooperated with you to kill him?" Hu Qing was speechless, unable to refute that brutal logic. Hu Qing's face darkened, accepting the bitter truth. "Yes, you're right. Pointless chatter." Hu Qing placed his hand on his sword hilt, preparing for a bloody battle. Hu Qing erupted with azure spiritual energy, growling. "Fang Xing, I admit I regret it, but now it's too late for words." Qiantong saw the real deal make a move, his face turning pale as he cursed. "Damn it." Amidst the storm of sword energy, Qiantong shouted a warning. "Kid, be careful of his azure wind sword, it's a genuine treasure. Let's go." Fang Xing threw a blazing golden saber towards his ally. Catch! With a whoosh, Qiantong snatched the golden saber, his new weapon in hand, his aura soaring. With a combined sword attack, Fang Xing and Qiantong charged at Hu Qing from two sides, forming a pincer movement. A streak of azure sword energy tore through their combined attack, sending Fang Xing flying backward. Thud! A spray of blood erupted as Qiantong took a fatal blow through the chest. Qiantong's eyes widened in horror, drenched in blood, unable to believe what had just happened. The henchman collapsed, impaled by the very golden saber Fang Xing had given him, while Fang Xing stood there, looking down coldly. A drop of blood dripped from the tip of Hu Qing's azure wind sword. The recent battle was clearly not without consequence. Fang Xing fled headlong, leaving Qiantong's corpse sprawled on the grass, while Hu Qing still stood tall in the distance. Fang Xing's face changed drastically, and he frantically admitted in his mind, "I couldn't perceive his movements at all." The Yin-Yang Divine Demon Book analyzed the Azure Wind Sword, a mid-grade magical artifact that could increase speed, but would damage meridians and cultivation. Fang Xing suddenly realized. finally understanding why Hu Qing would risk burning his cultivation to achieve such terrifying speed. Hu Qing's face was as cold as ice, his killing intent surging, determined to silence this brat at all costs. Whoosh! He lunged like a phantom, and Fangxing only had time to curse when he saw Qiantong's corpse right beside him. A stream of verdant sword energy tore through the air, aiming directly at Fangxing, who appeared utterly panicked. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted from beneath the ground, engulfing Hu Qing in a sea of flames. Fangxing was already standing at a safe distance, calmly admitting that he had deliberately lured Hu Qing into a trap to escape. Amidst the smoke and dust, Hu Qing unleashed countless azure sword energies, frantically pursuing the dodging Fangxing. Fangxing glided like the wind, deftly evading all of Hu Qing's attacks as he hovered in midair. Done with the cat-and-mouse game, Fangxing formed a hand seal, summoning his trump card, the nine-serpent golden flame blade. A blazing, golden blade appeared from thin air, its aura utterly overwhelming. Hu Qing froze upon seeing the familiar weapon, while Fangxing taunted. Why ask so many questions? Just take this. The golden blade and sword energy clashed fiercely, one side a raging inferno, the other icy spiritual power. Hu Qing concentrated all his spiritual power, erecting a sturdy azure shield to block the golden flames. Fangxing roared, charging without hesitation directly into Hu Qing's defensive shield. Hu Qing used his bare hands to parry the stream of flames, his eyes filled with astonishment at his opponent's power. Fangxing slipped past the defense, swinging his golden blade and plunging it straight into the ground, creating a surprise attack. Blood already trickled down his cheek, but Fangxing's gaze remained sharp, filled with determination to end the battle. Hu Qing flew high above, arrogantly declaring, "Do you think you can escape?" But Fangxing was determined to go all out. There's no turning back now. Without a moment's hesitation, Fangxing drew a dagger and slashed a sharp line across his palm. Fresh blood splattered across the ground, a deliberate act of self-harm. Hu Qing froze, unable to comprehend what trick this brat was pulling. Fangxing growled, his eyes blazing. "If I can't escape, then we'll die together." His palm flared with a dazzling golden light as spiritual energy merged with his blood. Hu Qing finally processed what was happening, realizing this brat had mixed highly concentrated spiritual energy into his blood to create bait. He confidently swooped down, sneering, "Trying to lure out the demonic python toad? You're helping me. I'll deal with you first, then the demonic beast." Fangxing smirked, taunting. "Young Master Hu, I suppose you've never gone toad hunting, have you?" Hu Qing ignored him, believing toads were merely fast predators, nothing to worry about. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of killing intent erupted from right beneath his feet, startling Hu Qing. Boom! The ground exploded in a sea of flames, sending the unfortunate Hu Qing flying. From within the purple poisonous mist, a colossal demonic toad with dozens of blood-red eyes slowly emerged. The eyes in the darkness earlier belonged to it. The gigantic monster obscured the sky, its imposing aura making both Fangxing and Hu Qing seem like mere ants. Information about the formidable creature appeared. Demonic python toad, a level 4 demonic beast, a hybrid of python and toad, capable of spitting poisonous mist, with tough hide, rendering ordinary weapons useless. Fangxing crossed his arms, continuing his taunt. "So, young Master Hu, do you still wish to kill me before dealing with this demonic python toad?" Hu Qing was furious, but still tried to act superior. "Your calculations are decent, but have you considered that you are its prey?" He retreated, ready to reap the benefits. "It's a pity I can't kill you myself, but letting it swallow you first, then I clean up, isn't bad either. I have enough patience to wait." Hu Qing mockingly bid farewell, certain that Fangxing was about to meet his end. His face shrouded in shadow, he curled his lips into a malicious smile, completely unaware that he had been tricked. Fangxing merely glanced, his sharp gaze seeming to say, "You fool, things have only just begun." No sooner had it appeared than the demonic python toad shot out its crimson tongue like a deadly arrow. Hu Qing's face changed drastically, and he hastily channeled spiritual energy to create an azure shield enveloping his entire body. Realizing defense was insufficient, Hu Qing frantically leaped to the side to dodge the lightning-fast attack. The colossal tongue grazed past him by a hair's breadth, its sheer force sending Hu Qing flying. As soon as he landed, he flipped back up, his eyes burning with anger, his hand gripping his sword tightly. Hu Qing gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into his sword, preparing to launch a counterattack. He spun to gain momentum, but the monster's tongue swept towards him once again from behind. A dazzling stream of azure sword energy shot forth from the tip of Hu Qing's sword. Fangxing merely stood there, calmly observing Hu Qing struggling to defend himself. Hu Qing fell sprawling, spitting blood, and roared bitterly. "Why am I the target? That brat is clearly bleeding. yet he's still standing there motionless. He glared at Fang Xing, who stood still as a statue, his mind filled with questions. What in the world did this scoundrel do? Fang Xing smirked, thinking to himself. The gamble paid off. It's indeed a level 4 demonic beast, but it still retains the habits of its original species. He analyzed the strategy in his mind. Its eyes are exactly like a python's. They only perceive moving objects, while stationary targets are automatically invisible. Ho Qing lost all his arrogance, pointing at Fang Xing and yelling, "Hey, you monster! That bastard is bleeding right next to you, quickly eat him." The demonic python toad completely ignored Hu Qing's shouts, continuing to swing its tongue at the only moving target. Realizing he couldn't just sit there and wait for death, Ho Qing gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Because you're a brainless beast." He frantically swung his sword, creating countless sharp sword energies that slashed towards the monster. Hu Qing actively charged forward, gliding past the attacking tongue of the demonic python toad. He leaped into the air, pouring all his spiritual power into his sword, and roared, "Then I'll carve you up first." Thud! A full-force sword strike plunged straight into the colossal demonic beast's head. Ho Qing's sword strike hit its target, but the monster's poisonous blood splattered all over him. Thinking he had finished off his prey, he never expected the demonic toad to let out an ear-splitting roar that shook heaven and earth. The sound waves spread with immense power, forcing Fang Xing, who was watching from afar, to clutch his head in pain. Hu Qing, who bore the full brunt of the attack, was blown backward like a leaf by the immense pressure. He struggled to land, horrified to see the monster still standing tall, completely unharmed after his full power strike. His azure wind sword began to emit green smoke, its blade severely corroded by the poisonous blood. Hu Qing broke out in a cold sweat, bitterly admitting, "This beast is truly tough to deal with. My sword can barely hold on." He glanced at Fang Xing, surprised to see the young man still standing firm after the soundwave attack. Fang Xing was also covering his mouth, sensing a strange odor spreading through the air. The demonic toad puffed out its gills and spewed a thick, purple, poisonous mist that enveloped the entire forest. Hu Qing quickly covered his nose and mouth, trying to hold his breath against the deadly toxic gas. Amidst the mist, the monster's silhouette appeared even more sinister and terrifying. It gradually faded into the shadows, leaving only its glowing red eyes like two ghostly lanterns. Ho Qing thought the monster had run out of tricks, but Fang Xing had a bad premonition, his face turning pale. Suddenly, the demonic toad opened its mouth wide, preparing to unleash another attack. Fang Xing was scared out of his wits, hastily waving his hands to explain, "Big brother demonic toad, I'm not with him." At that very moment, Hu Qing unexpectedly made his move, unleashing a fiery chain from his sleeve, a potent spiritual artifact he had kept hidden. Fang Xing was stunned, realizing he had been tricked. This scoundrel still has another trick up his sleeve. Ho Qing's chain wasn't aimed at the monster. Instead, it wrapped tightly around a nearby tree, clearly intended as an escape route. Ho Qing sneered triumphantly, using the chain to bind Fang Xing as bait before making a swift escape. "Farewell, junior brother Fang." Fang Xing cursed bitterly as he was swallowed by the demonic toad, his flying sword falling uselessly. The demonic toad closed its eyes, appearing satisfied after devouring its prey. From a distance, Ho Qing sighed in relief, muttering that the troublesome brat had finally met his end. He turned back to face the monster, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Now it's your turn, beast." Inside the monster's stomach, Fang Xing was still alive, enveloped by a thin layer of golden spiritual energy amidst a sea of green acid. He realized he had been swallowed, intending to break out from within, but bitterly admitted his spiritual energy was depleted, unable to even use his ultimate technique. Corrosive acid dripped down, and his defensive layer was slowly disintegrating. Fang Xing broke into a cold sweat, knowing that his protective spiritual energy was about to run out, and he would be instantly dissolved by the digestive fluids. He desperately wished for a rapid spiritual energy recovery pill to turn the tables. Suddenly, Fang Xing remembered something, his eyes lighting up as if he had found a lifeline. Wait, a medicinal pill. All of a sudden, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from the demonic toad. Ho Qing was thrown backward, his clothes tattered, covered in blood, looking utterly miserable. He looked at his azure wind sword. It had been corroded by the toxins to the point of becoming almost scrap metal. Hu Qing played his trump card, a blazing red spiritual energy chain burning in his hand, ready for a fight to the death. He roared, admitting that his spiritual energy had reached its limit, and this monster was beyond his capabilities. He couldn't handle it alone. Thinking of the girl named Xing Shui, Ho Qing tightened his grip on the chain, determined to pour out all his remaining strength. He gritted his teeth, growling madly. All or nothing, The chain in his hand erupted with fierce spiritual energy flames, ready for the decisive strike. Opposite him, the demonic toad also opened its mouth wide, filled with killing intent, preparing for a life-or-death clash. Seizing the opportunity, Ho Ching roared and swung the blazing red chain, charging straight at the demonic toad. Whoosh! The chain wrapped tightly around the monster, but he was also thrown back by an incredibly powerful recoil force. Ho Ching coughed up blood, flying backward like a kite with a broken string after the collision. He couldn't even crawl on the ground, his entire body severely injured, his eyes filled with resentment. The demonic toad lumbered forward, its bloodshot eyes staring at him as if he were a meal already served. Suddenly, the monster froze, and smoke and fire began to billow from its throat. Ho Ching was stunned, then his face lit up with joy, thinking his attack had been effective. It worked, but the demonic toad didn't look externally injured. It staggered as if intoxicated, its entire body convulsing. The monster threw its head back and let out a tragic roar as a swirling energy burst forth from within its belly. A terrifying explosion echoed throughout the forest, scattering birds in all directions. After the dust settled, the giant demonic toad lay collapsed, no longer moving. Smoke and fire still billowed from its hill-sized corpse. Ho Ching froze, completely bewildered by what had just happened. He suddenly snapped out of it, realizing that the corpse of this demonic beast was a valuable trove of alchemy resources. Perched atop the corpse, Fang Xing was leisurely gnawing on a piece of golden-brown roasted meat, greeting him. "Young Master Ho, we meet again." Ho Ching was dumbfounded, staring at the brat he thought was dead, now sitting proudly on his spoils. He yelled, unable to believe it. "Did you kill this demonic beast? You ate its flesh without being blown apart by its spiritual energy? Who exactly are you?" Fang Xing waved his hand dismissively. "Young Master Ho, aren't you tired of asking so many questions? If I'm not mistaken, your spiritual energy is completely depleted, isn't it?" He smirked meaningfully. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. Of course, if you kneel and kowtow, perhaps I'll spare you." Thud. Ho Ching, who had proclaimed himself a genius, knelt prostrate on the ground without the slightest hesitation. Fang Xing froze, not expecting his opponent to endure such humiliation so quickly. Ho Ching bowed his head, offering a pouch of medicinal herbs. "Junior brother Fang, I was wrong. Please forgive me. This is a small token of my sincerity." Fang Xing thought to himself, "I didn't expect a pampered young master like him to be so sensible." But in Ho Ching's mind, a different thought emerged, filled with disdain. In the end, he's just a greedy bandit. He already had a plan. "Once that brat gets close, I'll swallow this chi ignition pill to recover, then stab him to death." Whoosh! Before he could finish his act, a sword pierced straight through Ho Ching's chest, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Ho Ching collapsed, his voice trembling in disbelief. "Didn't you say you would spare me?" Fang Xing sneered, pointing to his own head. "Do you think I'm so foolish that I can't read your thoughts?" Ho Ching was stunned, recalling the warning from a mysterious woman in the past. "Don't be too merciful, or you'll bring disaster upon yourself sooner or later." In the flashback, the veiled woman continued to advise him, and he had firmly promised to change. The memory faded, and Ho Ching returned to the harsh reality. He screamed in despair, finally realizing, "It's you. You tricked me out of my demonic spirit pill and forced me to accept that damned Taoist law edict." Fang Xing coldly retorted, "I don't care how much you suffered. The moment you kicked Xiao Man in front of the sect gate, you were already a dead man." Ho Ching looked bewildered, muttering, "Kicked the sect gate?" Finally, he recognized that the young boy in front of him was the beggar from back then. His breath weakening, Ho Ching gasped in regret. "If only I had known sooner." He drew his last breath, collapsing to the ground. In his final moments, Ho Ching only wished he had waited in line like a normal person that day. His task complete, Fang Xing silently gazed at Ho Ching's corpse, the sword still embedded in him. He looked up, his eyes devoid of regret, only relief after avenging himself. In the vast expanse, only Fang Xing stood beside the defeated foe, whose role was now over. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from the corpse of the demonic python toad, leaving behind a glowing gem. Fang Xing held the glowing gem in his hand, immediately recognizing it as the demonic spirit pill of the python toad. A grade 4 demonic beast's treasure was truly different. Just holding it, he could feel an astonishing pressure. He recalled the cultivation technique that allowed devouring spiritual objects, a risky shortcut that almost cost him his life in a previous existence. But if he played it safe and refined it slowly, with his mediocre talent, he might not be able to fully absorb all the spiritual energy. After much deliberation, Fang Xing concluded, "Damn it, high risk, high reward, let's do it." Swallowing the pill, He even reassured himself. It's fine, seems okay. He hadn't boasted for long before the explosive surge of energy made his eyes widen. A piercing scream tore through the forest, sending birds scattering in chaos. In the quiet forest, a nimble black cat leaped onto a branch, perking its ears to listen. It spotted Fang Xing lying unconscious on the ground and cautiously approached. The cat tilted its head, letting out a curious meow as it pressed its face close to the strange young man. Suddenly, Fang Xing opened his eyes, startling the black cat, its tail fur standing on end. He slowly floated into the air, a black silk band covering his eyes, his entire being exuding a completely different aura. Fang Xing landed on the ground, the black cat fearfully hiding behind a bush to observe. He felt the new surge of power, exclaiming, "Finally, a breakthrough." This is the feeling of Spirit Movement Stage 3. Fang Xing excitedly stretched, feeling the new power after leveling up, and realized it was time to return to the sect. But just as he thought about having to fabricate a story to explain to the elders, he froze before two giant vultures. He pondered deeply, and a cunning plan began to form in his mind. Looking at the flock of birds flying in the sky, Fang Xing decided to pull off a big trick. Returning to the Azure Cloud sect, he muttered, "I guess I'll have to stick to this script." Two gate-guarding disciples were chatting idly, the fat one even craving bird meat to eat. Suddenly, a loud noise startled the fat disciple. A massive chunk of roasted meat fell right in front of them, and Fang Xing appeared, his face obscured by shadows. The two guards panicked, one drawing his sword and shouting, "Identify yourself quickly." Fang Xing looked up, displaying a pitiful expression, eyes brimming with tears, and began his act. He collapsed to his knees, wailing miserably, which stunned the two gate-guarding disciples. Fang Xing began to recount through tears that he was the only survivor after going on a mission with senior brother Ho. The two disciples were utterly shocked to hear that Ho Qing, a prominent figure, had perished. Just then, an elder appeared with a stern expression, reprimanding, "A cultivator crying so loudly, what kind of decorum is that?" The two guards quickly bowed and reported Fang Xing's story to the elder. The elder raised a hand to signal silence, then coldly ordered Fang Xing, "Enough. Follow me." Fang Xing looked up, still teary-eyed, but inwardly knew his plan had succeeded in its initial stage. Before leaving, the elder turned back to warn the two guards. "What happened today? You are not allowed to utter a single word about it, understood?" The full view of the Azure Cloud sect appeared, peaceful yet about to be stirred by the cunning disciples' act. In the main hall, three elders questioned Fang Xing, the sole surviving disciple, about the sudden appearance of the demonic python toad, before the team could even prepare bait. Fang Xing, his face pale, recounted that the demonic python toad was too formidable, and his two senior brothers had perished instantly. The elders listened in silence, while Fang Xing continued to play the role of a useless coward, claiming he only knew how to hide behind a tree out of extreme fear. An elder pressed him about the bait, but Fang Xing cunningly replied that senior brother Ho treated him like a child and didn't disclose the details. The two assisting elders exchanged glances, beginning to believe the story and drawing their own conclusions. An elder muttered, immediately guessing Hu Qing's intention to use the boy as live bait. Fang Xing wiped away feigned tears, adding a decisive statement. Ho Qing, seeing he couldn't prevail, abandoned Liu San to flee alone, but the monster ignored Liu San and relentlessly pursued Hu Qing to his demise. The main elder nodded, confirming the demonic toad's instinct to only attack moving targets, concluding that Ho Qing had dug his own grave. Not allowing himself to be led astray, the elder directly asked the main question. "So, how did the demonic toad die?" Fang Xing continued to fabricate, claiming that after swallowing Ho Qing, the monster also sucked in the corpses of the two senior brothers and Liu San, who was still alive at the time and holding a saber. In his recollection, Fang Xing recounted seeing the demonic toad open its mouth to the sky and then become motionless, thinking it was about to use dark magic, so he fled in terror. He continued, saying he only dared to return a day later, by which time the monster's corpse had been gnawed to pieces by vultures. Acting with utmost drama, Fang Xing feigned horror when recounting finding the skeletons of the senior brothers inside the monster's belly. The main elder was completely convinced, drawing his own conclusion that Liu San had sacrificed himself heroically, destroying the monster's internal organs from within. Another elder interrupted, directly asking about the most important thing. "Where is the demonic spirit pill? Did you retrieve it?" Fang Xing whimpered, saying he searched endlessly but couldn't find it, so he could only bring back the remaining toad leg. That elder scornfully criticized Fang Xing as truly useless, but also explained to himself that the demonic spirit pill must have been torn apart by other demonic beasts. The main elder declared the mission a failure due to the absence of the demonic spirit pill, but also consoled him that life itself was the greatest reward, then dismissed Fang Xing. Fang Xing bowed his head in compliance, departing with a dejected appearance, officially concluding his perfect act. After Fang Xing left, the three elders began their secret meeting. The goatee elder called Fang Xing back, telling him to wait outside as there were still matters to discuss. The door slammed shut, and a golden barrier was activated to prevent eavesdropping. Inside, the pointy-beard elder wondered why the goatee elder had kept that kid back. The goatee elder suggested that even though the kid was useless, his mission should still be counted as a success and he should be rewarded. The pointy-beard elder immediately objected, arguing that without the demonic spirit pill, the talisman hall gained nothing, and rewarding him would be nothing but a loss. The goatee elder began to analyze the bigger picture. Lately, no one dared to accept missions from the talisman hall. They would rather rob each other. He explained that in the eyes of the disciples, accepting a mission here was a one-way ticket to the underworld with a 10% survival rate. And even if they survived, a reward wasn't guaranteed. The only thing the disciples couldn't obtain elsewhere was stone essence powder. This was the only bait to force them into a death trap. The presiding elder grew impatient and got straight to the point. "What exactly are you trying to say?" The goatee elder revealed his trump card. "Just acknowledge that this kid completed the mission. Reward him with stone essence powder. Suppress the news of Ho Qing's demise, and publicize this story everywhere." Meanwhile, Fang Xing was pressing his ear to the door, eavesdropping, secretly wondering what those old men were plotting, fearing his own scheme would be exposed. Just as he peeked through the crack in the door, it swung open. Boom! A surge of energy from the door flung Fang Xing, sending him sprawling face first. The goatee elder stepped out, staring intently at the kid lying on the ground. He had been caught red-handed. Fang Xing changed his tune instantly, quickly making excuses. "I've been waiting too long, I was just about to knock," the goatee elder declared nonchalantly. "Kid, congratulations, your mission is deemed successful. Follow me to claim your reward," leaving Fang Xing stunned. The elder led Fang Xing, who was still bewildered and didn't understand what was happening, to receive his reward. The elder handed Fang Xing a bag of stone essence powder, and he joyfully thanked him profusely. The elder smiled meaningfully, saying that even though the mission had failed, an exception was made due to his courage, clearly using the kid as a pawn for his own public relations scheme. The goatee elder instructed Fang Xing to keep quiet. If anyone asked, he was to say he had brought back the inner core of the demonic python toad, and everything was according to procedure. Fang Xing assented, but in his mind, he thought something this good definitely smelled fishy, wondering if his luck was finally turning. The goatee elder called another disciple over, who, it turned out, was already waiting. The disciple named Xuanzhao bowed, feigning obedience. The elder introduced Fang Xing as a junior brother who had just performed a great service, ordering Xuanzhao to escort the kid down the mountain. Xuanzhao showed a flicker of surprise, glancing at the bag of stone essence powder in Fang Xing's hand before quickly accepting the order. He smilingly promised to escort junior brother Fang with absolute safety, appearing overly enthusiastic. Fang Xing immediately refused, saying he wouldn't dare trouble senior brother Xuanzhao, clearly suspicious. But Xuanzhao had already slung an arm around the kid's shoulder, forcing a smile as he said the path down the mountain wasn't as safe as he thought, and he would see him off for a bit. The two walked shoulder to shoulder, appearing close, while the goatee elder stood behind them with a cunning gaze. The elder thought sinisterly to himself, "Kid, don't blame me." Xuanzhao led Fang Xing through the sect's main courtyard, heading towards the path down the mountain. Reaching a wooden bridge, Xuanzhao pointed the way for Fang Xing, telling him to just go straight, and he would reach the valley where he lived. Fang Xing played the role of an innocent fool, profusely thanking his senior brother for showing him the way and offering cultivation guidance along the path. Xuanzhao started making small talk, praising Fang Xing's boundless future, then got straight to the point. "Junior brother, what is your current cultivation level?" Fang Xing continued to feign ignorance, scratching his head and saying he had just joined the sect. His cultivation was only at the spirit resonance first layer, and completing this mission was by sheer luck. Xuanzhao feigned sympathy, saying that a first-layer cultivation was indeed low, and the stone essence powder reward was a genuine item for those at the third layer, making it useless for Fang Xing now. He began to press him, asking Fang Xing how he intended to advance his cultivation if he couldn't use the stone essence powder, wondering if he could only rely on 2 spirit stones per month. Fang Xing lamented his poor fate, saying his D-grade aptitude meant he only received 1 spirit stone every 3 months, leaving him completely helpless. Hearing this, Xuanzhao immediately placed his hand on Fang Xing's shoulder, preparing to scheme. Xuanzhao began his trickery, feigning closeness. It's all right, we've hit it off talking just now, so senior brother will lend you a hand. Feng Xing continued to play the role of a novice, asking back with a bewildered expression. Help me? Inside, Feng Xing had clenched his fists, well aware of the impending scheme, while Xuanzhao droned on about the stone essence powder being useless for his current level. Xuanzhao got straight to the point, enticing him. How about selling it to senior brother, exchanging it for spirit stones to cultivate more practically? What do you think? Feng Xing muttered, having seen through the entire charade. Just as expected, good things never fall into one's lap. The elder must have given his nephew the green light to rob me. He clearly understood he was just a pawn in the game of the sect's influential figures. Xuanzhao still played the good guy, leaning close to Feng Xing's ear. Actually, stone essence powder isn't hard for me to obtain. I just worried that junior brother lacked resources. So I thought of this method. He pulled out a money pouch, settling on a ridiculously low price. How about this? 30 spirit stones for the stone essence powder. Isn't that more than enough? Feng Xing grinned widely, laying his cards on the table. Haha, senior brother Xuanzhao. You must be joking again. Even this foolish junior brother knows that stone essence powder in the black market costs at least 100 spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanzhao's expression changed. He grabbed Feng Xing's arm tightly, no longer bothering to act. The difference in strength was clear. Xuanzhao lifted Feng Xing up like a chick, his face as cold as ice. He growled, revealing his thuggish nature. You brat, do you think you have the right to bargain with me? Thud. Feng Xing was thrown mercilessly onto the wooden bridge floor. Xuanzhao raised his foot threateningly, issuing a deadly warning. I could kill you here and say you slipped and fell to your death. My uncle will take care of everything. 30 spirit stones is me being generous to you. Don't be ungrateful. Crushed, Feng Xing gritted his teeth and endured, secretly thinking he couldn't reveal his trump card now, or the sect would suspect his origins. It was a scene of the strong, completely suppressing the weak, leaving no room for resistance. Feng Xing immediately changed his tone, feigning fear. Senior brother Xuanzhao. This junior brother was unreasonable. Please accept this stone essence powder as an apology. Xuanzhao remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on his completely subdued prey. Thump. Without a word, he stomped his foot directly on Feng Xing's head, pressing his face into the wooden floor. Having taken the item, Xuanzhao turned and walked away, leaving behind the philosophy of the strong. Don't blame me. This sect has always been a place where the weak are trampled upon. You're weaker than me, so everything that happened is what you deserve. Understand? Feng Xing collapsed on the ground, bitterly watching Xuanzhao's retreating back. His gaze was silent but filled with resentment, determined not to let it rest. Meanwhile, Xuanzhao leisurely walked through the bamboo forest, a smug expression on his face. He sneered, thinking to himself that, with this stone essence powder, he would have to properly thank his uncle when he returned. Suddenly, a strange sound made Xuanzhao cautiously turn his head. Whoosh! A streak of light flashed right before his eyes, startling him. Thinking he was seeing things, he continued walking and whistling, enjoying his spoils. He laughed loudly. Just as expected, that brat knows nothing. I didn't realize the stone essence powder was so valuable. This time, a breakthrough is certain. A premonition of danger struck him again, and he froze with a panicked expression. Swish! A sharp golden sword energy grazed past him, leaving 2 bleeding cuts on his body. Xuanzhao froze, his face turning pale as he realized he had truly been attacked. He roared with anger and fear. Who's there? Show yourself now. From behind him, a demon-masked figure appeared, his voice full of sarcasm. Senior brother, you tricked someone out of such a valuable item without spending a single coin. Are you planning to keep it all to yourself? Xuanzhao furiously unleashed a blue palm force towards the stranger. He yelled, It seems you've been eavesdropping and dare to steal my things within the sect. You must be tired of living. The masked figure remained unfazed, growling, You're the one tired of living. Then unleashed a punch enveloped in brilliant golden radiance. The 2 streams of power clashed fiercely. Xuanzhao braced himself to resist, realizing in horror, Damn it, this guy's cultivation is higher than mine. The masked figure clenched his fist, and the jade-green storage ring on his hand flashed. Whoosh! A small bottle flew out from the ring, making Xuanzhao dumbfounded. A bottle? Boom! The bottle exploded, creating a massive purple energy blast that engulfed both of them. As the purple smoke dissipated, Xuanzhao realized he had fallen into a trap, and a different person lay slumped at his feet. The masked figure stood above, looking down, thinking to himself, Good thing Liu Feng reported the information in time. I'll have to thank him later. Xuanzhao lay sprawled on the ground, gritting his teeth as he called out the traitor's name, Liu Feng. Night fell, ending a day full of turmoil. The next morning, Xuanzhao woke up on the stone-paved path, his head still spinning. He frantically searched himself, his face changing color as he realized he had been stripped clean. Xuanzhao's face darkened, his eyes spitting fire from having been dealt such a painful blow. Bang! He furiously punched and shattered the stone ground to vent his anger. He muttered resentfully, "Who was that bastard, daring to steal my things? It must be that thieving brat who just joined the sect not long ago." He deduced confidently, "Ah, that's right. At that time, he thought I was unconscious, which is why he mentioned Liu Feng. That guy must be his informant." Xuanzhao aggressively ran off, declaring that he would start with Liu Feng to dig up this entire nest. Meanwhile, Fang Xing had changed his clothes and was leisurely heading back to his residence. He suddenly paused when he saw two figures loitering in front of his door. Hiding behind a corner, Fang Xing squinted and recognized that one of the two figures was Liu Feng. Liu Feng was tilting his head back, guzzling wine from a gourd, looking extremely refreshed. He even yelled for more, his attitude utterly smug. A chubby disciple was pouring wine for him and asked, "I heard people from the Talisman Hall say that Ho Qing's mission token was successful. Do you know what that means, senior brother?" The chubby disciple broke into a sweat, his voice trembling as he replied that he didn't know. Liu Feng sneered, explaining, "Successful means that brat has turned to dust, never to return again." With that, he kicked the chubby disciple squarely to assert his authority. Liu Feng roared, blaming Yu Sanliang for deliberately spilling his wine. Yu Sanliang lay sprawled on the ground, begging for his life, vehemently denying that he did it on purpose. Without another word, Liu Feng swung the wine gourd directly at Yu Sanliang's face, cursing loudly. Blood gushed from Yu Sanliang's forehead, his face bruised and battered after the devastating blow. Liu Feng grabbed the chubby guy's hair and pulled him up, his face full of ferocity. He growled, venting all his frustration over not being able to kill Fang Xing himself onto Yu Sanliang, blaming him for choosing the wrong side. With a sinister smile, Liu Feng set a condition: kowtow 100 times, and each time he must curse Fang Xing as a son of a bitch, then his life would be spared. Yu Sanliang's face turned ashen, sweat pouring off him like rain. As he stammered his agreement in fear, the chubby guy began to kowtow to the ground, blood oozing from his wound. But as he prepared to curse, Yu Sanliang froze, a look of internal struggle on his face. In his mind, an image of Fang Xing, who had once treated him well and considered him a friend, suddenly appeared. Yu Sanliang was stunned, only able to utter the two words, "friends." Seeing his subordinate hesitate, Liu Feng sat with his legs crossed on the table, yelling loudly, urging him to shout quickly. Yu Sanliang remained motionless, the blood from his head forming a small puddle. Losing all patience, Liu Feng summoned a flying sword radiating blue light, growling, "It seems you're still attached to that brat, so don't blame me." Yu Sanliang closed his eyes, awaiting death, gritting his teeth in resignation. Liu Feng was stunned, his pupils contracting in shock. Suddenly, a golden radiance flashed, shattering the flying sword right in front of Yu Sanliang, and Fang Xing had appeared, grabbing the sword hilt with his bare hand. Liu Feng was utterly shocked, unable to believe his eyes. "That brat isn't dead? He even used spiritual energy to shatter my flying sword?" Fang Xing turned to look at Yu Sanliang, sneering, "You're really stupid, fatty. It's just cursing. If it were me, I would have cursed his entire ancestry." Yu Sanliang's eyes welled up, unable to believe his eyes. "Is it really you? You're not dead." Fang Xing smirked, his voice full of sarcasm. "Or did you think a ghost was standing before you?" The fat guy joyfully hugged Fang Xing's leg, only to be kicked away by him bluntly. "Damn it, that's disgusting. Don't wipe your nose on my leg." Liu Feng was still in shock, stammering, "How are you still alive? Where is senior brother Hu? Why did he spare you?" Fang Xing casually slung his arm over Yu Sanliang's shoulder and replied, "Oh, Hu Qing, He's dead, and all 3 of his disciples are gone too." Liu Feng didn't believe him and roared, "Don't spout nonsense. You must have been scared witless and ran back here, right?" He activated his cultivation, and blue spiritual energy flared up, declaring he would send Fang Xing to join senior brother Hu. Before he could finish speaking, Fang Xing lunged forward and unleashed a heaven-shattering punch wrapped in golden light directly at Liu Feng's face. Wham! The incredibly powerful punch sent Liu Feng flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth and nose like a fountain. Liu Feng lay flattened on the ground, his face swollen, hastily kowtowing an apology. "Junior brother Fang, I was wrong." He was terrified. realizing this brat's cultivation was at least at the third level of spirit resonance. Fang Xing didn't bother listening, effortlessly grabbing Lu Feng by the collar and lifting him off the ground with one hand. He pressed his face close to the terrified man, his voice as cold as ice. "Today, you're definitely dead. Not even the heavens descending can save you." After speaking, Fang Xing released Lu Feng and leisurely departed into the night with Yu Sanliang, leaving his trembling enemy behind. Along the way, Yu Sanliang was still trembling. "Junior brother Fang, earlier you said you wanted to kill Lu Feng. I was truly scared. Luckily, you stopped in time." Fang Xing clasped his hands behind his head and sneered. "I'm not stupid. Those old geezers in this sect, though they turn a blind eye, if we go too far, they definitely won't let it slide." Yu Sanliang still wondered. "But..." Fang Xing turned back with sharp eyes, his voice full of hidden meaning. "Don't worry. I'm not one to make empty threats." At Lu Feng's residence, everything was silent. Fang Xing asserted, "Just wait and see. Someone will take care of him for us." Meanwhile, Lu Feng lay slumped on the floor, blood pooling around him. He tried to get up, but his internal injuries were too severe. He coughed up another mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body trembling in pain. Liu Feng lay flattened, grinding his teeth in resentment, secretly cursing Fang Xing for his vicious attack, estimating it would take half a month for his meridians to recover. Suddenly, countless dark figures shot forth like specters, surrounding him in an instant. Liu Feng, his face bruised and battered, looked up, horrified to see a group of strangers in black standing tall before him. A masked figure sat down and asked directly, "Are you Lu Feng?" Lu Feng trembled, confirming in fear. Without another word, a hand firmly grabbed his collar. The burly assassin easily lifted Lu Feng upside down, as if carrying a chicken. The leader coldly ordered, "Our young master has some questions for you. Come with us." Lu Feng's face turned pale, completely bewildered as to which powerful figure he had offended. Meanwhile, Fang Xing was inventorying his spoils. 2 flying swords, several bottles of elixirs, and a pile of glowing red spirit stones. He sat cross-legged, holding a bag of spirit stones and a jade talisman emitting a soft blue light. The jade talisman was identified as a genuine item, an earth-shrinking talisman, a high-grade auxiliary magic treasure that allows instant teleportation when infused with spiritual energy. Fang Xing secretly praised, acknowledging Hu Qing's possessions. As a young master from a well-off family, all his items were of high quality. He pulled out a martial arts manual from his bag, titled The Dragon Seizing Crane Controlling Art. Fang Xing's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected to stumble upon such a treasure. He was overjoyed, as if he had struck gold. Although it was only a basic cultivation technique, this was a unique item, only taught within the inner sect. This manual allowed its practitioner to control invisible gravity, a formidable skill with limitless applications. Fang Xing didn't hesitate, deciding to try it out immediately. He began meditating and cultivating, golden light enveloping his entire body. Back at the scene, an assassin was checking the breath of Lu Feng, who lay motionless on the ground. The assassin turned to report to the leader. "Young master, he's no longer breathing." The assassin stood around Lu Feng's corpse, and the leader grumbled. "Damn it, he was too stubborn, couldn't get anything out of him. Or did we capture the wrong person?" Xuan Zhao, the mastermind, coldly ordered, "Forget it. Just dispose of his body somewhere discreetly." The assassin reported an important detail. "Young master, actually, before we brought Lu Feng back, he had already been severely injured by someone." Xuan Zhao raised an eyebrow, showing interest. "Oh? Did he say who beat him up?" The assassin bowed and replied. "He said it was someone named Fang Xing." Hearing the familiar name, Xuan Zhao's eyes widened in complete shock. Fang Xing? Meanwhile, Fang Xing had completed his cultivation of the new technique. Golden light enveloping his entire body, his aura soaring to the heavens. Fang Xing grumbled as he opened the door, thinking it was some fat guy coming to bother him early. But standing at the door was a fiery beauty who introduced herself as Lin Qing Shui, a friend of Ho Qing, here to inquire about the mission decree and why Fang Xing was the only survivor. Fang Xing suddenly remembered several elixir bottles engraved with the character Shui among Hu Qing's belongings, immediately guessing that this woman was the alchemist who had assisted him. Lin Qing Shui stated her purpose directly. "I came here to ask you about Ho Qing's matter. I hope I am not disturbing you." Fang Xing immediately played the role of a well-behaved junior disciple, warmly inviting her in. "Greetings, senior sister Lin. Since you are senior brother Ho's friend, it is naturally my responsibility to explain everything. Please, come in." He politely gestured for Lin Qing Shui to enter the room. Fang Xing was startled. breaking out in a cold sweat as he realized he had left the dragon-seizing crane-controlling art manual on the table. In his frantic rush to hide the incriminating evidence, Fang Xing tripped and face-planted onto the floor. He looked up with extreme embarrassment, trying to salvage the situation. "Ah, senior sister Lin, about this." Lin Qingxue had already picked up the book, covering her mouth as she chuckled, teasing, "Junior brother, at your age, you should be diligently cultivating. Why are you reading these kinds of books?" Fang Xing quickly put on a convincing act, scratching his head with an awkward smile. "This was forced upon me by the other senior brothers. I don't quite understand it myself. Please, senior sister, have a seat, and I will recount everything from the journey." Lin Qingxue smiled contentedly, seemingly having completely believed his act. "Then I've troubled you, junior brother," Fang Xing muttered, realizing that the demonic python toad was a level 4 demonic beast. It was no wonder Hu Qing was doomed, not understanding its habits. After hearing the fabricated story, Lin Qingxue thanked Fang Xing for his detailed explanation. Fang Xing continued to play the innocent lamb, expressing his sorrow. "Senior brother Hu was a good person. I never expected things to turn out this way. Please, senior sister, restrain your grief." Lin Qingxue offered a bottle of medicinal pills as a thank you gift, but Fang Xing feigned refusal. The moment he took it, he realized the bottle was completely empty. Before he could react, a wave of killing intent surged forth, and Fang Xing quickly tilted his body to dodge the attack. Whoosh! Lin Qingxue drew her sword and slashed past him, causing the pill bottle to fall and shatter. She landed, her eyes sharp and cold, making Fang Xing pressingly ask, "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Lin Qingxue revealed her hand. "The book you're hiding is the dragon-capturing crane-controlling art I gave to Hu Qing. Your words might fool those old men, but they won't deceive me. His death is definitely related to you." Fang Xing dropped his act, his face cold as he retorted, "His death was self-inflicted. If you dare, go report it to the sect and see if they believe you." She sneered, raising her hand. "Report? No need, I will personally avenge him." Lin Qingxue activated her cultivation, and streams of blue energy surged from her hands. It was the dragon-capturing crane-controlling art. The energy converged into an extremely powerful vortex, aimed directly at Fang Xing. But Fang Xing was no pushover. He used his bare hand to block the incoming sword tip. He growled, and brilliant golden energy erupted from his body, enveloping the sword. The dazzling golden sword energy easily shattered Lin Qingxue's attack. Blocked, Lin Qingxue unleashed an even more powerful blue-purple energy orb. Fang Xing was fearless, swinging his sword directly at the energy orb. Boom! The two streams of power collided, creating a terrifying explosion. Two patrolling disciples were startled by the loud explosion. One panicked. "What's happening? Is someone fighting?" The other ordered, "Quickly report to the elder." Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a blurry figure emerged, appearing somewhat exhausted. As the smoke cleared, Fang Xing leaned on his sword, panting, his face stained with blood, yet his eyes were still full of defiance. He muttered, "Damn it, this woman is truly ruthless. I didn't expect the fourth layer of spirit movement to be so strong." Lin Qingxue hovered in the air, her killing intent soaring, coldly declaring, "Now, go die." She swung her sword down, forcing Fang Xing into a desperate situation. He screamed in his mind, "Damn it, I can't dodge." The dazzling purple sword blade reflected in Fang Xing's pupils. Death was imminent. Lin Qingxue poured all her strength into that sword strike, determined to finish off her opponent with one blow. Clang! A bare hand blocked the fatal sword strike. An elder suddenly appeared, intervening in the battle just as Fang Xing was straining to parry the blow. The elder with the yin-yang hat spoke with authority. "The sect forbids private duels. Who dares to break the rules?" Lin Qingxue quickly retracted her sword, feigning obedience. "Elder, this disciple did not come to cause trouble, but..." Fang Xing immediately played his card, kneeling on the ground, his face pitiful as he began his act. "Elder, senior brother Hu Qing and I received orders to hunt demonic beasts, but he died, and I was fortunate enough to survive. She is senior brother Ho's close friend, and accuses me of being a decoy, so she wants to kill me for revenge." Lin Qingxue was furious, pointing directly at Fang Xing and roaring, "You're lying. You were the one who killed Ho Qing, and now you're blaming others." The gossiping disciples around them began to whisper, one bitterly realizing, "So, the rumors are true. Disciples with powerful backgrounds will use those without backing as bait. What kind of righteous sect is this? It's no different from a demonic cult." The elder heard this and immediately roared, his face paling. "Enough. All of you, shut up." He turned and pointed directly at Lin Qingxue, growling, "Impudent. If this boy's words are true, then everything is your fault. Do you know how the crime of private dueling within the sect is punished? Lin Qingxue showed no fear, raising her chin to argue. Elder, even if I attacked first, it was because this boy plotted against Hu Qing. Furthermore, I am a disciple of Shihe Valley. Only an elder of Shihe Valley has the right to punish me. The elder was speechless at her unreasonable argument. Just then, a refined voice echoed from behind. Elder Hong, let me handle this matter. Lin Qingxue was startled, looking up at the sky with a face full of astonishment. Senior sister Ling Yun, with an ethereal aura like a celestial maiden, descended from the sky, her icy gaze fixed on the crowd, making even Elder Hong look up with apprehension. Senior sister Ling Yun, riding a giant white vulture, landed, her aura overwhelming the entire scene, making Elder Hong and Lin Qingxue look up. Fang Xing was stunned, realizing this was the woman who had taken Xiao Man away. Elder Hong immediately tattled to Ling Yun, accusing Lin Qingxue of daring to disregard sect rules right in front of him. Ling Yun calmly covered for her, using the excuse that Lin Qingxue had just completed 49 days of secluded pill refinement and was exhausted. She asked Elder Hong to overlook it and allow her to take Lin Qingxue back for strict discipline. The gossiping disciples whispered again, sarcastically remarking that discipline was just an excuse, and Shihe Valley had always disregarded sect rules. Elder Hong sighed helplessly. Knowing full well he couldn't contend with the influence of Shihe Valley, he waved his hand to dismiss the matter, reluctantly agreeing. All right, you handle it as you see fit. Ling Yun turned and gave Lin Qingxue a perfunctory scolding, then ordered her to follow her back to receive punishment. Lin Qingxue bowed her head, admitting her fault to her senior sister, but her eyes still held resentment. Suddenly, the enraged girl spun around, roaring, "But I must kill him!" Then unleashed a fatal sword technique towards Fang Xing. Fang Xing reacted in an instant, golden energy exploding as he used his bare hand to seize his opponent's sharp sword blade. Lin Qingxue froze, unable to believe that her full power strike was so easily blocked by an outer sect disciple. Slap! A resounding smack echoed. Fang Xing didn't say much, immediately giving Lin Qingxue a humiliating slap across the face. The heaven-shaking slap made Lin Qingxue stagger, her hair flying wildly, completely losing all face. All the surrounding disciples gaped, utterly shocked by Fang Xing's audacious action. Ling Yun became furious, grabbing Fang Xing's wrist and shouting, "Impudent! How dare you harm a disciple of Shihe Valley?" Fang Xing didn't flinch, retorting sharply, "Senior sister Ling Yun, you saw me slap her. But did you not see her sword pointed at me? Are the lives of outer sect disciples cheap, while the dignity of inner sect disciples cannot be touched?" Ling Yun was speechless, her face changing color as she was hit where it hurt, unable to retort a single word. The crowd began to agree with Fang Xing, asserting that inner sect disciples, especially those from Shihe Valley, were always lawless and arrogant. Elder Hong spoke up to mediate, admitting that Fang Xing had merely acted in self-defense but also reminded Ling Yun that Shihe Valley could not be too overbearing, lest they lose the goodwill of the public. Ling Yun released Fang Xing's hand, her expression still resentful. To save face, Ling Yun promised Elder Hong that she would confine Lin Qingxue for half a year to properly discipline her. She threw a bag of items to Fang Xing, declaring it compensation from Shihe Valley. Ling Yun and Lin Qingxue flew away on the giant white vulture, not forgetting to leave a condescending remark. "If you want to find me, just bring this to Shihe Valley, and I will refine pills for you for free." Fang Xing held the bag of compensation, remaining silent. Yu Sanliang secretly hid in the shadows, curiously observing Boss Fang's movements. Suddenly, Fang Xing turned around and was stunned to see a magnificent golden giant sword firmly planted in front of a house. Bang! Xuanzhao slammed the table, his face darkening. Inside the room, a disciple was reporting to Xuanzhao while the masked assassin stood silently, awaiting orders. Xuanzhao's eyes widened, disbelieving. "Are you sure you didn't see wrong?" The disciple hastily confirmed it was indeed the Nine Serpents golden flame sword, stolen from the black market, asserting that Fang Xing was definitely involved with the thief. Xuanzhao gritted his teeth, deducing that Fang Xing had colluded with the thief to frame Liu Feng. The masked assassin spoke up, requesting instructions from the young master. "Bring it here to me," Xuanzhao growled, his eyes blazing with fury. The scene shifted to a majestic mountainous region, where an ancient tower stood. Fang Xing climbed the stone steps leading to Lingyun Valley alone, secretly thinking that core disciples truly enjoyed privileges, even having their own private valley. Suddenly, he sensed killing intent, and his gaze sharpened. Whoosh! A sword unexpectedly shot towards him, and Fang Xing hastily leaned back, narrowly dodging the attack. As soon as he set foot in Lingyun Valley, Fang Xing sensed killing intent and shouted, "Who's there?" There was no reply. Instead, Fang Xing unleashed a burst of golden energy, assuming a combat stance. His gaze darted quickly from side to side, scrutinizing every movement around him. Whoosh! Several emerald flying swords shot forth, but Fang Xing channeled his golden energy, swatting them away with his bare hands. He leaped into the air, gracefully dodging the barrage of swords plunging into the ground like rain. Fang Xing landed lightly on the rooftop, sat down to observe, and realized this was a long-range attack. He muttered, "Flying swords can only be controlled within sight, yet there's no one around." Suddenly, an entire forest of emerald sword energy surged forth from nowhere, surrounding the building. From afar, senior sister Ling Yun smirked, skillfully controlling the sword formation with her fingers. Fang Xing was cornered, continuously dodging the sharp sword strikes that whizzed past him. Completely overwhelmed, he could only curse under his breath while trying to survive the sword storm. Inside the hall, Ling Yun sat calmly on a chair, while Fang Xing had been captured and was kneeling on the floor. Fang Xing raised his head, growling directly. "So, you're behind this? Planning to silence me with flying swords?" Ling Yun feigned innocence, explaining that it was an automatic sword formation at the gate, which she had hastily forgotten to mention, but also praised him for having some skill to pass through it. Fang Xing narrowed his eyes, staring silently, clearly not believing a single word. Seeing his opponent's silence, Ling Yun asked in a challenging tone, "What's wrong? Don't you believe me?" Fang Xing suddenly changed his demeanor, smiling as he replied, "Since senior sister Ling Yun said so, of course I believe you. But I have something to ask. How has Xiao Man been lately?" Ling Yun flinched, slamming the table as she stood up, her voice stammering in shock. "You! How do you know Xiao Man?" A blurry image of the past appeared as Fang Xing recalled their previous encounter. He calmly confirmed, "That's right. I met you back then." Fang Xing feigned humility, saying he was always grateful and wanted to visit Ling Yun and Xiao Man, but hadn't been able to because he wasn't familiar with the way. Clang! Without another word, Ling Yun drew her sword from its sheath, radiating intense killing intent. She pointed her sword at Fang Xing, declaring bluntly, "Let me tell you, ever since I brought Xiao Man into the sect, she has had no relation to you." Ling Yun growled, her eyes sharp. "If you dare bother her again, I will kill you." Fang Xing looked up at the sword tip at his throat, calmly asking a concise question. "On what grounds?" Ling Yun retorted disdainfully. "I am stronger than you. Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you?" Fang Xing shot back fiercely, challenging, "Then kill me now, or else I'll become stronger than you in the future." Ling Yun was speechless, stunned by the audacity of this lowly disciple. Fang Xing continued to press. "Who do you think you are? A saint who can decide the fate of others?" he yelled, accusing his opponent of arbitrarily taking Xiao Man away and then throwing him into the herb garden as a laborer. Struck at her core, Ling Yun shouted, "Enough!" To cut him off, after a tense moment, she retracted her sword, threw Fang Xing a bottle of healing medicine, and asserted that with his aptitude, he would never have a chance to meet Xiao Man, an inner sect disciple, in this lifetime. Ling Yun turned and walked away, commanding, "I promise to help you refine pills. I will keep my word. Follow me." Before a magnificent golden pill furnace, she directly asked him what kind of elixir he wanted to refine. Both sat facing each other, preparing for the pill refining session. The atmosphere was still quite tense. Fang Xing looked directly into his opponent's eyes, boldly declaring, "Breakthrough pill." Ling Yun was stunned, stammering the words breakthrough upon hearing his unbelievable request. She burst out laughing, scoffing that the breakthrough pill was only for experts at spirit movement stage 3 to break through to stage 4, and someone as weak as him couldn't possibly use it. Ling Yun set a condition. "I will only help you refine it. You must prepare the necessary ingredients yourself." Fang Xing nonchalantly declared that he knew the rules and had a reason to use the pill, and as for the ingredients, he casually pulled out a paper packet containing glistening golden stone essence powder, a genuine rare item. Ling Yun's jaw dropped, utterly shocked as she recognized the precious item. "Stone essence powder. Where did you get it?" Fang Xing retorted sharply, reminding her of the unwritten rule of the pill refining world. "Do not question the origin of ingredients." Ling Yun fell silent, secretly thinking that this kid's background was extraordinary. Stone essence powder was not something a nobody could possess. She accepted the transaction, turned, and walked inside. "It will take some time. Wait here." Fang Xing didn't stand on ceremony, sitting in a corner and sleeping soundly, even drooling while waiting. Suddenly, a medicine bottle flew straight at Fang Xing's head with a thud, making him dizzy and fall backward. He woke with a start, jumping up and shouting in panic. What's happening? Are the soldiers here? Fang Xing stared blankly at the medicine bottle that had just landed in his hand, still not understanding what was happening. Ling Yun, calmly sipping her tea, coldly declared, "There are no soldiers. That's the breakthrough pill you wanted." Fang Xing's eyes widened in disbelief, and he hastily opened the bottle to check if the item was genuine or fake. A perfectly round elixir, radiating powerful spiritual energy and brilliant light, rested in his palm. He muttered, surprised that senior sister Ling Yun had refined it so quickly. Truly, a master's work was different. Ling Yun stood up, delivering a scathing remark. "You slept day and night, so of course it seems fast to you." Fang Xing scratched his head with an awkward laugh, realizing an entire day had passed, and silently thanking Ling Yun for her hard work. Light filtering through the door crack showed that it was already pitch dark outside. Through the window frame, the moon had risen high, and a quiet night enveloped everything. Ling Yun turned her back, coldly dismissing him. "Now that you have the breakthrough, pill begone." She also reassured him that the sword formation at the door only blocked entry, not exit. Senior sister Ling Yun coldly issued a restriction order. "From now on, without my command, you are forbidden from approaching Ling Yun Valley within 10 miles. Fang Xing muttered sarcastically about his senior sister's unique way of entertaining guests, making them leave through the window, but was immediately met with a cold splash. "By the way, you are not my guest," she asked directly, full of curiosity. "That time, why were you so sure I wouldn't kill you? Were you truly not afraid of death?" Fang Xing nonchalantly replied, "How could I not be afraid? It's just, senior sister Ling Yun. You've never killed anyone before, have you?" Ling Yun was stunned, not understanding what this brat was talking about. Having said that, Fang Xing didn't dally and jumped straight out the window. As he dangled from the windowsill, he explained, "The gaze of someone who has killed before is very different. Even if you were angry, there was no killing intent in your eyes." Ling Yun was completely shocked, wondering how a mere brat could know such things, and what his true identity was. Fang Xing had vanished, leaving senior sister Ling Yun standing alone in the room, speechless. Under the moonlight, she muttered bitterly, "This damned brat certainly knows how to make a quick escape." Fang Xing walked along the deserted stone path under the moonlight, whistling. Suddenly, he stopped, having sensed something amiss. He casually clasped his hands behind his head, calling out to his pursuers, "Senior brothers, you've been following me for so long. Why not come out and walk together for fun? It's really tiring having to slow down and wait for you all." With a whoosh, 3 dark figures dressed as assassins appeared, surrounding Fang Xing from all sides. All 3 clutched their weapons, forming a pincer movement that blocked all his escape routes. The leader spoke, inviting him to reminisce over tea in the name of young master Xuanzhao. Fang Xing sneered, flatly refusing. "Young master Xuanzhao? I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. He and I aren't close." The leader wasted no words, drawing his sword and declaring, "If that's the case, we shall have to help you show your sincerity." Fang Xing smirked. "Of course I don't blame you," then gathered his strength, preparing to face all 3 charging assassins alone. But before Fang Xing could finish his sentence, the 9 Serpents' golden flame sword blazed brightly, emitting an overbearing golden light. Fang Xing smirked defiantly, growling, "Let's see if you're even capable." Scene change. In a dark room, a voice full of contempt rang out. "Trash." Young Master Xuanzhao was in a furious rage, cursing directly at the 3 kneeling assassins. "Fang Xing is just a brat, and you 3 couldn't even capture him and bring him back here?" The assassin leader's face was pale, and he reported with a trembling voice, "Young Master, that brat is too strong. His cultivation is at least at the peak of the 3rd level of spirit movement." Xuanzhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Peak 3rd level of spirit movement? How can that be?" But the assassin insisted it was the truth. Another henchman, his face swollen, tearfully recounted that after defeating them, Fang Xing had vanished into the bamboo forest, nowhere to be found. Xuanzhao gritted his teeth and ordered, "If that's the case, then there's no doubt. Continue searching for him. Find him at all costs." The assassins fearfully obeyed. Meanwhile, at a small, secluded house at the foot of the mountain, the banner of the West Temple scavengers fluttered in the wind. Fang Xing leisurely walked towards the house, where a group of people were already waiting. The waiting group was none other than the gang of bullies he had subdued, now standing as straight as soldiers saluting a flag. Seeing their boss return, they all bowed in unison, shouting, "Welcome back, Boss Fang." The entire group obediently bowed, showing absolute reverence for their new boss. Fang Xing crossed his arms, looking pleased. "Good, that's the spirit." He stepped closer, asking his subordinates, "It's late at night. What are you all doing here? Why aren't you sleeping?" The The leader hastily reported. Reporting. Boss Fang. We are cultivating together. Since you left, we've been cultivating day and night for over half a year now. The chubby henchman next to him blurted out. That's right, boss. We stayed up all night drinking and gambling, causing the leader to startle and quickly correct. No, I mean we've been cultivating very diligently. Fang Xing pulled out a wine jug and a dice cup from behind his back, sneering. Oh really? So these must be your cultivation artifacts then. Leaving them speechless, he tossed a money bag onto the ground, bluntly declaring, Forget it, I don't expect you to cultivate seriously anyway. There are 20 taels of gold in here. Take it, go down the mountain, and spend it all, then come back. I need this house tonight. The henchman's eyes widened, and mouths gaped, as they looked at the bag Fang Xing handed over. Inside was a mountain of glittering gold ingots, dazzling them all. Fang Xing shot them a sharp glance, warning, I don't want anyone to know I've been to the medicinal field. If any of you utter a single word, you'll know the consequences. The leader and his lackeys hastily nodded repeatedly, profusely thanking Boss Fang and promising to keep silent. After receiving the money, they joyfully linked arms and headed down the mountain to feast and play, leaving the house to their boss. After sending the subordinates away, Fang Xing stood alone. Realizing this place wouldn't be safe for long, he had to break through quickly. He sat in the dilapidated wooden house, the first place he had sensed spiritual energy. Nearly a year had passed, and the house was as rundown as ever, but now it was the perfect location for his secluded cultivation. He pulled out the glowing elixir Ling Yun had given him, preparing for his level up through pill consumption. After swallowing the pill, he boldly declared, 4th level of spirit movement, here I come. He braced himself and waited, but remained silent, as absolutely no reaction occurred. He frowned in doubt. His body was completely still, showing no signs of a breakthrough. He wondered in confusion. Damn it, didn't they say the breakthrough pill would burn my meridians? Why don't I feel anything? He cursed inwardly, furious. That woman, Ling Yun, don't tell me she swapped a fake for me while I was asleep? Suddenly, a torrent of energy swept through his body, shocking him to his core. His entire body convulsed, his eyes wide with the tearing pain, as if the medicinal power was taking effect belatedly. The pain struck too quickly and dangerously, leaving him no time to react. Unable to bear it, Fang Xing collapsed onto the floor, losing consciousness. When he awoke, he was on a sky-piercing mountain peak, facing a muscular bald old man meditating like a statue. In his mind, a young Fang Xing sat beside a muscular man, asking, Ninth uncle, what are you looking at? The bald man pointed down into the abyss. The place where I found you. Fang Xing curiously peered down, but only saw a vast sea of white clouds, nothing else. The man stood up, his voice deepening. That place has been destroyed. Fang Xing asked in astonishment who had done it. Ninth uncle turned away, explaining that this was merely an illusion within Fang Xing's mindscape, and he was just a manifestation of memory. Fang Xing completely failed to understand what on earth Ninth uncle was talking about. Ninth uncle's voice resonated, explaining the mechanism of the breakthrough pill. First destroy, then rebuild. It will shatter the limits of your spiritual meridians with violent energy. Afterwards, it will burn your meridians and then reconstruct your body, forging your physique anew, just like a phoenix reborn from ashes. Fang Xing frantically clutched Ninth uncle's clothes as if unwilling to face the impending pain. Without a word of explanation, Ninth uncle directly pushed Fang Xing off the cliff. Mid-air, Fang Xing heard Ninth uncle's final instruction. Remember, Fang Xing, you must survive and become stronger. Fang Xing plunged straight into the dark abyss. Fang Xing jolted awake in his house. His subordinates anxiously gathered around him, and he unconsciously called out, Ninth uncle's name! The leader reported, Boss Fang, are you all right? Early this morning, we came back and found you lying on the ground, your entire body glowing red. And for some reason, this house too. Everyone's gaze turned to the ceiling, where a gaping hole had appeared. Fang Xing sat up, his mind still hazy. I'm fine. I feel like I just had a dream, but suddenly I can't remember it anymore. A subordinate recounted, Boss Fang, earlier you were muttering about Ninth uncle and something about a phoenix. We were scared to death. Fang Xing stood up, looking through the hole in the roof, feeling the new surge of power swirling within his body. So this is what the spirit resonance 4th layer feels like. He clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. I finally did it. The lackeys gaped when they learned Boss Fang had reached the 4th level spirit resonance, meaning he had a ticket to become an inner sect disciple. Fang Xing smirked, summoning his 9 serpents golden flame sword, which erupted with brilliant golden flames, radiating an overwhelming aura. He casually stepped onto the sword, ordering his subordinates. I'm leaving now. You all stay here and cultivate diligently. Before soaring away through the hole in the roof, Fang Xing didn't forget to add, "Oh, remember to use the money I gave you last night to fix the house." Fang Xing flew on his sword, radiating an overbearing aura, shooting straight forward like a streak of a meteor. The subordinates stared blankly after him, their leader scratching his head as he delivered a shocking piece of news. "But we already spent all the money you gave us, senior brother." A chubby subordinate among them watched with admiration. "Sword flight is truly cool. I wonder when I'll reach the 4th level spirit resonance." The leader immediately smacked the chubby man on the head, snapping, "Stop dreaming. Do you know how many years it takes for a genius like Boss Fang to appear?" In midair, Fang Xing locked onto his target, his gaze sharp. Now it's time to pay young Master Xuanzhao a visit. In a quiet waterside pavilion amidst a bamboo forest, Xuanzhao was seated with a man and a woman. Xuanzhao's face was scrunched in a frown. He was enjoying tea with his 2 friends, but his mood was clearly extremely foul. He complained irritably, "I searched all night but found no trace of that brat. I turned over the entire valley, even the bamboo forest along the mountain road. Could that rascal have left the sect? But I asked the gate guards, and they said they didn't see him." The girl sitting next to him spoke up to comfort him. "Brother Xuanzhao, why be angry? That brat can't hide forever. If he doesn't show up, we sisters will help you, using our connections within the sect, to issue a search notice for him." She continued to offer a venomous suggestion. "If he still doesn't show his face by then, we can accuse him of betraying the sect. The world is vast, but where can he hide if the entire sect is hunting him down?" Xuanzhao secretly gritted his teeth, knowing full well that these good friends were merely gloating. "They say they're helping as friends, but in reality, they're laughing behind my back because my spirit stone powder was stolen." Crack! Unable to control his rage, Xuanzhao crushed the teacup in his hand. He slammed the table and stood up, turning to yell directly at Yusan Liang, who was kneeling nearby. "Speak! You're that brat's lackey. I don't believe you don't know where he's hiding." Yusan Liang's face was drained of color, his voice trembling as he stammered, I truly don't know." Xuanzhao growled, his eyes spitting fire. "Humph. Just you wait. If that rascal isn't found by the end of today, then you'd better prepare to keep Lu Feng company." Yusan Liang was so scared he teared up, secretly cursing in his heart. "Junior brother Fang, this time you've caused big trouble. If only I had known, you should have taken me with you when you fled." As Xuanzhao and his companions were chatting, they saw a streak of light hurtling towards them from the horizon, their faces filled with curiosity. In the eyes of Xuanzhao's female companion, a rapidly enlarging speck of light was reflected. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion blew away the entire pavilion area right in front of them. Xuanzhao and his group were covered in dust after the anything-but-gentle entrance, their faces all bewildered. Xuanzhao snarled bitterly, unable to believe someone dared to interrupt. "You dare." Fang Xing landed arrogantly on his blazing flying sword, his tone full of sarcasm. "Brother Xuanzhao, I heard you were looking for me, so I came right away. I hope I didn't scare you?" Xuanzhao's female companion was deeply shocked, realizing the opponent's cultivation level. Sword flight is a skill of the 4th level spirit resonance. Could this brat already be an inner sect disciple? Fang Xing turned to look at Yusan Liang, who was cowering in fear on the ground. He frowned and asked the chubby man directly, "Why do I keep running into you everywhere?" Which made Yusan Liang angrily retort, "Do you even have the nerve to ask? Don't, you know why I'm here?" Xuanzhao pointed his sword at Fang Xing's face, beginning his accusations. "Fang Xing, you dared to deceive us. Confess. What's your relationship with that black market thief? Where did you hide the spirit stone powder you stole from me?" Fang Xing's aura erupted as he roared. "Stolen? The spirit stone powder was a reward from the sect to me. You robbed me, and I haven't even settled that score yet. Now you're making my friend kneel. What exactly do you want? Hit where it hurt." Xuanzhao strained his neck and argued stubbornly. "Nonsense. You clearly gave it to me willingly." Fang Xing showed his disdain. "Willingly? Ask your 2 friends if any fool would just give away spirit stone powder for free. If you robbed me, admit it. Don't you have the guts to confess?" Enraged to his core, Xuanzhao mustered his strength and roared, "You arrogant brat, I'll kill you." Yusan Liang cried out in panic, "Junior brother Feng, be careful." While Xuanzhao had already shot forward like an arrow. Whoosh! Xuanzhao was stunned as his sword strike only cut through air. His target had vanished. Fang Xing had already gracefully glided behind him at some point, his speed utterly overwhelming. Wham! A heaven-shattering kick landed squarely on Xuanzhao's face. making his nose bleed like a fountain. Xuanzhao's body flew through the air, bouncing off the ground like a thrown stone. Fang Xing dusted off his hands, uttering a contemptuous remark to the defeated opponent. "You're weaker than me, yet you dared to strike first. I don't think you're the brave type." Yu Sanliang knelt on the ground, his eyes wide with shock as he asked, "Junior brother Fang, since when did you become so incredibly strong?" The girl accompanying Xuanzhao cleared her throat, drawing attention. Qin Shinger spoke up, both placating and probing. "Senior brother Fang is truly impressive. We greatly admire you. Moreover, what you said makes sense. Xuanzhao shouldn't have taken your spirit stone powder." Xuanzhao was furious, pointing directly at her and snapping, "Qin Shinger, are you crazy? Why are you defending him?" But she immediately changed her tune, her eyes sharp. "But if I'm not mistaken, senior brother Fang is the black market thief, isn't he?" Qin Shinger analyzed as if she were absolutely right. "With the 4th level spirit resonance strength you just displayed, if you're not the black market thief, then where did you get the spirit stone powder to refine breakthrough pills?" Xuanzhao seized the opportunity, straining his neck to chime in. "Exactly. My spirit stone powder was snatched the moment it arrived. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be?" Fang Xing smirked, his attitude utterly condescending. "You want to frame me just for a bag of spirit stone powder?" Qin Shinger pressed on. "Junior brother Fang, are you feeling guilty?" Fang Xing calmly retorted. "Ridiculous. My breakthrough pills were given to me by senior sister Ling Yun. What does that have to do with your bag of powder?" Qin Shinger sneered, resting her chin on her hand with a look of disdain. "Truly ridiculous, to even dare drag senior sister Ling Yun into this." Xuanzhao roared, pointing directly at Fang Xing's face. "Brat, I advise you to confess honestly. Where did the spirit stone powder come from?" Fang Xing maintained his calm expression, repeating firmly, "Senior sister Ling Yun gave me these spiritual elixirs." He casually presented a porcelain bottle, his demeanor as if bestowing alms upon a beggar. "Some are for cultivation, some are for healing." Bang! Fang Xing placed 4 pristine white porcelain bottles onto the stone table, his aura completely overwhelming. He picked up one bottle and sniffed it, adding provocatively, "Oh, there's even a bottle of beauty-enhancing pills to improve body odor. No wonder senior sister smells so fragrant." Xuanzhao stared at the bottles, his face blank, but still tried to argue stubbornly. "Tch, they look quite real." He picked up a bottle and scrutinized it, his voice full of suspicion. "But who knows what kind of trash is inside?" Yu Sanliang, sweating profusely behind him, tugged at Fang Xing's sleeve and whispered, "Big brother, it's fine if you brag to me about senior sister Ling Yun, but if you boast at such a crucial moment and get exposed, it's all over." With that, Fang Xing inverted the porcelain bottle, and 2 glistening golden pills, radiating spiritual energy, fell out, illuminating a corner of the courtyard. Xuanzhao's eyes widened, his jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. How can this be? Is this a real qi-gathering pill? Could this spiritual medicine? He hastily flipped the bottle over to examine its bottom, his face a mask of utter shock. Etched clearly on the bottom of the white porcelain bottle was the character Spirit, undeniable proof. Still stubbornly arguing, Xuanzhao roared, "How dare you break into 7 Rivers Valley to steal elixirs?" Fang Xing casually tossed the elixir bottle, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Humph. If you're so capable, why don't you try stealing it yourself? Do you think everyone in 7 Rivers Valley is as blind as you ignorant pig?" Qin Shinger also realized this was a genuine item refined by senior sister Ling Yun, and thought to herself, "Forget it. I'm not getting involved in this anymore." She immediately changed her demeanor, gently returning the elixir bottle to Fang Xing. "Junior brother Fang, I was mistaken about the stone essence powder matter. If it's just a misunderstanding, we won't keep you here for tea any longer." Xuanzhao, still resentful and unwilling to concede, pointed directly at Fang Xing. "No way. Don't think dragging senior sister Ling Yun into this will settle it. I know you're the thief from the black market. Remember Lu Feng? If you don't admit it, you'll meet the same end as him." Fang Xing feigned innocence and asked back, "Senior brother Liu, what did you do to him?" Xuanzhao growled, his face filled with murderous intent. "Stop pretending. I sent him to meet King Yama a long time ago." Enraged, he erupted with azure spiritual energy, brandishing his sword and roaring, "Don't think I'm afraid just because you're at Spirit Resonance Stage 4. If you don't give me a clear explanation today, I won't spare you even if I die." Boom. Fang Xing merely placed a hand gently on the stone table, completely nullifying his imposing aura. Xuanzhao and his cronies were all stunned into silence by this display of power. Fang Xing growled, pointing directly at Xuanzhao. Xuanzhao, you're truly audacious. Xuanzhao was overwhelmed by Fang Xing's aura, his face paling in surprise. Fang Xing roared, questioning. Just for a petty thief in the black market, you abuse your authority and kill people. Who gave you the right to kill fellow disciples within the sect? Xuanzhao sneered brazenly. Even if I did, so what? Do you have any proof? Whoosh! Fang Xing threw out a jade sound transmission talisman that emitted a brilliant golden light. He declared loudly, here's the proof. Do you still want to argue? Xuanzhao and his cronies were struck dumb when they realized it was a sound transmission talisman, a magical artifact that records sound. Fang Xing exposed Xuanzhao, declaring that this sound transmission talisman had recorded their entire conversation, and this time, even his backer wouldn't be able to help. Seeing the solid evidence, Xuanzhao changed his tune faster than flipping a rice paper, hastily backing down. Junior brother Fang. It was all just a misunderstanding. Unable to win with words, Xuanzhao resorted to foul play, lunging straight for Fang Xing to snatch the evidence from his hand. But a weakling trying to solo? Fang Xing's eyes flashed with golden light, and his entire body erupted with an overwhelming aura. Thwack! A devastating punch wrapped in brilliant golden energy slammed directly into Xuanzhao's face. The powerful punch made the space seem to explode, and Xuanzhao was thoroughly beaten. Fang Xing summoned the blazing Nine Serpents golden flame sword, growling. Dare to steal from me? Accidentally skewering you to death wouldn't violate sect rules, you know. Whoosh! The flying sword shot forth like a golden lightning bolt, and Xuanzhao was scared out of his wits, screaming desperately, No, save me! Xuanzhao's cronies, Qin Shinger and the other disciple, could only stand rooted to the spot, not daring to utter a single word. Xuanzhao was in extreme panic, desperately calling for help from his two companions, but they acted as if they didn't hear him. The blazing sword stopped right before Xuanzhao's forehead, making him scream in terror. The terrifying pressure made the pampered young master so scared that he wet his pants. He prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly, crying and begging, Big brother Fang, I was wrong, please spare me. Everyone could only watch the scene of Xuanzhao, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, now kneeling and begging for his life. Fang Xing crossed his arms, his voice full of sarcasm as he looked at the person kneeling at his feet. You killed my closest brother, and now a simple apology is enough? Xuanzhao trembled, stammering. Then, Big brother Fang, what do you want me to do to satisfy you? Fang Xing threw out a cold, concise answer. Increase the price. Xuanzhao was bewildered, not understanding his opponent's intention. Fang Xing tossed another jade talisman, stating the price bluntly. You don't want this? Fine. 300 spirit stones. Xuanzhao's face twisted, and he whined in explanation. 300 spirit stones? But I was robbed by that thief in the black market earlier. Now I only have 20 spirit stones left. Fang Xing gave his final condition. It's simple. Just sign this promissory note and the matter is settled. Xuanzhao broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning ashen as he looked at the item Fang Xing handed him. He gritted his teeth and endured the humiliation, trembling as he offered his jade token. All right, take it. Fang Xing snatched the jade token away, not giving his opponent a chance to change his mind. Hand it over quickly. Xuanzhao stared blankly at the cheap sound transmission jade talisman remaining in his hand after the exchange. Deal done. Fang Xing and Yu Sanliang turned and left, leaving Xuanzhao sitting on the ground like a defeated man. Xuanzhao muttered resentfully. Just for a piece of trash magical artifact, I lost 300 spirit stones. He picked up the jade talisman, letting out a sigh. Whatever, I'll just listen to it and see. Crack! He forcefully threw the jade talisman to the ground, where it shattered into countless pieces. Qin Shinger and the other crony stood from a distance, witnessing the entire spectacle. Xuanzhao flew into a rage, screaming, That bastard! It was another trick. Qin Shinger calmly picked up another jade slip from the ground, the one Fang Xing had used to intimidate him. She sneered, realizing the trick. There was no sound transmission talisman at all. It hadn't even been activated. Truly a masterful move. Xuanzhao could only curse from afar. Damn it, don't think reaching Spirit Resonance Stage 4 makes you so great. Just you wait, I will definitely. Leaving the defeated man behind, Fang Xing laughed gleefully, telling Yu Sanliang, Tell my uncle about this. Both headed straight for the sect's central area, where magnificent and splendid halls appeared. Yu Sanliang panted, asking, Junior brother Fang, are you planning to register for the inner sect right now? Fang Xing patted his junior's shoulder, explaining his strategy. Of course, the more I delay, the more trouble there'll be. The sooner I enter the inner sect, the sooner I'll get the sect's protection. Before leaving, he tossed Yu Sanliang a heavy bag. Here, I'm giving you all these cultivation resources. Make sure you cultivate properly. I'm off. Yu Sanliang opened the bag and froze. Inside was a dazzling treasure trove of spirit stones and cultivation resources. Fang Xing coolly waved goodbye, casually remarking, "Is there anyone else coming in?" Watching his big brother's retreating figure, Yu Sanliang's eyes welled up with tears, sobbing, "I've been in the sect for 7 years, and today I finally see hope for cultivation." Fang Xing advanced alone straight to the Ascension Hall, his aura soaring, ready to complete the initiation procedures. Before him stood a colossal awakening drum made from snakeskin. A single strike resonating for 100 miles would officially make him an inner sect disciple. 2 young sweeping disciples ran out to block his path, their voices childish yet feigning maturity. "Senior brother, only outer sect disciples who have reached spirit resonance stage 4 are allowed in here. You should leave." Fang Xing merely burst into laughter at the 2 youngsters' naivety. He spread his hand, revealing 2 dazzling spirit stones, and nonchalantly said, "Well said. I have gifts for you." The 2 gatekeeping youngsters accepted the gifts, their eyes gleaming, and immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Without further ado, Fang Xing grabbed a drumstick as thick as a pillar, gathering all his strength to unleash an earth-shattering blow. Boom! A sky-shattering explosion rang out. The drumhead caved in, creating a wave of golden shockwave that swept through, sending the 2 youngsters flying with their brooms. At the same time, Yu Sanliang was still crying profusely, completely unaware of the earth-shattering feat his big brother had just accomplished. In some immortal realm, a white-haired youth and a muscular giant were leisurely playing chess by the mountainside. Suddenly, the white crane beside them startled, sensing an unusual tremor. The white-haired youth calmly placed a chess piece, his gaze sharp, as if he already knew everything. He muttered, "That kid finally entered the inner sect, huh? It's about time." The muscular giant turned in confusion and asked, "Master, who are you talking about?" In the solemn grand hall, Fang Xing stepped in alone, boldly declaring, "Outer sect disciple Fang Xing, having reached spirit resonance stage 4, requests entry into the inner sect to cultivate the grand Tao." A white-haired, white-bearded elder, with a majestic aura, stood towering before Fang Xing, silently observing. Inside the hall, there was only a portrait, a few plaques, and a golden goblet. The atmosphere was eerily silent. The golden goblet was filled with a blood-red liquid, with a silver needle plunged inside, signaling an important ritual about to commence. The elder laid out the first condition for entering the inner sect: no betrayal of the sect, and Fang Xing immediately agreed. A surge of fiery spiritual energy erupted from Fang Xing as he performed the ritual, signaling that a fate lamp was about to be established. The elder explained, "The fate lamp has been established. This is your lamp of destiny. If you perish outside, this lamp will extinguish." This lamp of destiny also served as a security camera, helping the sect investigate the cause of a disciple's death. The elder continued to cast spells, conjuring a jade token from thin air, while Fang Xing's fate lamp burned brightly behind him. Fang Xing received the jade token, informed that it served as an identification card, a sect map, and a portable recorder. The jade token also functioned as an emergency alarm button, capable of connecting to the fate lamp to summon sect reinforcements. Fang Xing held the jade token, glaring at the fate lamp, well aware that it was not just a life-preserving item, but also a collar for the sect to control him. Next procedure. The elder summoned 5 core cultivation techniques of the Azure Cloud sect for Fang Xing to choose from. 5 glowing books floated in midair, representing power ranks from lowest to highest: Foundation, Law, Profound, Divine, Immortal, Heavenly, Tao. Fang Xing was slightly shocked to realize that the sect's strongest cultivation technique was only at the Law rank, wondering how much more formidable the higher-ranked, terrifying techniques would be. The elder emphasized that choosing a cultivation technique would determine his cultivation path and future means of livelihood, telling him to choose carefully. The first option presented, a wood element cultivation technique, specializing in growing plants and concocting medicine, a path for support cultivators. Fang Xing flatly refused. "For alchemy? I won't learn it." The elder froze for a few seconds. The second option, a talisman crafting technique, capable of inscribing charms onto weapons, but requiring masterful calligraphy skills. Fang Xing clutched his head, feigning distress. "Just writing characters already gives me a headache. I won't learn that." The elder began to get annoyed, introducing the third option, a geomancy cultivation technique, specialized in divination, array formation, and treasure hunting. Fang Xing waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I don't even know how to use an abacus, so what divination and calculations can I do? Slap. Losing patience, the elder gathered the books, veins throbbing on his forehead. He introduced the final cultivation technique, specializing in combat and forging. This is the art of artifact forging, using spirit fire to forge magic artifacts. It's also the easiest way to earn spirit stones. Will you learn it? Fang Xing nonchalantly refused. That's a blacksmith's job. I don't want to learn it. The elder officially exploded, his neck veins bulging as he roared. You won't learn this. You won't learn that. What exactly do you want? Fang Xing immediately pointed at the secret manuals floating high above, excitedly declaring, I want to learn this one. The old elder shook his head, pouring cold water on his enthusiasm. You won't be able to learn that. Fang Xing looked bewildered, wondering, why? Another pointy-bearded elder appeared, beginning to lecture. Youngster, don't harbor unrealistic ambitions. The cultivation techniques you choose aren't for cultivating power, but for earning a living. He continued to explain that the Azure Cloud9 Swords was indeed a top-tier technique, created by the founding ancestor himself, specifically for combat. But the fatal problem was that it consumed an enormous amount of resources, whereas other cultivation techniques, once mastered, allowed one to earn money and farm resources independently. He concluded, the Azure Cloud9 Swords is only for the wealthy, those who don't have to worry about resources. Only a handful of people in this entire Azure Cloud sect dare to cultivate it. Upon hearing this, Fang Xing felt indignant, clenching his fists as he thought, if I don't have resources, I'll just steal from others. Suddenly, a strange object shot through the air, swift as lightning. Whoosh! A brilliant golden pillar of light descended into the center of the grand hall, startling both Fang Xing and the elder. From within the pillar of light, a white-haired figure emerged, exuding an overwhelming, domineering aura. The elder hastily bowed. Martial uncle? Fang Xing stared intently at the newcomer, his mind instantly analyzing. His spirit body is already at spirit resonance stage 9. How terrifying must his true body be? The elder quickly cupped his hands, his voice filled with reverence. Greetings, martial uncle. May I ask why you have graced us with your presence? The white-haired figure paid no attention to the elder, simply pointing directly at Fang Xing and commanding, You, follow me. Fang Xing was utterly shocked, pointing at his own face. Me? The elder hastily interjected. Martial uncle, are you mistaken? This disciple has just entered the inner sect and hasn't even chosen a cultivation technique yet. Furthermore, he is young and inexperienced, with an arrogant disposition. How could he possibly catch your eye? The white-haired youth waved his hand, his tone dismissive. It's fine. I find this kid very interesting. Consider it fate. I will guide him a bit. With that, the white-haired figure gestured for Fang Xing, who was kneeling on the ground, to follow, completely disregarding the elder who stood frozen behind them. The white-haired youth exuded an overbearing aura, extending his hand to Fang Xing and gesturing, Come here. Fang Xing, without hesitation, grasped the elder's finger, and a brilliant golden energy enveloped both of them. Whoosh! A colossal pillar of light erupted, teleporting them both away without a trace, leaving a crater on the floor. The inner sect elder stood frozen, his mind blank. What in the world is senior uncle thinking? Both appeared on an endless stone path leading up a mist-shrouded mountain peak. Fang Xing panted. Slow down. Where is this place? Left behind, Fang Xing only saw an orange streak flash past. The elder's speed was truly extraordinary. Hey, where are you going? Wait for me. Fang Xing yelled in despair as the distance grew. Annoyed at being abandoned, Fang Xing hurled his shoe like a bullet. Whoosh! The shoe flew with astonishing speed, but the white-haired youth gently blocked it with just one finger. The elder was already seated at the chessboard, smiling as he remarked, A noisy sparrow is approaching. An immortal realm scene unfolded. Two masters were seated, drinking and playing chess on a high platform amidst the clouds. Fang Xing finally climbed to the spot, breathless. You called me here to play chess? The muscular man seated opposite grumbled. So much talk. What does a brat like you know? Fang Xing retorted nonchalantly, puffing out his chest. Who says I don't know? Isn't it just black pieces capturing white pieces? He continued to boast loudly, challenging the muscular man. What's so hard about it? If I really do it, what then? The muscular man was furious, pointing at the chessboard. Such a glib tongue. If you're so confident, then capture a black piece before you speak. The white-haired youth spoke up, offering a tempting deal. Come, Li Shi's white pieces are currently besieged by me. If you can resolve this chess situation, I will teach you a cultivation technique. Hearing about a cultivation technique, Fang Xing's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists with determination. Really? Without bothering to consider a move, Fang Xing casually picked up a black chess piece from the board. Then, to the astonishment of the two masters, he directly put the chess piece into his mouth and chewed. The game is easy. The muscular Li Shi was utterly shocked, yelling, You ate the chess piece? Fang Xing replied nonchalantly, Either way, it's capturing a piece. What's the difference? He even boasted further, asking the two masters in return, Is eating one piece enough? Or should I devour two more? Fang Xing smirked, secretly thinking that this chess piece, made from black rhinoceros horn, was truly full of spiritual energy, the real deal. Li Shi was speechless, turning to look at his senior uncle with a face that showed he didn't know what to say. The white-haired youth smiled and declared, Nephew Li Shi, this brat has already relieved your siege by eating a black chess piece. The game ends here. Li Shi joyfully thanked his senior uncle, but was reminded, The one you should thank is that fellow who ate the chess piece for you. Li Shi turned and patted Fang Xing's shoulder, his attitude doing a complete 180-degree turn. You're quite good, kid. Come to my soul-severing valley someday, and I'll reward you handsomely. Fang Xing chuckled, scratching his head to change the subject. Never mind. You haven't even said how you'd thank me. The muscular Li Shi suddenly vanished, leaving Fang Xing bewildered, not understanding what had happened. The white-haired youth coldly asked, Nephew Li Shi has returned. As for you, I don't think there's any need to teach you more cultivation techniques, because someone just entered the sect and already plundered all the spirit stones from the black market. He continued to expose the crimes. Not only that, he also tricked Ho Qing out of a demonic spirit pill, then went to Azure Demon Mountain and killed Ho Qing and 4 other disciples. Fang Xing broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale as his dark secrets were exposed. You! How do you know? The white-haired youth pressed a finger to Fang Xing's forehead, his voice full of oppressive power. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. You've committed 7 offenses since entering the sect. How should you be punished? Fang Xing immediately changed his demeanor, kneeling on the ground, wailing and complaining. Senior, it's because I was lonely and helpless that I had to do such things. But this trick was useless. The white-haired youth grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up, feigning pity. That's another crime. Exposed, Fang Xing screamed in despair. So what do you want me to do? Kill or die? Silence. The white-haired youth let out a low growl, his entire body erupting with a brilliant golden aura, while Fang Xing was still calculating in his head that this old man was only bluffing and wouldn't kill him. With a whoosh, the white-haired youth pulled Fang Xing along, soaring straight into the sky at terrifying speed. Both landed in a magnificent, splendid grand hall, where a colossal alchemy furnace was burning brightly. Thrown into a library filled with treasures, Fang Xing was scrambling to get up when the white-haired youth sneered. What are you looking at, little thief? Both stood in a vast space. Before them was a colossal alchemy cauldron emitting a brilliant golden light. Fang Xing sat down on the ground, his eyes wide and mouth agape, staring at the mountain-sized alchemy furnace, sensing an ominous premonition. Just as he thought about being thrown into the furnace, Fang Xing was kicked in the backside by the white-haired youth. The white-haired youth looked down at Fang Xing with a half-smile, half-scornful expression, truly embodying the demeanor of a grand boss. Fang Xing immediately switched to his whining mode, hugging the elder's leg and wailing. I've been a bad person since childhood. Any pill refined from me would surely be a waste product. Please spare me. The white-haired youth replied nonchalantly. When did I say I would refine you into a pill? If I capture you and then let you go, what logic would there be? The elder extended a scroll. Fang Xing stared blankly, not understanding anything. Your wicked mind is not suited for my inheritance, but perhaps it is suited for this scroll, the white-haired youth said. I give you 3 days to comprehend it. The elder laid down a harsh condition. If you fail to comprehend it after 3 days, I will erase your memories and let you live out your days in the inner sect. As soon as he heard of an opportunity, Fang Xing immediately jumped up to turn the tables. I can help you, but you must agree to one of my conditions first. Fang Xing began his bargaining speech, arguing that since the elder had promised to teach him a cultivation technique, he shouldn't add more conditions, leaving the other man speechless. The white-haired youth pointed directly at Fang Xing's face, offering a final deal. As long as you comprehend this scroll, I will overlook all your crimes, and even impart a secret art to you. Hearing such a tempting offer, Fang Xing immediately agreed without hesitation. Absolutely. That's more like it. Fang Xing gleefully took the scroll, preparing to open it and see what was inside. As soon as he opened it, a surge of dark demonic energy and fresh blood gushed out from the scroll, startling Fang Xing. The white-haired youth explained, "This is the immortal slaying scroll, created when the blood of an immortal splattered onto the scroll as they were decapitated." He continued to recount that he had studied it for 700 years without success, and countless talented disciples had also been stumped. But Fang Xing seemed different. "Just try it. It'll return in 3 days," the white-haired youth said, then patted Fang Xing's shoulder before leaving. The elder stepped outside, looked up at the starry sky, and muttered, "In the past 300 years, this is the 10th person I've sought out. I hope you will surprise me." Fang Xing meditated before the immortal slaying scroll, his mind immediately drawn inside, where a fierce demon formed from blood and fire roared. A white-haired immortal appeared amidst a sea of flames, roaring with indignation, seemingly facing an unavoidable death. Whoosh! A single slash tore through space, and the immortal's shadowy figure collapsed amidst the howling wind. Fang Xing jolted awake, his eyes wide with horror at the scene he had just witnessed. He muttered, realizing this was the sword intent of a heaven-grade cultivation technique, the highest tier in the cultivation world, capable of slaying even immortals. But then he scratched his head in frustration. What exactly am I supposed to comprehend? What on earth would someone about to be beheaded be thinking? In his mind, Fang Xing recalled a scene of himself with a bald executioner holding a blade to his neck, wondering if he had been afraid then. The colossal blade swung up, carrying a chilling killing intent. Fang Xing put himself in the shoes of the dying man, trying to feel it, but then shook his head. No, there's no resonance. He realized that the person in the painting, who was about to be beheaded, felt no fear at all. Another memory flooded back. 2 guards whispered about a young boy who dared to kill the landlord's son and was about to be executed, while another child was tied to a cross. "That brat is truly something. He'll be beheaded tomorrow," one said. But Fang Xing still shook his head, feeling this wasn't the answer either. The memory shifted, showing young Fang Xing walking through a bustling market. Suddenly, a tall, masked man brushed past, his eyes filled with disdain. Fang Xing fell sprawling after the collision, the stench from a nearby bucket of water assailing his nose. He looked up, facing a swaggering ruffian who was looking down at him. The ruffian placed his foot on Fang Xing, growling, "You bumped into me. Why aren't you kneeling? Do you think I wouldn't dare chop off your filthy hands?" That's right. That's it. Not fear, not regret, but indignation. Trampled and humiliated, young Fang Xing gritted his teeth, with only one thought in his mind. Why should I submit? Why should I be trampled underfoot by you? Back in reality, Fang Xing gnashed his teeth, clenching his fists, finally grasping the core emotion, the ultimate fury of being pushed to the brink. Fang Xing braced himself as a scorching, fiery energy erupted from his body, signaling an imminent chi deviation. Within his consciousness, his spiritual energy transformed into a pillar of pure blue energy, surrounded on all sides by raging crimson flames of indignation. The source of the chaos came from the immortal slaying scroll. 2 streams of blue and red gold energy poured out from it like 2 pythons tearing at each other. Fang Xing gritted his teeth, realizing the indomitable will within the painting was burning his spiritual energy. Damn it, I'm screwed this time. He realized that indignation was only half the truth. Something was still missing to balance this berserk power. In that life or death moment, Fang Xing wondered if he would perish like this, with one side burning with rage and the other chilling with icy will. No. This stubborn young man refused to die in vain. He exerted all his strength to find a path to survival within the deadly painting. As his hand touched the chaotic energy stream, a thought flashed in his mind. That's it! A blurry image appeared, a shadowy figure torn apart by an invisible slash, shattering into pieces. Fang Xing's eyes widened, and he screamed in his consciousness as he found the key. That's it! The Sword of Destiny! He understood now. It was that very Sword of Destiny that had beheaded the immortal, creating this immortal slaying scroll. The Sword of Destiny was even more powerful than an immortal's blood. True indignation and will would complement and balance each other. The moment he achieved enlightenment, the chaotic energy stream began to swirl rapidly, submitting and being absorbed by Fang Xing into his body. The flames of indignation extinguished, leaving only a pure, gentle stream of blue spiritual energy enveloping Fang Xing, much to his own astonishment. The young man floated in midair, grinning with delight as ribbons of blue energy coiled around him like small dragons. Fang Xing leaped with joy, laughing heartily. Amazing! I did it! Though drenched in sweat and bruised, he clenched his fists with a satisfied smile. I have comprehended it. Fang Xing collapsed onto the floor from exhaustion, and the mysterious white-haired youth suddenly appeared, remarking, "The flames burned it but didn't kill it. It seems he truly understands now." The white-haired man caught Fang Xing, while the immortal slaying scroll on the wall splattered with a streak of blood and golden sparks. The white-haired youth gazed into the distance, muttering about his dwindling 1,000-year lifespan and hoping to unravel this mystery before his death. The domineering white-haired youth scooped up the unconscious Fang Xing, a brilliant golden magic array lighting up beneath his feet. With a whoosh, he descended as lightly as a feather, preparing to place Fang Xing on the bed. The master carefully laid Fang Xing on the bed. The young man was still sound asleep, oblivious to the world. Looking at the sleeping Fang Xing, the white-haired man smirked, thinking to himself, if I can obtain the immortal's essence from the painting, perhaps I can achieve a breakthrough. A few days later, Fang Xing sprang up amidst hot steam, exclaiming, "Ah, it's so hot," while streams of blue spiritual energy still coiled around him. The young man jolted awake, drenched in sweat, his face filled with panic as he looked around. Fang Xing breathed a sigh of relief, reassuring himself, "Damn it, I really thought I was a goner this time." He looked around the luxurious, unfamiliar room and wondered, where am I? And why am I sweating so profusely? Deciding to ignore it, Fang Xing planned to take out some wine for a few calming sips, remembering he still had half a gourd in his storage ring. But just as he was about to search for it, a voice rang out, startling him. "Are you looking for this gourd?" The white-haired youth was already standing there, holding Fang Xing's very own wine gourd. The man casually said, "While you were asleep, I tasted some of this wine. It's terrible." Fang Xing could only force a laugh. "Really? I'm used to it," the white-haired man continued, dropping a bombshell. "But thanks to it, I discovered your cultivation secret," which made Fang Xing, who was gulping down wine, freeze. Fang Xing choked on his wine, coughing violently, spraying water everywhere. He hastily denied it. "What cultivation secret? I just like drinking wine. I get more inspired when I cultivate while drunk," while internally screaming. Could he have discovered the divine demon book? The white-haired man sneered, exposing the lie. "Ordinary people cannot directly absorb wine brewed from demon cores. Do you still intend to hide it from me?" Fang Xing broke into a cold sweat, realizing this man was more perceptive than he thought, and he had to find a way to conceal the secret of the yin-yang divine demon book. The young man immediately resorted to feigning distress, whimpering as he tried to recount his hardships. But the white-haired man cut him off. "Enough. I already guessed your identity is special. If you don't want to tell the truth, then don't." The master uttered a shocking statement that left Fang Xing stunned. "In truth, you possess the bloodline of the ancient Tao Ti, don't you?" He explained that he had consulted ancient texts, learning that the Tao Ti clan possessed the power to devour heaven and earth, and concluded that Fang Xing was a hybrid, which was why he could directly swallow elixirs like that. Fang Xing's face went blank, speechless at the white-haired man's half-demon deduction that came out of nowhere. The white-haired man continued to monologue, assuming Fang Xing concealed his identity, because the world disdained hybrids, but also comforted him that the cultivation world didn't care much about such matters. Fang Xing immediately changed his demeanor, fawningly praising the elder's keen insight, while secretly thinking this absurd excuse was perfectly reasonable to hide his secrets. The white-haired man changed the subject, directly asking Fang Xing if he had comprehended the mystery of the immortal slaying painting. Fang Xing began to boast, explaining that the first mystery was the executed person's wrath, and that anger activated the power within his body, transforming his spiritual power into terrifying flames. He continued to analyze, stating that if he only understood the immortal's wrath in the painting, he would suffer chi deviation and lose control. Fang Xing concluded, the true essence of the painting was not anger, but the very sword strike that severed the immortal's head. Sword intent? The white-haired man was deeply shocked, finally understanding why the previous disciples couldn't escape the illusion. It turned out the painting contained not only wrath but also sword intent. Fang Xing laughed gleefully, asserting that no matter how angry the immortal was, his head was still severed, proving that sword intent was even stronger than wrath. And that was the second mystery. The white-haired man merely gave a faint, meaningful smile. "Is that all? What a pity." The master turned and left, leaving Fang Xing resentful that his efforts in deciphering had been dismissed. The white-haired man sighed, muttering to himself that he had hoped the painting contained an immortal-grade cultivation technique to help him break through realms and extend his lifespan. He was disappointed because the painting only contained evil flames and sword intent, both combat arts rather than cultivation techniques. A leaf fell into his hand, and the white-haired man sadly realized that his life was nearing its end. He suddenly clenched his fist, roaring decisively, No matter what, I will not return." A surge of orange-yellow energy erupted from the white-haired man, his aura soaring to the heavens. He created a colossal, blazing array right in the courtyard, preparing to perform a mysterious ritual. From within the array, a colossal purple coffin was slowly summoned forth. The white-haired man looked up at a colossal magic mirror that appeared above the coffin, calling out, "Lao Ju, is that you?" From within the mirror, a man in purple robes, exuding malevolent energy, appeared and sneered. "So you finally decided to contact the clan, have you?" The white-haired man declared he had already set up formations, challenging Lao Ju to find his whereabouts. But Lao Ju merely scoffed. "Caution is useless." Lao Ju sneered from the mirror. "Contacting us proactively like this, you must be on your last legs, aren't you?" Lao Ju continued to taunt, recalling the white-haired man's past. Treated like trash by the clan, yet secretly breaking through to the golden core stage, and even stealing the god-slaying coffin painting. He slammed his hand on the chair, roaring. "But what about now? Have you made any breakthroughs?" Lao Ju looked down from above, his voice full of disdain. "This is the price of betraying the clan." He furiously roared, lamenting the white-haired man's talent. "If you had swallowed your pride back then, with the clan's resources, you would have reached the nascent soul stage, or even the tribulation-transcending realm by now," the white-haired man calmly admitted. "Big Brother is right. I've been stuck at the peak golden core stage for 500 years. Now my great tribulation is approaching, and there's no path to nascent soul." Lao Ju narrowed his eyes, seemingly having achieved his goal. Lao Ju laid out his conditions, his voice condescending. "Bring the painting back, apologize to Third Brother, and I will speak on your behalf. With the clan's resources, you still have a chance to break through." The white-haired man exploded, veins bulging as he roared. "Apologize to him? That bastard committed such a heinous act, and now you want me to apologize to him? What about my child?" Lao Ju appeared cold, dismissing his pain. "Is that so important? It's been 700 years. I thought you had come to terms with it." The white-haired man gave a faint, defiant smile, declaring he had indeed come to terms with it, and sneering at the clan's plans. He pointed directly at Lao Ju through the mirror, declaring war. "I contacted you not to return home. I'm about to die, and I will spend the rest of my life shattering the clan's plans, making you all taste regret." Lao Ju panicked as the connection broke, shouting, "Don't do anything reckless." Crack. The magic mirror shattered into pieces, completely severing the conversation. Everything returned to silence, leaving only the white-haired man standing alone on the stone platform, his aura resolute. The scene shifts. On the table were 2 empty porcelain bottles and a few leftover pills. Fang Xing sat on the ground, tilting the wine gourd upside down, his face bewildered. "It's all gone?" he mumbled, utterly bewildered. His cultivation hadn't increased despite fully absorbing the spiritual energy from the wine, which was completely illogical. Fang Xing checked his body and noticed an incredible change. "Is it an illusion? The spiritual energy within me seems to have become purer." Fang Xing decided he had to immediately test how formidable his new power was. Test targets: empty bottles, books, potted plants, and a ceramic vase. Fang Xing circulated his cultivation technique, his hands gathering brilliant golden spiritual energy, and shouted, "Come here." A dazzling golden dragon-shaped energy burst forth, sweeping all objects in the room into the air. He delightedly realized his martial skills had become significantly stronger, despite his cultivation remaining unchanged. When suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "What are you doing?" Fang Xing jumped in fright. A tall figure had suddenly appeared behind him without him noticing. The real deal appeared. The white-haired youth, his face as cold as ice, unleashed a palm strike radiating dazzling light. Fang Xing was neatly trapped within an energy sphere, helplessly floating in midair with a vase precariously balanced on his head. The white-haired man calmly rattled off the names of every item Fang Xing had just messed with. Cultivation techniques, pills, jade bottles, all genuine articles. He resentfully picked up a branch, growling. "And the flower I painstakingly cultivated for 300 years, which was supposed to bloom in 3 days. Fang Xing broke into a sweat, stammering, "How about I plant it back in the soil for you?" He was immediately silenced by the man's roar. With an unamused expression, the white-haired man tightened his grip on the branch and commanded, "You, follow me." True to his word, he dragged the energy sphere containing Fang Xing to fly behind him, ignoring Fang Xing's shouts of not knowing how to move. Both landed in a vast courtyard, its architecture ancient and majestic. The white-haired man now wore a black blindfold, perched on a stone pedestal, and commanded, "Come here." Seeing Fang Xing still hesitating afar, he coldly added, "Closer." Fang Xing swallowed, cautiously stepping closer to the senior brother who didn't seem very friendly. Suddenly, the white-haired man grabbed Fang Xing's clothes, yanking him forcefully forward. Fangxing panicked and pushed him away, yelling, "No way! What are you trying to do? I'm not selling myself just for a flower." The white-haired man froze, his mind unable to process Fangxing's self-infatuated remark, only able to mumble blankly, "Body." Fangxing strained, refusing to yield to the white-haired man's pressure. The white-haired man couldn't help but burst into laughter at the boy's self-admiration. He smiled meaningfully, his hand radiating a brilliant golden light. "You're right. I am indeed interested in your body." Golden threads of energy immediately coiled tightly around Fangxing, binding him completely. Fangxing cried out in alarm as he felt an invisible force pulling his clothes off. With a whoosh, Fangxing's outer robe flew into the air, revealing a blazing red flame tattoo on his back. The robe circled once before falling to the ground, while Fangxing remained bound in the middle of the courtyard. The white-haired man immediately realized. As expected, what was hidden within the immortal slaying diagram is the immortal flame body tempering art. Fangxing grabbed his robe, his expression a mix of bewilderment and confusion. Thud! He tumbled head over heels to the ground, his ponytail standing on end from the impact. Lying sprawled on the ground, Fangxing muttered curses under his breath, thinking the old man was just teasing him over a spirit herb. The white-haired man looked down, his voice icy. "Stop muttering curses. I'm not that childish." Fangxing flinched, startled that his thoughts had been read. Fangxing scrambled up, clutching his robe to cover himself, as the white-haired man commanded, "Stand up, I have something to ask." He questioned why Fangxing hadn't bothered to learn the sect's 4 orthodox cultivation arts. Fangxing pouted, replying, "Those are just for blacksmiths and talisman painters. I won't learn them." The white-haired man raised an eyebrow, asking further, "Then, in your eyes, what kind of martial art is truly worthy?" Fangxing's eyes blazed with anger, and he declared in a low growl, "Naturally, it's the Azure Cloud 9 swords. Other things, even with resources, aren't as strong. If I'm going to learn, I must learn the strongest." He clenched his fist, his gaze resolute. Only with power can one decide the fate of others. Without power, one is merely a fish on a chopping block. The white-haired man poured cold water on his enthusiasm. The Azure Cloud 9 swords might be the strongest in this sect, but on this continent, it's nothing special. He looked directly into Fangxing's eyes, asserting, "So even if you learn it, you won't be the strongest." Fangxing didn't flinch, retorting sharply, "Then he'll learn it first, and then learn something stronger." The white-haired man reminded him that a sect's foundational art wasn't something one could simply obtain. Fangxing, shirtless and showing off his abs, declared brazenly, "Then I'll steal it. I must learn it no matter what." The white-haired man looked down, his tone both sarcastic and instructive. "But if you're so weak, how will you steal other people's martial arts?" Fangxing scratched his head, his mind unable to keep up. "So what should I do now?" The white-haired youth adopted the air of a master, suggesting another path. "You don't have the strongest martial art, but you possess the strongest cultivation method, and it suits you quite well." Fangxing's eyes lit up, eagerly asking, "What is it?" The white-haired man's face grew serious, and he uttered 2 fateful words, "Combat cultivator." Fangxing was bewildered, his face contorted in confusion. "Combat cultivator? What the hell is that?" The white-haired man began his introductory lecture, summoning illusions of various artifacts and pills. Cultivators rely on their skills to make a living. Those skilled in alchemy are called pill cultivators. Those skilled in crafting are artifact cultivators. And there are also talisman cultivators. Formation cultivators. He elaborated, the scene expanding across the southern continent. That's just within the Azure Cloud sect. Outside, there are also those who specialize in raising demonic beasts, cultivating spirit fields, and even cultivating in pleasure districts. The white-haired man concluded, "In short, the cultivation world is more complex than you imagine, and all of them toil solely for 2 words, resources." After hearing this, Fangxing's mind started calculating in a roguelike manner. What the hell? If only there were a type of cultivator who specialized in robbery, that would be great. The white-haired man continued his lecture, creating an illusion of a golden glowing cultivator in battle. Combat cultivators are the most special kind. They don't refine pills, nor do they craft artifacts. They dedicate all their energy to studying techniques and martial arts. Upon hearing this, Fangxing's eyes shone like headlights, and he clenched his fists in excitement. "I like that. I want to become a combat cultivator." The white-haired man extinguished the boy's excitement. "It's not that simple. Combat cultivators are special because they have no resources of their own. If their cultivation isn't successful, even surviving day to day is difficult." He sketched a pyramid of power with golden light. Therefore, only 2 types of people choose this path. One is the privileged children, the geniuses of major sects, who never have to worry about resources. Another illusion appeared, a lazy man sprawled on a stream of green energy. The second type are the incompetent good-for-nothings, too lazy to refine pills, too ignorant to draw talismans, getting headaches from formations, merely borrowing the name of combat cultivator to escape reality. The white-haired man placed a hand on Fang Xing's shoulder, summarizing bluntly. To put it plainly, combat cultivators are either geniuses or trash. Fang Xing's face fell, and he mumbled, "But I don't belong to either of those types." The white-haired youth sneered, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "Are you sure you're not the second type?" Fang Xing puffed out his cheeks in annoyance. "I lack money, not brains. Are you keeping me here for half a day just to mess with me?" The white-haired man calmly replied. "What's the rush? I said you're suited to be a combat cultivator for another reason," he explained as he walked. "Because you have comprehended the immortal slaying diagram and possess the samadhi true fire, you were born with a combat cultivator talent superior to others." Fang Xing was bewildered. Samadhi true fire? What the hell is that? An illusion appeared of a cultivator engulfed in crimson-purple flames, explaining that this was the immortal flame of the Divine King Tribulation transcending realm, refined from 7 emotions and 6 desires. The white-haired man smirked. The formidable aspect of the Samadhi true fire is that it not only causes physical damage, but also attacks the divine sense, making it extremely difficult to defend against. Fang Xing's eyes shone brightly, and he touched the flame tattoo on his back. "So, I've already mastered this incredible thing?" The white-haired man immediately poured cold water on him. "You only possess the rage fire of Samadhi. You're still missing 2 other types, tens of thousands of miles away from the legendary flame." Fang Xing blinked, his mind starting to process. Rage fire? Could the flame within the immortal slaying diagram be one of those true fires? The white-haired man confirmed, an illusion of the silver-haired immortal roaring in fury appearing. Indeed, that old immortal's unyielding will before death stirred up the rage fire, and when you resonated with it, you awakened the rage fire within your body. Fang Xing looked smug. "So getting burned has its benefits. No wonder my body changed when I drank the spirit wine. It turns out this flame helped temper my physique." The white-haired man warned with a serious expression. "This flame is extraordinary but unrefined. Before your cultivation reaches the tribulation transcending realm, wielding it will be extremely difficult. However," the white-haired man continued, "this flame can greatly assist your path as a combat cultivator, which is body tempering." Fang Xing asked in surprise. Fang Xing looked down at his body with a doubtful expression. "Are you sure?" The white-haired man snapped his fingers, creating a brilliant golden flame. "Absolutely. Just like true fire refines steel, you can use the Samadhi rage fire to temper your body." The white-haired man's purple eyes gleamed with fire. "With ordinary cultivation, you stand no chance against those born with powerful physiques and pure spiritual energy." A series of illusions of peak body tempering arts appeared. Spirit liquid body cleansing, true essence body, wind swallowing dew drinking, weak water transformation, all formidable methods. The white-haired man explained. "These combat cultivators can kill enemies beyond their rank, but their power is built upon resources. The amount of resources a single golden core combat cultivator burns through is more than 3 or 4 nascent soul cultivators combined." Fang Xing's jaw dropped. "Isn't this just like those prodigal sons who squander their family's wealth?" The white-haired man flicked Fang Xing's head, growling, "Nonsense. It's not wasteful. It's just that combat cultivators inherently consume more resources than ordinary cultivators," he explained clearly. "For any major clan or sect, combat cultivators are the protective barrier. Without combat cultivators, the sect would eventually vanish. They are the protectors of the Tao, understand?" Fang Xing rubbed his forehead, his face gloomy. "All right, but even if I become a combat cultivator, the sect won't give me any secret techniques." The white-haired youth outlined the path. "That's why I told you to use the Fury Flame to purify your body. Without any secret techniques, you can still rapidly increase your cultivation level and achieve strength far beyond ordinary people," he warned beforehand. "Of course, you won't escape the fate of consuming vast resources. The amount of resources needed just to reach the golden core stage is already an astronomical figure. Prepare yourself." Upon hearing this, Fang Xing became gleeful again, scratching his head and grinning widely. "Oh dear, how embarrassing, to have you spend so many resources to help me like this." The white-haired youth's face went blank as he retorted with a critical question. "When did I say I would do that?" Fang Xing began to speak slyly. "You've said so much, explaining every step in detail. Aren't you planning to take me as your disciple? And if you're a master, shouldn't you share resources with your disciple?" The young boy continued to dream with a cunning smile. And of course, if I get bullied, you have to retaliate. If I like someone, you have to help me propose marriage. A master should do that, right? The white-haired youth was speechless, his face darkening. What nonsense are you spouting? I want to teach you, not worship you. He got straight to the point. Listen carefully. The reason I want to guide you is simply out of curiosity to see what kind of domineering combat cultivator the cultivation method within the immortal slaying diagram will create. He pointed a finger, concluding, Therefore, I will only teach you what you need to know. As for where to find resources, that is your own business. Fang Xing sulked, pouting as he thought to himself, this old man talks a good game but won't do anything. Has clearly forcing me to become a bandit cultivator. The white-haired youth rubbed his forehead, immediately reading the young boy's absurd thoughts. One look at that gaze, and I know you're thinking nonsense again. I want to teach you how to become the strongest combat cultivator. Do you want to learn? Hearing this, Fang Xing's eyes shone brightly like headlights, and he gave a thumbs up with both hands. Learn? Of course I want to learn. The white-haired youth asked sternly again. This path will be 100 times harder than normal cultivation. Do you still want to learn? Fang Xing didn't hesitate, shouting, Yes. He continued to challenge the boy's will. This path will be 100 times more dangerous than normal cultivation. Are you sure you want to learn? Fang Xing pounded his chest with determination, shouting loudly, Yes, I will not regret my decision. Seeing his steadfastness, the white-haired youth smiled with satisfaction and patted Fang Xing's head. Very well, I will teach you. The white-haired man began his first lesson. When using true fire to refine spiritual energy, one must precisely control the flame, neither too strong nor too weak, slowly guiding it into the body. He warned Fang Xing, who was meditating shirtless. If you wish to use true fire to temper your body and become a combat cultivator, this searing pain is merely the beginning. Fang Xing's back burned intensely, and a dazzling red flame tattoo appeared, signaling the activation of a formidable power. The white-haired man circulated his cultivation art, and streams of pure azure spiritual energy flowed from his feet, spreading across the floor. He suddenly showed surprise, realizing something was amiss with the boy's cultivation speed. Looking at Fang Xing, who was seated on an azure light formation, he couldn't help but be astonished by his abilities. He muttered in astonishment, I didn't expect this kid to be able to guide fire into his body so quickly. Now, begin refining your true chi. The white-haired man stroked his chin, calculating. I've read all the books of the Azure Cloud sect. There's no cultivation art that can fully unleash the power of Samadhi true fire. For now, we'll have to use the Azure Cloud true forging art. Fang Xing was taken aback upon hearing this. Wait, isn't the true forging art a blacksmith's cultivation art? Smack! The white-haired man directly slapped Fang Xing's head, snapping. I've improved it slightly to suit our needs. This is not an iron forging martial art, he explained with a profound expression. The reason I chose this cultivation art is to use its forging mental technique to control the Samadhi true fire, both tempering your physique and helping you conceal your true strength. Fang Xing rubbed his head, grumbling with a pained expression. Stop hitting me so casually. Yesterday you said you'd teach me an ultimate technique, but now you're pulling out some improved cultivation art? Stop toying with me. The white-haired man sighed, looking helpless. This kid truly knows nothing. It's useless to say more. Whoosh! He unleashed a red energy whip, lashing directly at the bewildered Fang Xing. The whip tightly bound Fang Xing, lifting him into the air and dragging him away at terrifying speed. The white-haired man glided like the wind, coldly declaring, Too noisy, while Fang Xing was dragged behind, screaming, Hey, what are you doing? Fang Xing yelled in despair as he was rapidly dragged away. Are you listening? I said let me go. The white-haired man dragged Fang Xing soaring above the snow-capped mountains, turning him into an unwilling kite. He smiled meaningfully, extending his hand. Very well, since you want me to let you go then. He severed the energy whip, and Fang Xing immediately fell freely from high in the sky, his face pale with horror. Fang Xing dropped like a bomb into the snowy mountain region, creating a massive shockwave. With a splash, the boy plunged straight into a freezing lake, sending water columns splashing everywhere. The white-haired man stood on the shore, coldly explaining that this was the cold pond, the only place capable of harmonizing the extreme yang true fire within Fang Xing's body. Underwater, Fang Xing bitterly cursed under his breath. Damn old man, daring to tease me all day. Just you wait, when I get to shore, I'll spit water in your face. Without another word, Fang Xing circulated his cultivation art, and two sharp streams of yellow energy shot out from his feet. The white-haired man immediately showed off, unleashing a dazzling golden energy orb, introducing it as the upgraded version of the Azure Cloud True Forging art. Fang Xing swallowed hard, his eyes wide with shock, as he realized this man could upgrade a mid-tier cultivation art to a high-tier one in a single night. This level of skill would make even elders bow down. The boy began to be suspicious, wondering why such a master would bother teaching him, but the white-haired man interrupted his thoughts. Don't dawdle, sit down and meditate. Fang Xing began to regulate his breathing, secretly thinking that although the white-haired man was very mysterious, he didn't dislike him, even feeling a certain resemblance. The white-haired man meticulously instructed, circulate the spirit fire within your body. Convert spiritual energy into external spirit fire, then use the qi refining method to temper your body and absorb spiritual energy. Fang Xing sneered, confident in his own formidable power. Whatever, I have the yin-yang divine demon book. Let's see what tricks the old man has up his sleeve. Anyway, I have nothing to lose. The boy began to circulate his cultivation art, but instead of an azure flame, a fierce surge of blazing red rage fire erupted. A drop of frigid energy from the lake fell, colliding with the flame and creating a violent reaction. From afar, the white-haired man was still monitoring Fang Xing's cultivation process within his observation orb. Suddenly, the white-haired man's expression changed, realizing something was wrong. Damn it! Fang Xing screamed in pain, his body invaded by dark energy, showing signs of qi deviation. The white-haired man immediately acted, yelling loudly. Quickly calm your mind, use Heavenly Gang Sword Qi to extinguish the flame, and unleashed a stream of golden energy to suppress it. Fang Xing was locked tightly within a dazzling golden pillar of light, struggling in pain as that formidable energy purified his body. The boy tried to resist the energy wall, but was completely powerless against the white-haired man's strength. The white-haired man pressed his face close to Fang Xing, his eyes sharp as blades, questioning in a low, harsh voice. Fang Xing, what is the meaning of the two words true forging in the Azure Cloud, true forging art? Speak. Fang Xing screamed in agony, enduring the process of purifying impurities to rediscover his true self. After the process concluded, the boy lay exhausted and motionless on the cold snow, the dark energy having vanished. In his daze, Fang Xing could only utter a single word, sword. The white-haired youth descended from above, his spirit body hovering beside the disciple lying sprawled on the ground. Fang Xing woke up, coughing violently, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The boy angrily punched the ground, roaring, "Damn it, failed again." The white-haired man coldly spoke, "Still have the strength to punch the ground? As I see it, you haven't failed at all." Hearing this, Fang Xing's eyes lit up with hope, and he stammered, "Really? So I've been accepted into the sect?" Smack! The white-haired man grabbed Fang Xing's face, squeezing it mercilessly. His master directly trolled him. In other words, you've been very successful in becoming a highly intelligent, talking piece of roasted meat. Fang Xing forced a laugh, trying to salvage the situation. I didn't expect you to enjoy such dry humor. The white-haired man stared with a deadly gaze. Do you find this very funny? Fang Xing immediately changed his attitude, seriously shaking his head repeatedly. Not at all. It seems you're fine now. Continue, the white-haired man said, then drew his leg back. A merciless kick sent Fang Xing flying straight back into the freezing lake. Sitting in the lake, Fang Xing angrily pointed towards his master, who was meditating in a protective orb. Hey! Blatant abuse of power. A small bird perched on a branch, tilting its head and looking at the noisy scene below. Boom! A giant ice pillar exploded again, and Fang Xing yelled in helplessness. Damn it! It's ruined again. The boy sprang up, yelling towards the shore. How many times have we practiced this already? Don't interfere anymore, this time let me do it myself. And received a cold agreement. Fang Xing took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to focus and calm his mind to try again. Beneath the tranquil water, countless air bubbles began to rise, signaling a fierce change. A blazing red flame erupted from the lake's surface, while the white-haired young man watched from afar on the shore. Fang Xing braced himself, his entire body submerged in red flames amidst the icy water, attempting to merge the two energy sources. The white-haired master narrowed his eyes, his expression serious as he closely monitored every development. Fang Xing trembled as he formed hand seals, pouring all his will into controlling the surging energy on the verge of explosion. After a struggle, the young man winked confidently, determined to give his all for the final attempt. He roared a battle cry, "Go, and burn everything!" But the blue energy backlash struck him directly, causing Fang Xing to cough up fresh blood. The young man was flung into the air by the energy explosion, his entire body paralyzed by the shock. The white-haired man realized something was wrong, immediately preparing to intervene. Something is amiss. From the lake's surface, a massive current of water began to swirl, condensing into the shape of a dragon. A majestic water dragon, formed entirely from spiritual energy, its water scales shimmering. The water dragon roared resonantly, its power stirring an entire area of space. The white-haired man stood watching the result, unable to hide his astonishment. Did he actually succeed? Fang Xing lay exhausted on a rock, while the master coldly announced, "It seems you succeeded on your 7th attempt." Fang Xing sprang up full of vigor, flexing his muscles boastfully. "That's right. I feel like I can punch through mountains now." He was then told that his body had been tempered, and his spiritual energy was 3 times denser. The young man touched his 6-pack abs, delightedly showing off his breakthrough, praising the body-tempering secret art of the 3 essences true fire as truly authentic. The white-haired man continued his lecture, saying that even if other cultivators of the same level didn't possess spiritual energy as pure as his, he then handed Fang Xing a bottle of spiritual medicine, making the young man happily accept it and ask what good stuff he had today. The master, expressionless, concluded, "But they also didn't burn through my 300-year elixir reserves in 6 months, while Fang Xing was cultivating voraciously." Fang Xing gulped down the medicine, casually tossed the empty bottle away, and grinned widely. "Ha, I'll help you throw away the empty bottle. No need to thank me." The white-haired man ignored him, explaining that the resources spent were not in vain, as Fang Xing now had the foundation of a combat cultivator thanks to the 3 essences true fire. Fang Xing saluted confidently, promising to diligently cultivate this body-tempering technique upon returning to the inner sect. The white-haired man's face stiffened as he asked, "Who said you could return to the inner sect?" This made Fang Xing freeze. The mysterious master ordered Fang Xing to follow him down the mountain to cultivate, an overwhelming aura emanating around him. Both rode on clouds, flying away. The white-haired man explained that to become a combat cultivator, one must experience the mortal world, not hide in the mountains. Fang Xing asked blankly about the difference between cultivation practice and Dao cultivation. The master explained, "Cultivation practice is merely tempering the body, while Dao cultivation is learning combat skills and acquiring resources, which are more important for a combat cultivator." Fang Xing's eyes lit up, realizing he was about to be taught true combat martial arts. The white-haired man smiled meaningfully, revealing that he had prepared a method to help the young man both cultivate the strongest martial arts and farm a pile of resources. Fang Xing rubbed his hands excitedly, curiously asking what method it was. The master pointed downwards and coldly replied, "Right below." Fang Xing looked down at a vast lake and wondered what was special about it. Without another word, the mysterious master unleashed a kick, sending Fang Xing flying off the cloud. Fang Xing screamed loudly, free-falling from the sky. As he fell, the young man cursed loudly, "Damn it, old white-haired devil. Up to your tricks again," while the master merely smirked. Splashing into the lake, Fang Xing surfaced, pointing skyward and questioning, "What the hell did you kick me down here for?" The master explained from above. "Beneath the lake is a level 6 demonic serpent, about to transform into a flood dragon. Your mission is to slay it to both train and farm demonic cores." Fang Xing protested loudly, "Is this what you call a great method? I'm only at spirit agitation stage 4. Are you telling me to kill it, or offer myself as its meal?" The white-haired man coldly concluded, "Today you can find 1,000 reasons to refuse, but later, when facing powerful enemies, you'll only have 1 life." Fang Xing's eyes widened, stunned by the insane task his master had just assigned. From above, the master threw down several yellow talismans, his voice full of challenge. "If you can't defeat it, use these talismans to escape, but if you do, you'll only be considered mediocre." Fang Xing sat down on a rock, arguing back, "You talk as if I'm eager for fights. Haven't I had a single day of rest in the past 3 years?" He began to complain, recalling the scenes of fighting flood dragons day and night underwater. Then came the time he was thoroughly beaten by demonic tigers in the mountains. 2 years ago, you threw me into the northern Chu desert to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with evil spirits. Last year, you tossed me into the northern Chu jungle to celebrate Valentine's Day with a horde of corpse demons. The time before that, you made me steal spiritual herbs, and a 7-colored phoenix chased me until my pants nearly fell off. The white-haired man smirked, his gaze sharp. "So, with all that experience, if I tell you to go slay a level 7 demonic beast now, do you dare?" Provoked, Fang Xing sprang up, his fighting spirit surging. "If it's a kill, then ill kill, no matter what it is." The master nodded, explaining that although Fang Xing's cultivation realm was only spirit agitation stage 4, the spiritual energy in his body had reached stage 7, enough to contend with a level 7 demonic beast. Fang Xing was still worried, quickly cautioning, "That sounds great, but if I get seriously injured, don't abandon me. Last time I was thrown into a horde of corpse demons, they almost ate my brain." The white-haired man offered a rare smile, replying gently, "Have I ever truly abandoned you?" The master extended his hand, giving Fangxing something. In Fangxing's palm was a jade-green seashell-shaped token. He asked blankly, "What is this?" The white-haired man casually replied, "Keep it safe. When the time comes, use it to get married." Fangxing froze for 5 seconds, his face flushing red with shock. The master threw down a talisman, then turned and flew away, leaving a message. "From today, you no longer need to follow me. Just return directly to the inner sect." Beneath the lake's surface, Fangxing clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination. Boom! The young man kicked the water, plunging straight to the deep bottom of the lake to begin his hunt. The lake surface was still, with only the discarded yellow talisman floating idly. In the sky, the white-haired man realized the stubborn boy truly disdained taking his talisman. Meanwhile, underwater, Fangxing had plunged deep to the bottom of the lake, ignoring the dissolving protective talisman above. The boy muttered in the water, "This lake is so vast. Where am I supposed to find that demonic serpent?" Without much thought, Fangxing drew his knife and cut his own hand, using his fresh blood as bait, determined to take a big gamble. The scent of blood immediately worked. A pair of bloodshot eyes opened in the darkness, and a maw full of jagged teeth lunged to snap at Fangxing. The colossal demonic serpent evoked a familiar sense of fear, making the white-haired man recall a past battle. Swallowed by the python, Fangxing roared defiantly, "I'll accept death this time too. If you're good enough, come at me." The scene suddenly shifted. A drop of blood fell onto the water's surface, transforming the entire space into a hellish crimson. In his memory, Fangxing once asked his master, "White-haired demon, which one are we going to kill next?" The white-haired man casually replied that Fangxing could later use the jade token to marry 9, no, perhaps even 10, beautiful and noble Dao companions. Fangxing gaped. Marry 10 people? Is master crazy? While the white-haired man nonchalantly asked why he wasn't happy about receiving a gift, the boy blushed and mumbled, disbelieving such a free good thing existed, and was curious about what kind of people those 10 wives would be. The white-haired man waved it off. "Why ask so many questions? Just keep the jade token. You'll know when the time comes." Making Fangxing even more puzzled, he explained nonchalantly that it would be when those wives didn't kill him before he reached the sect, or when he was skilled enough to escape from them. Fangxing broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the truth. "Those are master's enemies. Aren't you making me seek revenge on your behalf?" The white-haired man patted the boy's shoulder gently. "I don't need you to seek revenge," he said. "Just go marry your wives." Fangxing reluctantly accepted this rotten deal, watching his master fly away on his sword until he vanished. The flashback ended, and the scene shifted back to the closely packed rooftops of the Azure Cloud sect under the sunset. Fangxing landed, panting, and grumbled, "Why did you suddenly speed up?" "I almost." The boy stared blankly at the streak of light from his master flying away, realizing he had returned to the Azure Cloud sect. The white-haired man coldly declared that the training period was over. 3 years have passed. It's time for you to return to your own path. In the sunset sky, a flock of wild geese flew in a neat formation. Suddenly, a small goose lost strength and began to fall freely from the formation. The young goose was utterly panicked, tears welling in its eyes as it plummeted. Whoosh! A larger goose unexpectedly shot up from below to rescue it. The small goose was saved, landing safely on the back of its elder sibling. The entire flock continued to fly, an allegory for the cultivation path always needing guidance. The white-haired man stood beneath the tree, his voice profound as he instructed, "Fangxing, the cultivation path is long and arduous. You must always be vigilant." Fangxing unexpectedly appeared behind him, teasing, "I thought it was something important. We're in the Azure Cloud sect anyway. Why be so serious?" The boy grinned, continuing to provoke. "Oh right, before you leave, do you want me to call you master?" The white-haired man nonchalantly retorted. "All right then, kneel down and call me master right now." Fangxing pouted visibly, puffing his cheeks and crossing his arms. "Humph, ridiculous. I don't want a master like this anymore." Faced with his disciple's childish attitude, the master couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. When Fangxing had gone far, he muttered to himself, "Master? In the end, I'm just using you to achieve my goals. Consider it an exchange." Suddenly, his expression changed, revealing extreme astonishment. Crack! A brilliant golden core inside his body split open, then shattered into pieces. The white-haired man clutched his chest, his face pale with shock. "My golden core has shattered. My spiritual energy is depleted. Has my time truly come? He looked towards the sect, bitterly admitting, I originally intended to teach him for a few more years, but I didn't expect healing him that night would consume so much spiritual energy. The white-haired master recalled that to save Fang Xing's life at that time, he had to drain the purest spiritual energy from his body. Pfft. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, the consequence of exerting all his strength causing his internal injuries to erupt. He bitterly accepted the truth. My golden core is cracked. There's no saving it now. This is my limit. Nearing his end, he decided to go all in, sacrificing his remaining lifespan to forge a perfect sword embryo for his disciple, hoping he would be the one to stir up the world. He gathered all his remaining power, firing a dazzling golden light straight towards the sect, entrusting his entire legacy. All the high-ranking officials of the Azure Cloud sect were shaken by this terrifying surge of energy, their faces all changing color. The sect's highest-ranking leaders, from sect leader Chen Xuanhua to the elders, simultaneously bowed respectfully. Greetings, Martial Uncle Bai. Martial Uncle Bai's spiritual body appeared, bluntly declaring that the boy he taught for 3 years was not qualified to inherit his legacy. Upon hearing this, all the elders looked dejected, openly disappointed as they had thought this great figure had found a successor. Elder Qing Niao hastily spoke up, suggesting they find Martial Uncle Bai, another distinguished successor from within the sect. Martial Uncle Bai decisively waved his hand, declaring it unnecessary, and stating he had decided to enter secluded cultivation. Sect leader Chen Xuanhua's eyes widened upon hearing the words secluded cultivation, sensing something ominous. Once again, all the elders and the sect leader unanimously saluted Martial Uncle Bai, the atmosphere extremely solemn. Martial Uncle Bai reiterated his declaration, stating that his successor of the past 3 years was a flawed product. Unworthy. The group was once again disappointed. Sect leader Chen Xuanhua muttered regretfully about Martial Uncle's 3 years of effort. Elder Qing Niao still didn't give up, continuing to offer, assuring him they would find a more promising disciple. But Martial Uncle Bai had already turned his back, resolutely refusing all offers and affirming he would enter secluded cultivation. Sect leader Chen Xuanhua's horrified expression showed that he clearly understood the implication behind this decision. Chen Xuanhua explained with a heavy expression. For cultivators whose life force is depleted, secluded cultivation is merely a euphemism for waiting for death. In his memory, Martial Uncle Bai informed a young Chen Xuanhua that he was about to enter secluded cultivation, leaving the future sect leader stunned. Master, you. In a flashback, Martial Uncle Bai explained his final move, feigning death and entering seclusion so that no one would dare approach the Azure Cloud sect. Sect leader Chen Xuanhua recalled with teary eyes. After 800 long years, he wondered when he would ever see his master again. Returning to the present, sect leader Chen Xuanhua asked directly, Martial Uncle has made his decision, so calling us here must be for an important last will. Martial Uncle Bai declared that he would pass down all of his cultivation arts, considering it his final legacy to the sect. Sect leader Chen Xuanhua's eyes widened, revealing a look of astonishment and greed. All the elders and the sect leader simultaneously bowed their heads, reverently awaiting the transmission of the peak-tier cultivation art. Martial Uncle Bai began to circulate his energy, golden light radiating brilliantly, and a series of domineering cultivation art names echoed. Spirit Foundation Shattering Art, Heaven's Fortune Seizing Art, Heaven Transformation Art. Sect leader Chen Xuanhua broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, oh my, just hearing the names, they already sound incredibly profound. Suddenly, sect leader Chen Xuanhua shrieked, this is bad. Quickly cover your ears. All the elders frantically followed suit, some screaming, some grimacing, all trying to retreat. The legacy energy dissipated, and Martial Uncle Bai stopped, leaving the struggling juniors behind. Sect leader Chen Xuanhua angrily questioned, Martial Uncle has been in the sect for 500 years, and no one dared to be disrespectful, so why do you want to harm us now? Martial Uncle Bai replied nonchalantly, you were the ones who asked me to leave a legacy, so why do you say I'm harming you? Sect leader Chen Xuanhua finally realized he understood that it was an ancestral divine art, something this small sect had no right to touch. He frantically explained that if the news got out, the Azure Cloud sect would surely be annihilated for daring to covet such a high-level cultivation art. Martial Uncle Bai remained silent, his eyes obscured, seemingly having accepted the fact that these people were too useless. He sighed, turning his back. Forget it. Just forget it. Sect leader Chen Xuanhua bowed in gratitude, breathing a sigh of relief for having avoided a disaster. Suddenly, sect leader Chen Xuanhua inquired, oh, That's right. There's a disciple named Fang Xing. Sect leader Chen Xuanhua's gaze sharpened. He had made up his mind. If that old man passes on the cultivation art to that brat, the Azure Cloud sect will face a great calamity. This potential threat must be eliminated first. Martial Uncle Bai sighed, saying he wanted to lay a foundation for that brat Fang Xing, but the boy was too stubborn, refusing to learn what was good and always following the crooked path. Sect leader Chen Xuanhua forced a smile, flattering. It's just that the brat has no good fortune. Martial Uncle has worked hard enough. Disheartened by the small fry, Martial Uncle Bai turned his back and declared, "Very well then, from now on I shall enter seclusion. The world has changed, farewell, fellow Taoists." The sect leader hastily comforted him, trying to make him stay. "Martial Uncle, don't be pessimistic. It's just losing one path. There's still a chance for rebirth." All the elders simultaneously bowed deeply, shouting, "We respectfully see Martial Uncle into seclusion." As soon as Martial Uncle Bai disappeared, sect leader Chen Xuanhua's expression changed, his eyes cold as he ordered the elders, "Let's return to the main peak first." The scene shifted to the Azure Cloud sect's main peak, a majestic yet desolate place under the moonlight. In the main hall, sect leader Chen Xuanhua sat on his throne, with the elders standing below, the atmosphere terrifyingly silent. The sect leader broke the silence with an order. "Junior brother Ru Kuang, bring that brat here." Elder Qing Niao, the female elder, asked worriedly. Senior brother's Martial Uncle Bai wouldn't really pass on that useless cultivation art to him, would he? Sect leader Chen Xuanhua's eyes blazed with killing intent. "I hope not. Otherwise this Azure Cloud sect cannot tolerate him." Elder Qing Niao continued to report. "But I heard Fang Xing is an idle ruffian. Martial Uncle Bai surely wouldn't." She was interrupted by the sect leader. The sect leader began his speech. "Junior brothers and sisters, don't think him being overly cautious. Our Azure Cloud sect living in peace is a great blessing." He slammed his hand on the armrest, his voice filled with fear. "After all, there are still forces in this world that can annihilate our sect with just a snap of their fingers." Elder Qing Niao nodded in agreement. "Senior brother is right. For the safety of the sect, it's better to be cautious." The muscular elder Bai Fu carried Fang Xing in like a sack of rice, reporting, "Senior brother, I've brought the brat. Here he is." As soon as Fang Xing was dropped, he yelled, "What do you want? You just dragged me here." The sect leader tried to appear friendly. "Little one, no need to be afraid. We just called you here to ask a few questions." Fang Xing looked up at the higher-ups with a half-hearted gaze, asking an extremely impudent question. "And who are you people?" Elder Bai Fu flew into a rage, grabbing Fang Xing by the scruff of his neck and pushing him forward. "Who else could it be? The sect leader has something to ask. Step forward quickly." Fang Xing stood in the middle of the main hall, facing the sect leader, who sat imposingly high above, the atmosphere utterly silent. The sect leader spoke with a falsely sweet smile. "Fang Xing, having followed Martial Uncle Bai for the past 3 years, have you learned any true skills?" Fang Xing replied nonchalantly, claiming to be extremely diligent, and thus naturally having learned a great deal from Bai Qianzhang. The sect leader's smile vanished, his face darkening, clearly not believing a single word. Elder Qing Niao spoke up sarcastically, telling Fang Xing that since he was so confident, he should share what he had learned to broaden the elder's horizons. Fang Xing began to boast wildly. "Of course, over the past 3 years, Master Bai Qianzhang led me to eliminate over 100 demonic beasts." The sect leader cut him off, getting straight to the point. "Aside from that, did Martial Uncle Bai pass on any cultivation arts to you?" This made all the elders below hold their breath in anticipation. The sect leader growled, leaning forward with immense pressure, pressing, "Which kind?" Fang Xing maintained his mocking attitude, casually replying, "A portion of the Azure Flame True Forging Art." The entire main hall fell silent after hearing the name of what seemed to be a formidable cultivation art. The sect leader narrowed his eyes, full of suspicion. "Is that all? Are you sure?" Fang Xing looked up and affirmed confidently, then casually added a taunt. "Oh, right. The Samadhi True Fire was something I comprehended myself from the Immortal Slaying diagram. That probably doesn't count, does it?" Hearing this, the sect leader said no more, directly extended his hand, deciding to inspect him on the spot. He grabbed Fang Xing's head, ordering, "Don't move. Circulate your strongest spiritual energy now." Fang Xing obeyed, his entire body immediately erupting with a pure and powerful surge of azure spiritual energy. The sect leader was momentarily startled, his forehead beaded with sweat as he felt this extraordinary surge of power. He increased the pressure, channeling energy into his palm to inspect even deeper. A blazing red energy from the sect leader's hand collided with Fang Xing's azure spiritual energy, creating a small tremor. After the inspection, the sect leader gently patted Fang Xing's head, showing satisfaction. All right. The sect leader casually dismissed him with a blunt statement, waving his hand. For now, I believe you. You may leave. As soon as he was released, Fang Xing puffed out his chest at the higher-ups. How about I teach you a few moves? I know a great deal. A burly senior brother, startled, immediately grabbed the kid by the neck and dragged him away. What nonsense are you spouting? Let's go home quickly. The group departed, leaving the sect master and the elders in the grand hall, where a radiant golden energy formation was still imprinted on the floor. A veiled female disciple anxiously inquired, Senior brother, how did it go? Did Marshal Uncle Bai truly not impart a cultivation technique to that kid? The sect master explained, affirming that Fang Xing's spiritual energy was stable, showing no signs of the violent cultivation techniques he was familiar with. Hearing this, the elders sighed in relief, but Elder Qing Niao still questioned, are we just going to let him remain in the Azure Cloud sect like this? The sect master declared bluntly that the kid should be left free, and at the same time issued an absolute prohibition against anyone uttering a single word about today's events. He turned and assigned a task to Elder Xiao Shanhe. Elder Xiao, you will oversee this matter. Anyone who violates this, do not blame me. The scene shifts to Bicey Cliff of the Azure Cloud sect, a place of lush green mountains and clear waters, yet seemingly secluded. Two inner sect disciples were strolling, discussing choosing cultivation techniques, one of them expressing a desire to learn the Azure Cloud 9 swords in the Phoenix Heaven Hall. The other disciple brushed it aside, explaining that while the 9 swords was powerful, it was a bottomless pit that consumed immense resources, only suitable for the wealthy or geniuses. The first disciple lost interest upon hearing this, telling himself that, as a commoner, he should learn something practical to make a living instead. Suddenly, they spotted a figure sprawled out on a rock below. Hey, look, isn't that trashy Fang Xing? They scoffed in disdain, believing that someone like Fang Xing, who only lay around drinking wine and not cultivating all day, would only remain at Bicey Cliff for the rest of his life. Being mocked, Fang Xing shot up and cursed directly. What are you looking at? I'll gouge out your eyes right now. The hot-headed disciple was about to charge in for a fight, but his friend held him back. Stop it. Why bother with such a good-for-nothing and waste cultivation time? Fang Xing watched the two small fry leave, muttering irritably. Just a bunch of annoying insects, bothersome to death. He scratched his head in frustration, complaining that it was all the old white-haired demon's fault, who for 3 years only made him fight monsters without teaching him a single basic spell. After a period of dejection, Fang Xing decided to take matters into his own hands. Forget it. It'll just take one step at a time. It'll reach my destination sooner or later. His destination was the Scripture Repository Pavilion, a magnificent structure partially hidden in the clouds. As soon as he arrived at the Scripture Repository Pavilion, Fang Xing was stopped by the gatekeeping elder. You're Fang Xing, correct? You're only allowed into the low-level spell area. The elder pointed, guiding Fang Xing into the annex hall on the right. Fang Xing stepped into an enormous hall, completely empty, not a soul in sight, only books and more books. He pulled out a secret manual for the dragon-seizing crane-controlling art, and the cultivation techniques information appeared in glowing green text. Fang Xing tossed the book away in frustration. Tisk, still the same old tricks, nothing new. He scanned through rows of bookshelves, muttering the names of cultivation techniques he already knew by heart. Gravity manipulation technique, fire manipulation technique, spiritual eye technique, exorcism technique. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Fang Xing, a cunning fox-like expression on his face. Not bad, everything has its use. I'll take them all. Bang. A towering stack of books was slammed onto the counter by Fang Xing. The elder was surprised. So many? Youngster, you know you have to pay to copy jade slips, right? Fang Xing puffed out his chest, acting like a rich master. Just do it. I have plenty of money. I've earned a fortune by slaying demons these past few years. 500 or 600 spirit stones for books is nothing. The elder calmly quoted the price. 13 books in total. That will be 1,300 spirit stones. Fang Xing froze on the spot, as if struck by lightning, sweat pouring down like rain. How much? He shouted, unable to believe his ears. How can that be? You must have miscalculated. Calculate it again. The elder patiently explained. 13 books, each costing 100 spirit stones to copy. Totals 1,300. Not to mention these are all priceless cultivation techniques. The material cost alone is expensive, and 100 is already the cheapest price. Fang Xing broke out in a cold sweat, bitterly realizing he had underestimated the prices within the sect. Just copying a few basic cultivation techniques costs this much? It seems I've been roaming outside too much, so my standards have dropped. The elder sneered mockingly. Since you can't afford it, just pick a few. The copies only last for 7 days, and with your level, I doubt you'll learn anything in 7 days anyway. Being ridiculed but out of money, Fang Xing bowed his head in acceptance. All right, I'll choose, he pouted, picking out the 6 books that seemed the most decent. The elder activated his cultivation, a red light flashed, and he copied the 6 books into jade slips. Take them. 600 spirit stones in total. As Fang Xing received the stack of jade slips and grumbled, the elder leaned in and whispered, Still too expensive, huh? Why don't you just steal them? Fang Xing emptied all the spirit stones from his pouch to count them, his face turning pale as he realized he only had 591, exactly 9, short. He immediately switched to flattering mode, his eyes sparkling as he begged the elder for credit. Oh, great one, please give me a small discount. I'll pay double next time. The elder growled, activating his cultivation technique, glowing with purple light. No more talk. Even 1 stone short, you won't get the books. Fang Xing still tried to haggle, but the elder forcefully snatched back the pile of jade slips, declaring bluntly, There is no next time. Pay the full amount right now. Just as he was at an impasse, Fang Xing heard someone commenting on his tight financial situation. Turning around, he saw a beautiful woman and a frowning senior brother entering, and he asked cautiously, Who are you? The woman smiled, recalling an old incident in the purple bamboo forest, then gently handed the elder 9 spirit stones. Let me pay for junior brother Fang. Fang Xing waved his hand in refusal, his mind full of suspicion, as there was no such thing as a free lunch. The girl, Qin Xinger, was still beaming brightly, saying it was just a small favor, not a loan, so he shouldn't be shy. Fang Xing remained stunned, analyzing the situation. This woman is on Xuan Zhao's side. Though not an enemy, she's not close either. Her suddenly being so kind definitely smells fishy. The purple-haired senior brother accompanying Qin Xinger saw Fang Xing bewildered and immediately shouted, Hey, what are you standing there for? Quickly thank junior sister Qin. Fang Xing retorted immediately, with a challenging attitude. I'm talking to senior sister Qin. Who are you to butt in? Qin Xinger immediately grabbed the purple-haired man's hand, preventing an unnecessary confrontation. The man immediately changed his attitude, introducing himself as Shen Hu Jun, Qin Xinger's close friend, then probed about her relationship with Fang Xing. Fang Xing seized the opportunity, puffed out his chest and declared, I am Fang Xing, an old acquaintance of senior sister Qin. Right? Senior sister? Shen Hu Jun's face darkened. He turned to question Qin Xinger about her relationship with this kid and why she gave him 9 spirit stones for free. Qin Xinger coldly retorted, putting Shen Hu Jun in his place. Firstly, don't call me Xinger. Secondly, who I give spirit stones to is none of your business. She continued to praise Fang Xing, emphasizing that he was the first new recruit to be promoted to the inner sect, implicitly comparing him to the old, stagnant disciples. Shen Hu Jun sneered upon hearing this, pointing directly at Fang Xing and insulting him. Who did I think it was? Turns out it's the #1 piece of trash in the Azure Cloud sect. So what if you entered the inner sect? You're still just a penniless nobody. Fang Xing scratched his head, casually retorted with a fatal blow. I'm useless trash, and you're ugly trash. What's the difference? Fang Xing smirked, challenging him directly. I'm talking about you. If you're not convinced, then let's have a duel. Shen Hu Jun roared furiously. Are you courting death? Then unleashed a blazing red palm strike towards Fang Xing. Suddenly, the library elder appeared, shouting loudly, Stop! Halting Shen Hu Jun's attack. The old man growled, his overwhelming aura enveloping both of them. Do you two truly take my presence for granted? The entire scripture repository fell silent, with only the 3 of them facing the furious elder. The library elder declared coldly, his eyes sparking with electricity. If you wish to enter the forbidden grounds, then do so. I shall watch your duel. Shen Hu Jun had no choice but to swallow his anger, pointing a finger at Fang Xing's face and warning, Brat, you got lucky this time, he muttered to himself, resentful that the brat had almost tricked him right there in the scripture repository. Fang Xing openly showed his boredom, uttering, Tch, how dull. Shen Hu Jun turned his back and left, not forgetting to throw back a threat. Just you wait. I'll have my fun with you when the opportunity arises. Qin Xinger, seeing that fellow still rambling, immediately shouted, Enough talk. She turned and bowed, apologizing to Fang Xing on behalf of Shen Hu Jun, hoping he would show some face and let today's matter pass. Fang Xing nonchalantly stated his condition. Senior Sister Qin, I am not a petty person. As long as he kneels and kowtows 3 times, I will let this matter slide. Upon hearing this, both Shen Hujun and Qin Shinger burst into uproarious laughter, unable to believe their ears. Shen Hujun crossed his arms, his voice full of sarcasm. I, Shen Hujun, have been in the inner sect for 3 years, and no one has ever dared to be so insolent in front of me. He growled, his face filled with murderous intent. Brat, I had intended to spare you out of respect for junior sister Qin, but now you are truly courting death. Fang Xing picked his ear, nonchalantly retorting, Whose courting death remains to be seen. You still have time to kneel now. Shen Hujun sneered, sealing the deal. No more nonsense. If you dare, follow me to Soaring Peak for a decisive battle. Brat, do you accept the challenge? Fang Xing snapped his fingers, concluding, What's so difficult? Let's save time and go now. Whoever doesn't go is the loser. Qin Xing could only remain silent, thinking to herself that after 3 years, Shen Hujun had not only failed to become calmer, but had grown even more arrogant. With his powerful cultivation, how could that brat possibly win? The entire group made their way to an open clearing near the waterfall, preparing for the life-and-death duel. Along the way, Shen Hujun muttered that he would beat the brat to a pulp so junior sister Qin would see what a useless person begging for mercy looked like. Midway, another disciple stopped and asked Shen Hujun where he was going. He immediately boasted that some brat who didn't know his place dared to challenge him to a duel in the back mountain. Brother Morong appeared surprised, asking who was so audacious and blind as to provoke Shen Hujun. Shen Hujun pointed towards Fang Xing, who was walking ahead, sneering that it was that brat, who was apparently also a well-known figure. Upon hearing Fang Xing's name, Brother Morong immediately recognized him, scoffing, Ah, isn't that the Azure Cloud sect's #1 good-for-nothing? Seeing an interesting match, Brother Morong decided not to miss it, gleefully going to call more brothers to watch the spectacle. Before long, a crowd of disciples had gathered in the bamboo forest, eager for drama and waiting to watch the fight. The crowd began to whisper, believing that this legendary good-for-nothing was truly a troublemaker, and this time, senior brother Shen would have a field day teaching him a lesson. Another group, even more eager, decided to open a betting pool to see how many moves Fang Xing could withstand before being defeated. One person boldly wagered 10 spirit stones on him, losing within 3 moves. Qin Shinger worriedly turned to advise Fang Xing, Junior brother Fang, it's still not too late to retreat now. Fang Xing nonchalantly replied, his voice full of defiance. Retreat? I'm eager to fight right now. While Qin Shinger secretly thought he was just trying to act brave, she continued to analyze, criticizing Fang Xing for still using basic spells after 3 years, his aptitude being too poor. In contrast, Shen Hujun not only possessed powerful cultivation, but was also equipped with a pile of protective talismans, making a fight against him a definite loss. Fang Xing didn't bother listening, turning to ask directly, Do you still have money? Qin Shinger thought he intended to use money to apologize, quickly saying she would help persuade Shen Hujun, so there was no need to spend. Fang Xing brushed her off, bluntly declaring, Compensation for what? I need money to bet on myself winning. Qin Shinger froze, her mind unable to process her junior's audacity. Seeing that she still didn't believe him, Fang Xing spread his hand, showing off a handful of sparkling, multicolored, high-grade demonic cores to prove his financial strength. She was utterly shocked, stammering to ask how he had so many valuable items. Fang Xing merely shushed her, telling her not to make a fuss. Qin Shinger held the 2-colored blue-green demonic core, her eyes shining brightly as she wondered, what kind of demonic beast does this unique demonic core come from? Fang Xing bragged without batting an eye, imagining himself soloing an Ice Lightning Azure Sea Beast. Of course you haven't seen it. It's a rare item from a monster I slew. It was dual elemental, which is why its core has 2 colors. She remained skeptical. Junior brother Fang, if you have so many precious items, why don't you sell them or use them for betting? Fang Xing sneered, spreading out the entire handful of demonic cores to make a point. Don't flaunt your wealth carelessly. What if thieves or robbers appear? Anyway, stop asking questions. In short, will you lend me money? Qin Shinger still couldn't believe her eyes, asking again to confirm, Did you really kill all of these by yourself? Fang Xing confirmed with a smug look. Precisely. Every single one was handled by my own hands. Qin Shinger changed her attitude faster than flipping a pancake, immediately stating her condition. Okay, I'll lend you, but there's an agreement. If you win, the prize money will be split 50-50. Fang Xing strained his neck to argue. 50-50? Based on what? Give me the money, I'll go place the bet myself. She crossed her arms, adopting a superior air. Then, no loan. Either we cooperate, or we go our separate ways. Fang Xing was immediately speechless. Cornered, Fang Xing began to haggle like he was at a market. 2-8? 4-6? All right then. 3-7. I get 3. You get 7. Qin Shinger grinned widely, immediately sealing the deal. Deal. In another corner, Shen Hujun's lackeys were frantically reporting, "Oh no, senior sister Qin, she." Shen Hujun grabbed one by the collar, roaring, "Speak clearly. What about junior sister Qin?" The lackey trembled. "Senior sister Qin has wagered 10 mid-grade spirit stones on that brat winning." Shen Hujun froze, his face turning pale as he felt betrayed right before the match. "Shinger, does she truly not want me to win that badly?" He flew into a rage, about to rush off to get to the bottom of it. "Impossible. I don't believe it. I must go ask her directly." Brother Murong hastily held him back. Brother Murong advised, "Senior brother Shen, don't get angry. Junior sister Qin is clearly deliberately betting against you. If you rush in now, wouldn't that just be adding fuel to the fire?" Brother Murong leaned close to Shen Hujun's ear, whispering a highly insidious plan. Upon hearing it, Shen Hujun's expression changed, and he nodded, thanking Brother Murong for enlightening him. Meanwhile, Qin Shinger had arrived at the betting table, pouring out a bag full of blazing red spirit stones onto the table. She coldly placed her bet, to the astonishment of the bookmaker, while Shen Hujun was approaching from behind. Brother Murong stood afar, commenting to his lackeys, his face full of hidden meaning. Is there any reason for junior sister Qin to provoke senior brother Shen? 10 mid-grade spirit stones is no small sum. Qin Shinger brushed aside the bet manager's words, declaring bluntly, "What I bet on is my business. It has nothing to do with him, and it's certainly not to provoke him." Brother Murong approached, feigning gentlemanly grace as he explained that Shen Hujun only felt sorry for her losses, which was why he asked him to bet against her to recoup them. Murong continued his hypocritical act, asking Qin Shinger if she truly didn't understand Shen Hujun's sincere intentions. Qin Shinger smirked, knowing full well that this group was ganging up to put her in a difficult position, clearly trying to set a trap. If it's such good intentions, why not accept them? Qin Shinger sneered, pulling out her 3-headed phoenix hairpin and raising the stakes. "Add this to the bet? Are you in?" The hairpin emitted dazzling golden light, making even Fang Xing, who stood afar, squint his eyes. He secretly thought this was a chance to get everything, and he wouldn't give up this windfall. Brother Murong was no pushover either. He laughed heartily and brought out a sword box. "In that case, I'll go all out too. I'll bet this jade dragon flame sword against you, junior sister." As soon as the box opened, a fierce blue sword energy erupted. Brother Murong proudly displayed his item, asserting that this precious sword was no less than the phoenix hairpin. As the betting stakes intensified, Fang Xing had finished his preparations, his entire body radiating golden light, ready for battle. Qin Shinger no longer bothered to look at Brother Murong, turning sharply to shout, "Let's do it. A bet is a bet." She strutted through the crowd, her sharp gaze fixed on the arena, muttering curses. "Arrogant bastard. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy today, I won't let you off." Fang Xing saw Qin Shinger looking at him, and a confident smile played on his lips. Seeing his opponent in position, Fang Xing pointed directly at Shen Hujun's face and boasted loudly, "You ugly-faced fellow, come here. Your grandpa promises not to beat you to death." The surrounding crowd began to murmur. Some criticized Fang Xing's arrogance, while others analyzed that Shen Hujun possessed not only cultivation, but also talisman techniques, so that kid was surely dead. Provoked to the extreme, Shen Hujun roared furiously, "Do you want to die?" Then threw out a fire talisman, and flames erupted in his hand. He shouted, "Kneel before me!" Then launched the talisman towards Fang Xing. The fire talisman transformed into a brilliant golden streak of light. The talisman exploded, creating a colossal pillar of fire that engulfed the entire arena, its heat spreading everywhere. The disciples below gasped in endless admiration, praising Shen Hujun's domineering power, as even a basic talisman possessed astonishing might. Shen Hujun's fanatical followers roared their cheers. "Amazing! Senior brother Shen, kill that brat!" Amidst the sea of fire, Fang Xing stood tall, lightly dusting his hands before casually remarking, "Is that all?" The flames from the talisman raged fiercely, engulfing Fang Xing, yet he stood firm like a deity. Shen Hujun sneered smugly, boasting loudly, "Coward, you're scared already, and this is just the appetizer?" Qin Singer, below the stands, cried out in panic. Fong Sing, quickly dodge. Meanwhile, Fong Sing's eyes flashed with battle intent, showing no intention of evading. Shen Hujun continued to control the flames, forming a blazing vortex that surged forward. Without further ado, Fong Xing charged directly into the heart of the firestorm, unleashing a punch that shattered his opponent's technique, shaking the entire arena. Shen Hujun was heavily shocked, disbelieving his eyes, stammering, "What the hell is this? What cultivation technique did he use?" The flames gradually dissipated, and Shen Hujun was still trying to withstand the aftershocks, his face pale. He looked around blankly, seeing no trace of Fang Xing, utterly bewildered. Where did he go? Suddenly, Fang Xing had closed in from above, delivering a kick straight to Shen Hujun's face. Wham! A thunderous blow deformed Shen Hujun's face, sending his teeth flying everywhere. Shen Hujun flew like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the arena floor, completely losing the ability to resist. Before he could even collect himself, Shen Hujun was pinned down by Fang Xing's foot, his head pressed firmly against the ground. Fang Xing stomped and taunted. "Idiot, you only have a few fire talismans and you try to show off. The power is great, but it's utterly impractical." He slapped Shen Hujun's face again, his voice full of disappointment. "Tusk, you're down already? How boring." Qin Shinger and the audience below erupted in astonishment, their eyes wide and mouths agape. A gossiping disciple shouted, "What?" The 5th-level spirit resonance expert was defeated by Qingyun's sect's #1 trash in an instant. Several gamblers cried bitterly. One lamented, "I bet that kid wouldn't last 3 moves. What do we do now?" Another was even more miserable. "I bet he'd be gone in 1 move. How do we settle this?" Qin Shinger smiled brightly like a flower, turning to Brother Murong to demand her winnings. "Excuse me, Senior Brother Murong, it seems I've won. 10 spirit stones and the azure dragon sword. Prepare to hand them over." Brother Murong's face was drained of all color. Seeing Shen Hujun lying defeated on the ground, he was speechless, unable to believe what had just happened. Brother Murong, with a face like a funeral, threw a pouch of spirit stones to Qin Shinger. "Here are 20 stones. Consider the excess a gift of apology for junior sister. Don't make a fuss anymore." Qin Shinger only managed to call out Senior Brother Murong before he shot away, leaving behind a dazzling golden streak of light. Meanwhile, Fang Xing gleefully looked at the unconscious Shen Hujun. "Good, he's passed out. Let's see if this guy has any good stuff." Then began stripping him clean. As he emptied the pouch, a pile of glowing red elixirs and a short sword poured out in a torrent. Fang Xing's eyes lit up as he secretly thought, "Wow, this ugly guy is really rich." Then he glanced at the group of gambling disciples secretly trying to sneak away. He immediately stood up, his imposing aura overwhelming the trembling small fry. "Stop right there." Fang Xing pointed directly at all of them, growling. "Has everyone paid their bets? Don't miss a single one." Qin Shinger replied. "Eve received Senior Brother Murong's share, but not the rest." Fang Xing began calling out each person. "Did you think I wouldn't remember? You bet I wouldn't last 10 moves, and you too. You fat guy, don't even think about running." He grabbed a fat guy who was trying to escape, growling. "You bet I couldn't withstand 1 blow. And now that you've lost, you're trying to run?" The fat guy quickly prevaricated. "You're mistaken. I bet with Junior Brother Liu. Not you. If you win, this bet doesn't count." Wham! Fang Xing didn't say much, immediately delivering a thunderous punch to the fat guy's face, snapping, "Stop babbling. Hand over your stuff." The fat guy was punched sober, quickly kneeling to offer his money pouch, his voice trembling. I'll give it. Please don't hit me anymore." Having dealt with one, Fang Xing extended his hand towards the remaining individuals with a friendly smile that reeked of gunpowder. "The rest of you, hand over your stuff too." A leader among the group boasted loudly, "Hez crazy, brothers, let's all go up and see what he can do." And they all drew their swords and followed suit. Fang Xing deftly dodged the chaotic attacks of the small fry, his movement technique as swift as lightning, weaving through every sword strike. Qin Shinger, standing beside him, could only gape in astonishment, asking in an incredulous tone, "Junior Brother Fang, are you really going to do this?" Fang Xing sat casually on someone's back, calmly wiping sweat. "Obviously I've finished cleaning up here. How about your side?" Qin Shinger gleefully showed off her bag of spoils. "Junior Brother Fang, you've hit the jackpot. Senior Brother Murong of Forging Truth Valley bet 10 spirit stones and a high-grade magic treasure." She continued to recount with an excited expression. After losing, he didn't want to hand over the azure dragon sword, which is worth over 100 spirit stones, so he gave 10 more instead. In total, you just received a sweet 14 spirit stones, double the bet. Upon hearing this, Fang Xing flew into a rage, punching the disciple beneath him repeatedly. What? You guys dared to exchange 100 spirit stone sword for just 10 stones? Making the other guy scream miserably. Fang Xing remained seated on the lackey's back, growling that he wanted to be led to Forging Truth Valley to retrieve his item, despite Qin Shinger's dissuasion that senior brother Murong giving up that much was already a great show of respect. The protagonist snapped. That's not your item, so you don't feel the pinch. But no. Today, I must reclaim that sword. Qin Shinger pouted, puffing her cheeks as she refused to go along, but the leader, who was pinned down, hastily agreed. I'll go. The leader, drenched in sweat, secretly thought, I'll just lead this brat to senior brother Murong. Let senior brother teach him a lesson and avenge me. Fang Xing exuded killing intent, his face darkening menacingly. What are you waiting for? This scared the guide out of his wits. The leader scrambled away at top speed, Fang Xing hot on his heels, shouting, Lead the way! News spread quickly. The gossiping crowd began to whisper that this brat dared to pick a fight with senior brother Murong, and he was surely doomed this time. The gambling disciples who had been beaten also scrambled to their feet, inviting each other to watch the drama unfold. Let's go. Even if we have to crawl, we must see how miserably he loses. The guide pointed towards the entrance of a gloomy valley. We've arrived at Forging Truth Valley. You may enter. Then pointed out the entrance to the west. Without bothering to waste words, Fang Xing took a deep breath and roared inside. Murong Ying, you don't keep your promises. Fang Xing continued to boast loudly. This old man is here to pick a fight with you. And a gatekeeping disciple stepped out from within to block his path. The gatekeeper arrogantly asked, Where did this brat come from, daring to humiliate senior brother Murong? Fang Xing showed no respect. I'm here to settle some matters with him. It's none of your business. Get lost. Feeling disrespected, the gatekeeper flew into a rage, roaring, How dare you, then charged straight to attack. Fang Xing merely flicked his finger, and the 9-serpent golden flame sword, blazing with golden fire, instantly appeared, spinning rapidly in mid-air. With a light flick of his hand, the radiant golden flying sword shot forth like a streak of meteor, aiming directly at the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper hadn't even fully registered what was happening. His face had already turned pale, his eyes wide with terror at the sword's speed and power. Whack! A sharp, resounding slap echoed as the sword struck the gatekeeper's face with its flat side, sending him flying. The lackey fell sprawling on the ground, only able to let out a miserable shriek, completely defeated with a single blow. Having cleared the obstacle, Fang Xing once again raised his voice in challenge. Murong Ying, where are you hiding? Drag your carcass out here for this old man. The crowd of disciples whispered amongst themselves, unable to believe that this unknown brat had defeated a Spirit Resonance 5th layer senior brother with a single blow, and even dared to come demand a debt from senior brother Murong. Meanwhile, Murong Ying sat alone, seething with resentment, blaming Shen Hu Jun, and bitterly regretting the 20 spirit stones that had vanished due to the foolish bet. He gritted his teeth and crushed the cup, vowing to reclaim the 20 spirit stones from that brat. The senior brother roared in anger, cursing the one who had put him in this predicament. Murong Ying sprang to his feet, growling a challenge for the troublemaker to reveal himself. A disciple, as burly as a guardian deity, appeared, roaring, Who dares cause trouble in Forging Truth Valley? Fang Xing pointed directly at Murong Ying, exposing his misdeeds. You are the swindler, Murong Ying. You lost the bet for the sword, yet you're still hiding like a coward. Truly shameless. Fang Xing extended his hand, demanding the sword, but Murong Ying shamelessly denied it. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I bet with you? Fang Xing sneered mockingly, revealing his hand. You didn't bet with me, but you bet with Qin Shinger. She bet on my behalf, so if you lost to her, you lost to me. The gossiping crowd immediately confirmed, asserting that everyone had witnessed senior brother Murong betting with senior sister Qin. They began to discuss, believing that if Murong Ying didn't keep his word, his reputation would be ruined. Murong Ying smirked, clearly having a plan to turn the tables. He loudly admitted to betting, but then fabricated a story that he had already paid Qin Shinger in full, even giving her an additional 10 spirit stones. The senior brother began to boast loudly, falsely accusing Fang Xing of being unreasonable, coming to Forging Truth Valley to cause trouble, and disrespecting the disciples there. Just then, Qin Shinger appeared and interrupted his act. Senior brother Murong, you are mistaken. She flatly declared that she had never agreed to exchange the sword for 10 spirit stones, She merely helped Fang Xing place the bet, and the debt was a matter between the two of them. With that, Qin Xinger threw back the bag of spirit stones, declaring that she had only come to return these 10 stones and would not interfere further. Murong Ying was furious, realizing that the beauty had openly sided with that brat. Fang Xing laughed gleefully, rubbing his hands with satisfaction. Haha. Now what do you have to say? He extended his hand directly in front of Murong Ying, decisively ordering, "Hand over the sword." Cornered, Murong Ying roared. "You've gone too far." He summoned his flying sword. Azure spiritual power erupted, and killing intent surged. Murong Ying charged like a storm, swinging his sword to unleash a deadly arc. "You want my sword? Trade it for your pathetic life." A full-force slash tore through the air, the azure sword energy completely overwhelming, determined to deal with the insolent brat. Fang Xing remained unfazed, drawing his 9-serpent golden flame sword, enveloped in brilliant golden light, to meet the attack head-on. Clang! The two swords clashed, and a terrifying surge of energy erupted at the center, shaking the entire area. Murong Ying smirked, his eyes filled with confidence that victory was firmly in his grasp. Both sides exchanged blows. Fang Xing launched a kick, but it was blocked bare-handed by his opponent. The situation was extremely tense. Crack! Fang Xing froze when he heard the sound of his weapon shattering. The 9-serpent golden flame sword, with its 9 layers of internal formations, was destroyed from within, shattering into pieces. Contrary to expectations, Fang Xing smiled with delight at the broken sword. Indeed, a fine sword. His eyes gleamed with greed, and he declared confidently, "This sword, I'm definitely taking it." True to his word, Fang Xing hurled the broken sword hilt directly at Murong Ying's face like a bullet. His gaze was sharp, pouring all his will into the desperate throw, an unexpected attack. Murong Ying was startled and panicked, not expecting his opponent to play dirty. Damn it! He hastily unleashed all his spiritual power, and a colossal azure energy dragon roared into existence to protect him. The energy dragon easily flung away the broken sword piece, demonstrating absolute defensive power. The full scene showed the azure dragon coiling, its aura completely overwhelming, proving that Murong Ying was no mere pushover. Murong Ying explained the power of the azure dragon jade flame sword. It was filled with malevolent energy, capable of causing damage and disrupting an enemy's mind with just a light touch. Fang Xing licked his lips, his eyes growing even more fervent, treating the threat as mere wind in his ears. Such a magnificent sword, I must definitely seize it. Murong Ying went berserk, his eyes blazing with red fire, roaring, "You brat, today I'll take your life." Fang Xing remained unfazed, unleashing a barrage of dazzling golden energy darts in response. Murong Ying swung his blue sword energy, easily batting away the puny darts, and sneered, "Is that all you've got?" Immediately, Fang Xing turned and fled, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Murong Ying froze, unable to believe the brat had escaped. He tried to save face, muttering to himself that the weak only bully the weaker, and it was right for him to flee when he couldn't win. The gossiping disciples immediately swarmed him with flattery, praising senior brother Murong and disparaging Fang Xing as mere lucky trash. Suddenly, Fang Xing's voice echoed from afar, directly cursing Murong Ying as a debt dodger who only relied on a fancy sword to show off. Murong Ying was furious, grinding his teeth. "You want to die?" It turned out Fang Xing hadn't fled. He had climbed onto the rooftop, carrying a colossal boulder to hurl directly at his opponent. Murong Ying was forced to swing his sword, shattering the boulder, his face darkening at the brat's outrageousness. The crowd was terrified by senior brother Murong's power, but even more shocked to see Fang Xing hadn't given up and was carrying another boulder. Everyone gaped as they looked up at the rooftop, where an even larger boulder was being held aloft by Fang Xing. Heavens, why is that one so huge? Fang Xing soared into the air, preparing to bring down the supersized weapon onto Murong Ying's head. Murong Ying broke into a cold sweat, realizing it was a weapon-testing stone from the Forging Valley, the lightest of which weighed nearly 5,000 kilograms. He couldn't understand how a brat with such low cultivation could lift it. "Where are you running to?" Fang Xing roared, throwing the boulder with all his might. Murong Ying had no choice but to raise his sword to block, and an earth-shattering crash resounded. Blue sword energy erupted, slicing the colossal boulder into countless fragments. Murong Ying panted, his face pale as he realized the attack wasn't over, his voice trembling. "There's still more?" A series of other boulders rained down from the sky. Murong Ying frantically shrieked, "You mad dog, you've gone too far." Cornered by the hailstorm of rocks, Murong Ying roared, deciding to stop playing around. "Can't take it anymore, huh?" He sweated, grudgingly admitting, "Damn it, this brat knows how to use rock manipulation magic. I underestimated him." Murong Ying unleashed his ultimate move, blue sword energy exploding, transforming into a colossal, roaring energy dragon. The sword energy dragon charged directly into the meteor shower, crushing everything into fragments in an earth-shattering explosion. After clearing away the rock fragments, Murong Ying landed with a smug expression, thinking he had turned the tables. But he was gravely mistaken. There was still one last, largest boulder plummeting down. He hastily launched a kick to block it. That should do it, just one more rock. His kick was like scratching an itch for the boulder. The terrifying impact felt like his leg would break, and his defensive energy shattered. Murong Ying's jaw dropped in horror, unable to believe the terrifying weight of the boulder crushing him. Crash! The boulder slammed directly onto Murong Ying, and from behind, Fang Xing appeared like a ghost, seizing his sword. Murong Ying was flattened, only able to watch as Fang Xing snatched the Azure Dragon Jade Flame Sword right before his eyes. Fang Xing landed, one foot on Murong Ying's body, firmly gripping the newly acquired sword. He laughed gleefully, brandishing the fine sword. "Doesn't feel bad. This sword in the hands of a useless person like you is truly a waste." Humiliated, Murong Ying lay on the ground, roaring in helplessness. "You bastard, if you're so good, just kill me." Fang Xing smirked devilishly, replying to the challenge. "Since you've insisted so vehemently, I can only obey." All the surrounding disciples froze, the atmosphere utterly silent as Fang Xing raised his sword, preparing to finish off Murong Ying. The gossiping crowd panicked intensely, screaming, "This guy's crazy, he dares to kill someone in the Forging Valley." The sharp blade was pressed against Murong Ying's neck. He closed his eyes, awaiting death, sweat pouring off him like rain. Just as the blade was about to touch his skin, an invisible energy bound Fang Xing tightly, preventing the fatal strike. An authoritative voice rang out. "Enough, stop." All the disciples present immediately knelt, shouting in unison, "Greetings, Master. Greetings, Elder." Elder Ti Rukuang has appeared. Bound tightly, Fang Xing lifted his head and roared, revealing his true intention. "I knew you were there. I only did this to lure you out. Release me." Elder Tai Rukuang used his spiritual power to bind Fang Xing tightly, his aura completely overwhelming. Still bound, Fang Xing strained his neck to argue. "What do you want to do? Your disciple lost a bet. Are you going to take revenge for him now?" While the elder muttered that the brat won purely by strength and wit, not by dark arts, Tai Rukuang waved his hand, sending Fang Xing flying to the ground, and stated bluntly, "If I hadn't intervened, weren't you planning to kill my disciple, and then just walk away?" Murong Ying hastily scrambled up to tattle. "Master Tai, that thief cannot be forgiven. He not only trespassed into Forging Valley, but also stole from all of us." Hearing the word stole, Elder Tai Rukuang spun around sharply, his gaze piercing the kneeling disciples. The gambling disciples unanimously confirmed Murong Ying's words, while a mysterious hand clenched meaningfully. Tai Rukuang grabbed Fang Xing's hand, saying coldly, "You truly are too arrogant, young one." Fang Xing shrieked, Hey, what are you doing? You still owe me a favor, why are you helping them and not me?" Elder Tai Rukuang feigned ignorance, asking casually, "I owe you a favor? Why don't I recall that?" Fang Xing roared in helplessness. "You dare to renege on a debt, like master, like disciple. You confiscated my things without even clarifying right from wrong. Are elders also thieves?" Tai Rukuang released Fang Xing's hand, crossed his arms, and commanded, "How did my disciple renege on a debt? Explain it clearly to me." Fang Xing began his accusation, pointing directly at Murong Ying. "I fought against your disciple, Murong Ying. He used his own sword as a wager, and I won. Now I'm just here to reclaim what's rightfully mine." He continued to lament dramatically. "Sigh, my luck is truly terrible. Why do I always encounter such immoral people? If I had known, 3 years ago I wouldn't have taken that chess piece. I would have just let Master win and be done with it." Stung by the taunt, Elder Tie Rukuang coughed violently, hastily changing the subject. Ahem, I just remembered a few things." Regaining his stern demeanor, he turned to Murong Ying, growling. "Tell me the truth," is what he said, correct? The gambling disciples behind him hastily denied everything. "Elder, don't listen to his nonsense, he's distorting the truth." Boom, Rukuang stomped his foot, the ground cracked open, intimidating all the small fry. Blue spiritual power erupted. Ti Rukuang roared at the trembling disciples. "I'm only asking if you truly made a wager." Under terrifying pressure, the entire group stammered their admission in fear. "We did make a wager." Tai Rukuang's deadly gaze shifted to the pale Murong Ying, and he asked the final, decisive question. And you? Did you wager your sword? Interrogated by the elder, Murong Ying had no way to deny it, kowtowing and admitting her guilt. This disciple knows their mistake. Fang Xing turned to Elder Ti Rukuang, smirking. See, I wasn't lying. I merely came to retrieve what's mine. Tai Rukuang grabbed Fang Xing by the collar, ordering, All right, follow me. The boy was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The elder carried Fang Xing and flew off, leaving a parting shot for the small fries. All of you, kneel here until I return. With a whoosh, the two landed in the training grounds of Forging Truth Valley. Tai Rukuang began to lecture. Boy, even if you're in the right, you shouldn't be so reckless. Master Bai just entered seclusion, and you're already causing trouble. They could use this as an excuse to punish you. Fang Xing retorted defiantly. Who told them to default on their debts first? I must retrieve what's mine. Besides, so what if Master is in seclusion? I still remember that Elder owes me a favor. The cunning boy admitted that it was precisely because Master Bai was in seclusion that he dared to cause such a big commotion. To see the sect's reaction. Directly confronted about the debt, Ti Rukuang looked flustered. Boy, you keep bringing up that favor. I never intended to renege, did I? The elder immediately changed the subject, making an offer. How about this? To repay the favor, I'll teach you a technique? He realized this boy was the genuine article. Fang Xing puffed his cheeks and flatly refused. No, I don't want to learn forging. Tai Rukuang was speechless. Losing patience, Ti Rukuang burst forth with an imposing aura. You impudent brat. What did you say? Even if you don't want to, you must go. You cannot refuse. Fang Xing was unafraid, punching directly into the elder's aura. You're going too far. I only want to enter the Heaven Sealing Palace. Even if you force me, I won't learn. Hearing Fang Xing's objective, the elder explained the conditions for entering the Heaven Sealing Palace. Spirit resonance. 6th layer cultivation. 10 years of sect membership, and ranking among the top 3 in the Grand Assembly. All tough conditions. Fang Xing was confident in his cultivation and strength, but he immediately stumbled upon the 10-year seniority condition, as he had only joined the sect 4 years ago. Tai Rukuang smiled slyly, looking mysterious. Of course, rules are rules, but that doesn't mean there are no exceptions. Fang Xing's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, Elder, do you have a solution? The boy's face was full of hope, as if head struck gold. The elder revealed a shortcut. As long as an elder on the council vouched for him, the cultivation and seniority conditions could be bypassed. Tai Rukuang finalized the offer. How about it? If you agree to join Forging Truth Valley and perform well, I guarantee you'll enter the Heaven Sealing Palace within 3 years. Fang Xing shook his head, flatly dismissing the offer of 3 years as too long and not worth waiting for. Tai Rukuang upped the ante, declaring that if the boy was capable enough, he could go this very year, which made Fang Xing immediately accept the deal. The elder was startled, claiming he was just joking, then grumpily asked directly if Fang Xing would agree to join Forging Truth Valley. Fang Xing turned the tables, arrogantly setting new conditions for joining, which made the elder curious. He whispered into the elder's ear, mentioning the position of head disciple of Forging Truth Valley, a role that could command all other disciples. Tai Rukuang was utterly shocked to hear the boy demand to be head disciple, while Fang Xing calmly asked back, Why not? The elder ruffled his head, explaining that this position not only required cultivation, but also involved handling internal affairs. But Fang Xing confidently patted his chest, saying to just trust him. Tai Rukuang pondered, then proposed a condition. You can't become head disciple immediately upon joining, but if you can make all disciples in the valley voluntarily submit refined metal to you, I will consider it. Fang Xing immediately accepted the deal, while the elder grinned widely, demanding his jade token to complete the formalities. Elder Ti Rukuang carved the insignia of Forging Truth Valley onto the jade token, officially accepting Fang Xing as a disciple. Fang Xing gleefully called him master, then immediately asked about the disciples still kneeling outside, reminding the elder of his promise of punishment. The elder waved his hand and walked away, dumping the burden on Fang Xing to handle, since he wanted to be head disciple. The boy was stunned by his new master's level of irresponsibility. Fang Xing held the bag of items, his face darkening into a sinister smile. Now that I'm also a member of Forging Truth Valley, I must be good to my fellow disciples. He directly threw several bags of magic treasures down to the kneeling disciples. They cheered joyfully, thinking their items were being returned. Standing on the rooftop, Fang Xing declared that he was now a member of Forging Truth Valley and was returning their items, but one disciple below still craned his neck, refusing to believe it. Fang Xing held up his jade token, shouting loudly, "Open your eyes and look. This was personally bestowed upon me by Elder Tai." The disciples were bewildered, not understanding why the elder would accept this boy. Suddenly, one cried out in alarm when he discovered the flying sword in his bag had vanished, leaving only scrap metal. Another panicked when his magic treasure turned into a pile of scrap iron, only able to scream in despair. Fang Xing pressed the nine-serpent golden flame sword against one disciple's face, coldly warning that he would kill anyone who dared to cause trouble, making the man turn pale with fear and beg. Fang Xing turned to the entire group, declaring that from now on, he was responsible for collecting refined metal by master's order, and threatened to smash the brains of anyone who disobeyed. The small fries whispered among themselves, believing that only those in debt and with a certain cultivation level had to submit refined metal. Fang Xing observed from a distance, muttering, So that's how it is? Tomorrow I must ask that old man." The next morning, as Fang Xing sat in his room, a childish voice echoed from outside. "Senior brother Fang, Master sent me to give you this." A young disciple appeared, solemnly handing Fang Xing a list of 21 debtors and this month's quota of 31.5 kilograms of metal, also warning that Master would inspect very carefully, and even if a tall was missing, resources would be cut. Fang Xing took the ledger, calmly saying, "All right, I understand. You may leave." The messenger boy remained standing there stubbornly, putting his hands on his hips and retorting, "Why haven't you left? I ran here early this morning to give you the list, and there's no token of appreciation?" Fang Xing glared, growling, "Boy, are you trying to extort me? If you don't leave, do you believe I'll give you a beating?" The boy was unafraid. Instead, he grinned widely. Master said you made a killing yesterday. It's only reasonable to share some with me." Fang Xing smirked, tossing the boy a spirit stone. "You little rascal, take it." The boy gleefully accepted the gift, then leaned in and whispered advice. "Master warned that if you intend to use force to collect debts, it won't end well. You must use your wits." After the boy left, Fang Xing crossed his arms and pondered Elder TA's words. Is there something that cannot be solved by fists? What does this old man mean? Fang Xing walked alone in the vast courtyard, the atmosphere eerily silent. He stopped before a large door, holding the ledger in his hand, and called out, "Is Lu Huazhang here?" A voice echoed from within. A fat man playing chess alone replied, "I am. Who are you?" Fang Xing circulated his cultivation, a stream of blue energy flaring around his hand, and smiled sinisterly. "Then I've come to the right place." The fat man, Liu Huazhang, startled, stood up and cautiously asked, "I don't know you, and we have no grievances. Why are you looking for me?" Fang Xing plunged the nine-serpent golden flame sword into the ground, pointing at the fat man's face. "You don't know me? Then let me tell you. From now on, I am responsible for collecting metal for forging Truth Valley. If you dare to submit it late." Upon hearing this, Liu Huazhang immediately changed his attitude 180 degrees, cupping his hands and chuckling apologetically. "So it's junior-senior brother here on a sect mission. How could I possibly make such a trivial mistake?" The fat man continued to flatter, guaranteeing to submit on time, then probed, "Senior brother Fang, are there any other instructions?" Fang Xing calmly pointed at the sky, fabricating a story. "Oh, right. Master said he urgently needs this batch of goods, so the deadline has been moved up by 10 days. You must submit it by the 13th of next month. It'll be hard on you." Liu Huazhang outwardly agreed. If senior brother Fang has said so, this junior will naturally do his best. But inwardly he sneered, thinking Fang Xing was just boasting. Fang Xing yawned, looking satisfied. "Good. At least you know your place." The fat Liu Huazhang secretly thought, "I didn't expect this brat to demand payment so early, but luckily, our side is prepared. He won't see this coming." Fang Xing walked alone down the deserted street, sensing something amiss in the unusually silent atmosphere. Another disciple with a mustache blocked his path, greeting him with a smile. "Oh, senior brother Fang, have you come about the refined iron? I've heard. And I promise to deliver it on time, and in full quantity." Fang Xing maintained the old deadline. "Good that you know. It must be delivered before the 13th of next month." The mustached disciple continued to invite him. "Of course. Senior brother must be tired from your journey. Why not come to my cultivation dwelling to rest?" Fang Xing waved his hand, flatly refusing, and walked away with his sword. "No need. I still have matters to attend to." The entire street suddenly became lively, disciples swarming out to greet Fang Xing like an emperor, some offering tea, others wine, all promising to pay on time. Fang Xing sat perched on a rock, muttering to himself, realizing things were too easy. It must be because yesterday's beating had scared them witless, but he quickly dismissed that thought, knowing full well the old elder wouldn't assign such an easy test. He suddenly realized the problem. If not, then there's only one possibility. They've colluded beforehand to trick me. Fang Xing smirked, snapped his fingers, and already had a plan to turn the tables. A crowd of disciples had gathered, all with eager expressions, seemingly waiting to watch a good show. Liu Huazhang and the mustached disciple stood at the front, leading the murmuring crowd. The two ringleaders exchanged meaningful glances, then one of them shouted loudly at the crowd, "Clear the way!" Liu Huazhang swaggered forward, feigning surprise. "Senior brother Fang, why are you here?" Fang Xing was lounging on a chair, two chests of glowing red spirit stones beside him, casually waving his hand. "Oh, it's junior brother Liu. Come here, I have something to tell you." Liu Huazhang was stunned, sweat pouring down him like rain, his mind screaming, "Damn it, how does he have so many spirit stones? What trick is this brat planning?" Fang Xing cheerfully held up a pristine white banner. "Junior brother Liu, look at this. These are the words I specially printed for the refined iron submission. What do you think?" Liu Huazhang was annoyed, secretly thinking, "Is this kid trying to bribe others with money? Don't even dream of succeeding." The fat man feigned politeness, asking Fang Xing with a suspicious tone, "Senior brother Fang, are you really going to give away all those spirit stones and the great sword you've accumulated?" The disciples behind also murmured, one of them agitated. "That's right, the sword was stolen from senior brother Murong, and the spirit stones were extorted from us. How can he just give them away?" Fang Xing looked directly at Liu Huazhang, his voice full of sarcasm. "Junior brother Liu, it seems you still don't understand me." Fang Xing declared boldly, "I have always been a man of my word, but now that I am a member of the Forging Valley, how can I not consider my brothers? I'm spending spirit stones to subsidize the refined iron. Are you brothers still unhappy?" Liu Huazhang quickly changed his tune, laughing awkwardly. "Senior brother, you've misunderstood. I'm just so unexpectedly happy, it's hard to believe." Without further ado, Fang Xing took out an oath stone, declaring bluntly, "Anyone who submits refined iron of sufficient quality by the 13th will be rewarded with 10 low-grade spirit stones. Break this promise, and may the heavens strike me down." Liu Huazhang gritted his teeth, cold sweat breaking out. He dares to use an oath contract? This brat is playing for high stakes. This is trouble. As night fell, in another corner, the debtors gathered again to discuss. They were worried because Fang Xing had moved the deadline forward by 10 days, fearing that if they delayed, he would come directly to their doors to collect. Liu Huazhang roared, quashing his subordinates' wavering intentions. "Enough! Are you blinded by a mere 10 spirit stones? After helping senior brother Murong, the reward will be many times greater." The mustached disciple beside him immediately offered a plan, smirking, "Senior brother Liu, calm down. That kid has spent spirit stones and even made an oath. Let's just give him what he wants to put his mind at ease." Liu Huazhang curled his lip, acting as if he had a brilliant strategy. "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? I have a trick that guarantees everyone gets that brat's spirit stones and still receives senior brother Murong's reward." All the debtors' eyes lit up, clamoring for Liu Huazhang to enlighten them. When the appointed time came, a disciple excitedly brought refined iron to Fang Xing. "Here are my 3.5 caddies of iron. The odd bit doesn't count. Please accept it, senior brother Fang." Fang Xing calmly replied from behind the signboard, "All right, take your 10 spirit stones. Next." The disciple was overjoyed, quickly grabbing his share of spirit stones from the basket. The scene was bustling. As the basket of refined iron emptied, so did the basket of spirit stones, and everyone was delighted. Finally, it was Liu Huazhang's turn. The fat man carried a huge pile of refined iron before Fang Xing, his face beaming. Fang Xing picked up Liu Huazhang's refined iron, his expression full of hidden meaning. The fat man sensed something was wrong and quickly asked, "Senior brother Fang, is there a problem?" Without another word, Fang Xing used a single punch to shatter the refined iron right in front of Liu Huazhang. He stood in the middle of the courtyard, pointing directly at the crowd. "You scoundrels, I'm subsidizing you with spirit stones, and you dare to trick me with this garbage?" Liu Huazhang's strategist broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, unable to speak. Liu Huazhang tensed up, secretly thinking, "This brat just joined the Forging Valley. How could he know the quality of the iron? We only reduced it by 2 cycles of spirit flames. Even a grandmaster would find it hard to tell. He's definitely trying to trick me." The fat man immediately played the victim, Senior brother Fang is slandering us. We sacrificed our day and night cultivation to forge this iron. How could there be a problem? You arbitrarily changed the delivery date and then blame us. That's truly outrageous. Fang Xing thrust his nine-serpent golden flame sword directly at the fat man's face, coldly declaring, "No one else is saying anything. Only you are babbling. So you must be the mastermind." Seeing this, the debtors immediately chimed in loudly. "Brother Lu is right. There's nothing wrong with the iron. If you say there's a problem, prove it." Fang Xing smirked, raised a finger, and golden spiritual energy began to gather. Liu Huazhong still appeared confident, secretly thinking, "This time, I'm sure to win." Boom, 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 Fang Xing swung his hand, and the entire pile of refined iron shattered, revealing the impurities within, making the fat man's face drain of all color. This brat was completely right. Fang Xing grabbed the strategist by the collar, issuing an ultimatum. "Last chance, return the spirit stones you took, pay an additional 20 as a fine, then scram back and reforge the iron. Otherwise, die." That guy dared to haggle, so Fang Xing sent him flying straight to the ground with a kick. Fang Xing immediately raised the price on the spot. "Return what you took, plus 30 spirit stones as a fine. Hand it over now." Liu Huazhong began to argue stubbornly, citing rules. "Fines are against regulations. If you hadn't changed the date, none of this would have happened." Fang Xing sneered, his killing intent erupting. "When you took my spirit stones, why didn't you mention rules? Since you dared to play me, don't blame me for playing dirty. You started it first." A disciple who tried to flee was immediately sent flying into the sky by a giant water orb, screaming miserably. Fang Xing stomped into the air, chasing after the scattered small fry. "Where do you think you're going?" He gathered power into his sword, unleashing an extremely powerful water strike from above, clearing them out completely. Liu Huazhong was pinned face down to the ground by Fang Xing, a sword at his throat, screaming in terror. "This brat is trying to kill someone again. Quickly, report to the sect leader." Fang Xing ignored him, forming hand seals. A brilliant golden sword energy erupted, sweeping away the remaining disciples who were about to charge in. Fang Xing glanced disdainfully, uttering a light remark. "Child's play." He unleashed a surging wave of blue spiritual energy, sweeping away the small fries charging towards him. Cornered, one of the debtor disciples yelled, "Quick! Use the body-forging art on him." Fang Xing coldly carried the massive sword on his shoulder, his overwhelming aura turning the two disciples' faces pale with fear. He placed the sword on the ground, and a wave of blue energy spread out, shaking the entire area. Standing in the center of the arena, Fang Xing challenged, "If anyone thinks what I did was improper, step forward." Just then, a new group appeared, their red-robed leader shouting, "How audacious! Daring to act so viciously towards a junior brother. Do you think yourself invincible?" The beaten disciples rejoiced as if they had found gold, bowing deeply. "It's senior brother Ye Tianlong, we are saved." Ye Tianlong pointed directly at Fang Xing, then turned to Murong Ying, and asked, "Junior brother Murong, is this the brat who stole your sword?" Truly ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, Murong Ying's face was full of resentment, and he quickly clarified, "Senior brother Ye, you don't know, this guy only uses petty tricks. In a one-on-one fight, he stands no chance." Yi Tianlong sneered, patting Murong Ying's shoulder. "There's no need to hold back against a mad dog that bites people. Just block him and teach him a lesson." Ye Tianlong summoned a colossal hammer, radiating brilliant golden light, declaring, "Don't worry, it'll help you. This is the Sun Moon Yin Yang hammer. It has been with me for 3 years and never lost. Don't let me lose face." Murong Ying gleefully accepted the hammer, his aura surging. "Thank you, senior brother Ye. Rest assured, I will not disgrace this hammer." Fang Xing stood opposite, sneering. "Murong Ying, you think borrowing a weapon will let you defeat me? Who gave you that confidence?" Murong Ying roared, swinging the hammer and charging forward. "You cunning brat, take a hit from my hammer." Clang! Fang Xing raised his sword to block the blow, the immense impact force making him realize, this hammer is truly powerful. It's a branded magic treasure. No wonder he's so confident. Murong Ying leaped high, yelling, "Aren't you so strong? Taste the power of this hammer." Fang Xing gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, this guy is truly insidious. Knowing I use a sword, he borrowed a hammer to counter me, intending to smash my sword, but I won't let you win. "Watch me defeat you," Fang Xing shouted, charging directly to confront the colossal hammer descending, startling the crowd. A disciple in the crowd suddenly noticed something unusual, his eyes wide. "Wait, this brat isn't using his sword. He's using the hilt of his sword to block the hammer. No wonder the sword didn't break." Fang Xing strained, using the sword hilt to thrust the hammer back. Coward, take this back. Clang. The colossal hammer was repelled, flying back towards Murong Ying like a bullet. Murong Ying's face turned pale, horrified to see his weapon about to smash into his face. Damn it. The hammer bounced back. Senior brother Ye, standing outside, shouted loudly, instructing his junior. Murong Ying, use Yang hammer offense, Yin hammer defense. Murong Ying snapped awake, hastily using the Yin hammer to create a blue energy shield. Understood. Thank you, senior brother. Boom. The Yang hammer crashed directly into the shield, creating a terrifying shockwave. Murong Ying boasted loudly, Haha, is that all you've got, brat? But Fang Xing merely smirked. To defeat you, I don't need many tricks. Fang Xing growled, channeling power into his sword. Ascend. An earth-shattering surge of power erupted, as the Dragon Soul Golden Flame and Dragon Soul Blue Flame manifested simultaneously. Murong Ying was utterly shocked, unable to believe his eyes. How can this be? This brat can use both Dragon Souls at the same time? The twin dragons, one blue and one gold, roared, charging straight towards Murong Ying like a tempest. Murong Ying only managed a desperate scream before being engulfed by the surge of power. The twin dragon energy swept through everything, leaving no escape for the opponent. Boom! A terrifying explosion shook the entire arena, sending debris flying everywhere. Murong Ying lay unconscious amidst the rubble. Fang Xing stood there, dusting his hands. The battle concluded. Fang Xing picked up the hammer, praising it. A genuine article is truly different. The owner is down, but the hammer is still perfectly fine. Ignoring Murong Ying's groans demanding his weapon back. Senior brother Ye stepped forward with a cold expression, acting superior. I merely lent it to him. Now return it. Fang Xing twirled the hammer, smirking. Ah, so you were backing him. Now you want it back so easily? He examined the Sun Moon Yin Yang hammer, then began explaining its structure, making senior brother Ye stunned as he asked, What are you planning to do? Without further words, Fang Xing raised his sword, gathering abundant blue sword energy, preparing to cripple the branded magic treasure. Fang Xing grinned sinisterly, confirming with certainty. Of course, I'm destroying your weapon. Ye Tianlong furiously roared. Do you want to die? Then unleashed a blazing fire palm strike towards Fang Xing. The flames erupted fiercely, hurtling straight towards Fang Xing, who stood alone in the middle of the arena. The senior brother suddenly flinched, annoyed that he was provoked to the point of using a fire sword, secretly thinking that if he accidentally burned his master's favorite disciple to death, he'd be in deep trouble. The gossiping crowd gaped in astonishment, seeing the brat still perfectly fine after the attack. Fang Xing emerged from the sea of flames, holding his blue sword, declaring bluntly, I've been too lenient, which is why these dogs and cats dare to bully. Today, I'll make an example of you. Ye Tianlong couldn't believe his eyes, muttering that only someone stronger could block his move, while this brat was clearly only at the 4th level of spirit movement. Fang Xing exposed him. Your fire move clearly intended to kill me. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Ye Tianlong hastily denied it. Wait, I only did it unintentionally. Fang Xing grinned widely, feigning sincerity. In that case, let's just drop it. Ye Tianlong was dumbfounded, not understanding why this brat had suddenly become so unexpectedly kind. Fang Xing sneered, revealing his true intentions. Did you really think I'd say that? He shot forward, blue sword energy exploding, roaring. The moment you gave that weapon to Murong Ying, I already wanted to kill you. Ye Tianlong was furious that the hammer was broken. He tried to throw a retaliatory punch, but had lost his best weapon. Suddenly, a tiny blue flame appeared right at Ye Tianlong's vital spot, making him scream in agony from the heat. Fang Xing pointed mockingly. You're the crazy one, or perhaps you should change your name to Bedwetter. While Ye Tianlong furiously roared, enraged by the prank. Ye Tianlong erupted, roaring that he would fight a battle to the death, then unleashed his ultimate move, summoning thousands of brilliant golden flying swords. Thousands of swords hovered in the air, ready to descend and crush their target. Ye Tianlong shouted the name of his technique. Myriad swords unleashed. Undeterred, Fang Xing also activated his cultivation, 2 streams of blue and gold dragon energy swirling around him, ready to meet the challenge. The scene shifted to a quiet courtyard, where a small figure walked alone. Ye Tianlong arrived only to witness a horrifying sight. His sword formation was utterly shattered. He realized his opponent was overwhelmingly powerful, and only one thought remained in his mind. Run. Ye Tianlong's face turned ashen, and he was drenched in sweat as he realized this fight was unwinnable. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Fang Xing shot forward like an arrow, delivering a kick straight to the face. Bang! Yi Tianlong took the full force of a blue energy kick, blood splattered everywhere, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Panic-stricken, Yi Tianlong screamed in despair, wishing only for more speed to make his escape. He channeled all his spiritual energy into his legs, bursting forth with speed to flee from the terrifying figure behind him. Fang Xing pursued closely, roaring mockingly. "Why aren't you fighting anymore, you coward?" Seeing the entrance to his dwelling, Yi Tianlong was overjoyed, plunging headfirst inside. "Don't even think about running," Fang Xing roared, determined not to let his prey escape. Knowing he couldn't shake off his pursuer, Yi Tianlong played his last card, cutting his own hand to draw blood and activate a formation. Fresh blood dripped down, and a brilliant golden defensive formation lit up from beneath the floor. Thud! Fang Xing was flung far away by an invisible surge of energy from the formation. The heavy iron gate slammed shut. Yi Tianlong sighed in relief, finally safe within his own turtle shell. Blocked by the gate, Fang Xing stood outside and shouted, "You scoundrel! You were so arrogant when you lent things to Murong Ying. Why are you cowering and hiding now?" The debtor, disciples, watching the scene, trembled uncontrollably, whispering among themselves. Even senior brother Ye was chased until he fled in panic. This guy's cultivation has far surpassed the fourth layer of spirit movement. Having dealt with the ringleader, Fang Xing spun around abruptly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the gossiping debtor disciples. He advanced with his sword, issuing an ultimatum. "Listen up, you useless bunch. In 3 days, anyone who fails to submit refined iron will have their legs broken. Anyone who submits shoddy goods will have all 4 limbs chopped off." Faced with his oppressive presence, the disciples were scared out of their wits, simultaneously kneeling down and shouting, "We understand." The chubby leader was drenched in sweat, his face drained of all color, knowing he had messed with the wrong person. Only after Fang Xing had left did the group dare to sigh in relief, muttering, "Finally, that calamity is gone." After dealing with the debtor disciples, Fang Xing turned and walked away amidst the frightened crowd. He suddenly turned back and immediately grabbed a chubby guy trying to sneak away. "Did you think I wouldn't see you hiding in the crowd?" Fang Xing grabbed Lu Huazhang by the collar and growled. "If you hadn't instigated this, things wouldn't be so troublesome." The chubby guy hastily offered a bag of spirit stones, stammering and begging for his life. "Do you think I need your paltry sum?" Fang Xing delivered a kick that sent the chubby guy flying, his spirit stones scattering everywhere. He held his sword to the chubby guy's neck, his gaze cold. "Last chance. If you can't answer, prepare to see blood." The chubby guy was so scared he wet his pants, pleading for his life. Fang Xing stepped on the chubby guy's chest, interrogating him about how to break open Yi Tianlong's cave dwelling, threatening to cut out his tongue if he lied. The chubby guy confessed that the cave dwellings in Forging Truth Valley were all made of profound iron, impenetrable even to true disciples. The chubby guy raised his hand and swore, "I'm telling the absolute truth, 100%. If there's a single lie, I'll die a gruesome death. Useless." Fang Xing kicked the chubby guy flying again, as the answer was utterly useless. While annoyed, Fang Xing suddenly noticed a giant spiked mace used for cultivation practice nearby. He smirked, a bold idea flashing in his mind. This might be useful. Meanwhile, in a solemn grand hall, the Qingyun sect elders were holding an emergency meeting. The disciplinary elder reported, "Martial Uncle Bai has entered secluded cultivation, and the Demon King's seal in the chaotic wilderness ridge has weakened." Elder Qing Niao was astonished. "Impossible. That old demon is still alive after all these centuries?" Images of the earth-shattering battle from 400 years ago reappeared, when 2 esteemed experts joined forces to unleash brilliant golden techniques, suppressing a surge of blue demonic energy. The disciplinary elder explained that 400 years ago, the Grand Elder and Martial Uncle Bai had sealed the Demon King, originally believing the seal would drain its life force over time. He concluded, "But now it seems to still possess vitality. Opening the seal now is too dangerous. It would be best to reinforce it." Elder Tai Rukuang, with his bulging muscles, spoke up. "In that case, just let the youngsters go. Consider it an opportunity for them to temper themselves." The disciplinary elder nodded in agreement. "Exactly my thoughts. The young ones have been too comfortable for too long. They need to experience danger to mature." He added that the chaotic wilderness ridge, infested with demonic energy and teeming with demonic beasts, was a perfect training ground. Elder Xiao Shanhe wondered. "The sect has over 400 disciples. Has the sect leader decided who to send yet?" The disciplinary elder announced the plan. The 4 Valley Masters will each select 10 disciples, entrusting them with the task of reinforcing the seal. At the same time, the resources harvested in the chaotic wilderness ridge will be their reward. The disciplinary elder declared they would adopt the selection method of the demonic sect, while also lamenting the sect's situation, with all its experts in secluded cultivation, leaving it vulnerable to covetous outsiders. He gazed into the distance, worried that the Qingyun sect could only rely on training a new generation of disciples to have any hope. Elder Xiao Shanhe confidently assured, "Sect leader, rest assured. After this trip, the sect will have many more elite disciples. I will also bring Jianming, so safety is guaranteed." The disciplinary elder ordered the valley masters to quickly decide the list of participating disciples and select a reputable person to lead the team. Elder Qing Niao gently nominated Ling Yun, causing Elder Tiru Kuang to snap, as his Forging Truth Valley had no such formidable talents to choose from. While the other valleys already had promising candidates, Elder Tiru Kuang clutched his head in distress, having a headache not knowing who to choose. He clicked his tongue and reluctantly nominated Ye Tianlong. As among his disciples, only he was somewhat presentable. Just then, a communication jade talisman in Elder Tiru Kuang's hand suddenly flashed brightly, signaling an urgent matter. He frowned and activated the jade talisman to see who was bothering him. A blurry image appeared, revealing Ye Tianlong, his face drained of all color, screaming, "Master, save me. That scoundrel is insane. He wants to kill me." All the elders froze, staring blankly at the distress signal that had just been sent by the very person who was just nominated. Elder Qing Niao exclaimed in astonishment, "In all these years, this is the first time I've seen a disciple resort to using a distress talisman." At the same time, Fang Xing, enraged, wielded the Sun Moon Yin-Yang mace and roared, "I don't believe I can't break this rotten door," then charged straight forward. One of Ye Tianlong's disciples turned pale, struggling to erect a weak defensive formation, screaming, "Master, save me. I can't hold on any longer." Crash. The wooden door was utterly shattered, the defensive formation shattered into pieces, and the disciple was blown away like a paper doll. Fang Xing charged forward, swinging a punch enveloped in golden light, and growled, "Let me see how you dodge this." The disciple could only scream for help in despair. Just as the punch was about to smash into the disciple's face, Fang Xing's giant mace suddenly stopped short after a shout of, "Stop!" Ye Tianlong's disciple screamed with joy, having thought he was going to meet his maker, but narrowly escaped death. Elder Tiru Kuang had appeared, blocking Fang Xing's attack with one hand and roaring, "You brat! Are you trying to destroy my Forging Truth Valley?" Fang Xing furiously roared, "Don't stop me! I must kill that scoundrel." But Elder Tiru Kuang held him firmly, rendering him unable to move. Elder Tiru Kuang roared, demanding Fang Xing calm down and explain. But the furious young man retorted, "I'm right. He wanted to kill me first." Ye Tianlong pointed at Fang Xing, his face pale as he tattled to his master. "This monstrous brat dared to say he'd kill me right in front of you, master." Fang Xing began to recount, pointing at Ye Tianlong, who lay flattened on the ground. "I only wanted to retrieve my refined iron peacefully, but who knew these scoundrels would set a trap for me?" Then he and Murong Ying jumped out, demanding to teach me a lesson. Elder Tai Rukuang lost his patience, growling his command. "Enough! Fang Xing, Murong Ying, Ye Tianlong, the three of you, follow me." Ye Tianlong clung tightly to his master's leg, whining and pointing at his ruined house, begging the elder for justice. Hearing the other guy renege, Fang Xing furiously summoned a gigantic azure sword energy, roaring, "You still dare to lie?" Whoosh! Elder Tai Rukuang effortlessly seized Fang Xing's wrist, blocking the attack with utmost ease. The elder also manifested a sword energy, his gaze sharp as he warned, "Brat, be honest with me." Just then, two disciples frantically carried Murong Ying in on a stretcher, looking as miserable as if he'd been run over by a road roller. Elder Tai Rukuang's eyes widened, and his jaw dropped, utterly shocked by the sight of his favorite disciple unconscious. Ye Tianlong hastily whispered into his master's ear, recounting how Fang Xing had even controlled the Azure Dragon Jade Flame Sword. Elder Tai Rukuang glanced at Fang Xing, muttering as he realized this young man, only at the 4th level of spirit resonance, possessed spiritual energy 3 times stronger than ordinary people, and could even control a 7th-tier weapon. The elder's attitude did a complete 180. He grinned broadly, putting an arm around Fang Xing's shoulder. Come, I have something to discuss with you privately." Fang Xing broke into a sweat, his face full of question marks, not understanding why this old man had suddenly become so friendly. Ye Tianlong dazedly asked about his fate, but Elder Tie Rukuang waved his hand, dismissing both of them to recover from their injuries, declaring he was busy. Two disciples eavesdropping whispered to each other, astonished that Fang Xing had beaten the elder's favorite disciple without punishment, asserting that from now on, he was the boss of Forging Truth Valley. The scene shifted to another residential area within Forging Truth Valley, peaceful and quiet. Inside a smithy, Elder T. Rukwang handed Fang Xing a rope and told him to demonstrate how to use it. Fang Xing realized this was a genuine treasure. A top-grade immortal binding rope, his eyes gleaming with delight. He didn't hesitate, saying, "Let me try," then immediately channeled spiritual energy into it, causing the rope to emit a brilliant golden light. Fang Xing gleefully activated the immortal binding rope, the golden rope coiling around his arm. "Come on, dance for me." Elder T. Rukuang was stunned, questioning how a mere brat could condense spiritual energy like that. Fang Xing nonchalantly replied, "I just cultivate using the Azure Rock Tempering Truth mental cultivation method, don't you know?" The old elder furiously pinched Fang Xing's cheek, roaring, "Nonsense. I've cultivated this mental cultivation method my entire life, and I wouldn't know? Tell me the truth quickly." Fang Xing yelped, hastily explaining, "My mental cultivation method is an improved version upgraded by my master, not the sect's original, so it's naturally more effective." Elder T. Rukuang grumbled, asking why he didn't tell the truth when the sect leader asked. Fang Xing nonchalantly replied, "Because none of you asked in more detail." Fang Xing puffed out his chest, taunting, "Why do you seem so interested? If you want to learn, just say so, I'll teach you," making the old elder flush crimson. The old elder brushed him off, his face stern. "Young man, you've caused such a big incident, you must compensate the sect." Fang Xing immediately retorted, "My collection of refined iron was ruined by those small fries. Why should I compensate you?" Elder Tai Rukuang then revealed his hand, cheerfully patting Fang Xing's shoulder. "The sect has an important event coming up, requiring 4 valleys to send people on a mission. This is your chance." The old elder gripped Fang Xing's hand, his eyes full of expectation. "You will be the leader of Forging Truth Valley participating in this mission." He further explained, "That's right, you're strong but inexperienced, so I've arranged a vice leader. Just listen to him, and it'll be fine." Fang Xing immediately sensed something fishy, arguing, "If I have to listen to him, why should I be the leader? Just let him be the leader then." Elder T. Rukuang flicked Fang Xing's head, explaining as if to a child, "You fool. Being the leader gives you prestige and benefits, while the grunt work will be handled by others." The old elder shoved a bag of items into Fang Xing's hand, instructing, "All right, go home. Remember not to cause trouble with Ye Tianlong again, or he'll lock you up." Fang Xing, carrying a brand new great saber, ran off, grinning, boasting loudly, "No problem. I'll protect him, because I'm the leader of Forging Truth Valley." Elder T. Rukuang watched him go, muttering suspiciously, "How strange. Why is this brat suddenly so obedient today?" Suddenly, he flinched, feeling that something was amiss, his hand unconsciously reaching for his waist. Elder T. Rukuang's face turned ashen. He roared bitterly upon discovering the truth. No wonder he was so easy to talk to. He actually stole my immortal binding rope. He erupted with spiritual energy, soaring into the sky, shouting loudly into the distance, "You cunning thief! Just you wait." In a dark room, Elder T. Rukuang had calmed down, telling himself he would consider it an investment gift for Fang Xing, when suddenly a voice rang out, "Master, why are you here?" Ye Tianlong, the disciple who had just been beaten by Fang Xing, stood before his master, Elder T. Rukuang, his face swollen. Elder Tai assigned a task to the muscular disciple. "The sect has issued an order. You are to lead 10 disciples from Forging Truth Valley to carry out a task. Can you do it?" The disciple immediately complied. Elder Tai further instructed, mentioning the group's leader, Fang Xing, a stubborn young man with a wild streak, advising his disciple to prioritize harmony. The old elder dismissed the baseless rumors, asserting that although Fang Xing did not possess Master Bai's true inheritance, his spiritual power was pure, and his strength extraordinary, absolutely not to be underestimated. The muscular disciple's face grew serious, promising to try and get along with senior brother Fang, clearly having taken his master's warnings to heart. Elder Tai handed the disciple something, whispering a few more secret instructions before sending him off. In the grand hall, Elder Tai was reporting to the other elders about Fang Xing's incident, astonishing the entire council. What? He tried to kill a 6th-level spirit resonance disciple, while only at the 4th level? Elder Xiao Shanhe wondered, not understanding what divine cultivation method Master Bai had passed on to that young man for him to be so overwhelmingly powerful beyond his level. The female Elder Qing Niao also eavesdropped, urging Elder T not to be so vague anymore. Elder Xiao Shanhe lost his patience, snapping, "Speak quickly." Elder Tai cleared his throat, proudly explaining that Fang Xing cultivated a cultivation method improved by Elder Bai, which helped refine spiritual energy. which was why his spiritual power was far superior to ordinary people's. Elder Qing Niao chuckled, immediately realizing, I thought it was something amazing. Turns out it's just a strength-tempering trick. This only works for new recruits, it's useless for us. Elder Xiao Shanhe immediately seized the opportunity, proposing to the sect leader to share this cultivation method with all low-level disciples to improve the entire sect's strength. The presiding elder nodded, conveniently pushing this difficult task onto Elder Tie, as Feng Xing was his disciple. Elder Tie's face twisted, but he still had to accept the order, secretly cursing Xiao Shanhe for his foolish scheme. A streak of red light tore through the night, flying straight towards Mountain River Valley, Elder Xiao Shanhe's residence. Inside a spacious grand hall, Elder Xiao Shanhe stood before a gigantic golden bagua symbol, preparing to cast a spell. He formed a hand seal, and a surge of purple energy erupted from his fingertips, activating the communication formation. A figure appeared within the energy vortex. It was Xiao Jianming. Elder Xiao Shanhe spoke, asking, Jianming, I have waited for you for 4 years. Are there any results yet? Xiao Jianming reported in disappointment. Uncle, over the past 4 years, I have killed all those who might be involved, but still found no clues about the treasure from that mysterious coffin. Elder Xiao Shanhe revealed shocking information, stating that there were 7 hidden treasure locations, but 6 were already out of reach, leaving only the Ghost Mist Valley area with a chance of discovery. Xiao Jianming curiously asked his uncle what the precious item that could free him looked like. Elder Xiao Shanhe explained the legend, a divine weapon forged by an immortal, and 9 coffins containing fortuitous encounters that fell from the immortal realm. Xiao Jianming, full of vigor, declared he would continue his relentless search, but Elder Xiao dismissed it, stating that 4 years without results meant the time was not yet ripe. His old uncle advised his nephew to pause so as not to affect his cultivation, but also revealed that the sect master had grown suspicious due to his prolonged absence and had assigned him to lead a team to Luan Yeuson. Elder Xiao continued to entice him, saying that the fortuitous encounter Xiao Jianming's grandfather left in Luan Yeuson was still there, highly beneficial for his future foundation establishment. Elder Xiao instructed his nephew to keep an eye on Feng Xing, as that brat had been taught by Bai Qianzheng for 3 years, and it was unclear what he had learned. Xiao Jianming smirked sinisterly, promising to take good care of Feng Xing. In a vast plaza, the disciple groups had gathered, ready for their mission. A group of disciples grew impatient, taunting why the Duanzhen Valley disciples were so slow, and wondering if Ye Tianlong was their team leader. Another person analyzed that if it wasn't Ye Tianlong, it could only be 2 other experts, but he guessed Murong Ying was out of the running, having just had his bones broken and magic artifact stolen by some brat. Suddenly, a loud shout announced the Duanzhen Valley team's arrival. All the disciples from other factions were stunned, unable to comprehend what Elder T. Rukuang was thinking by letting a mere brat lead the team. Fang Xing swaggered in, leading his group of debtors, and loudly reported that the Duanzhen Valley team of 10 was fully present. The guiding elder announced the rewards after the trip, then handed Fang Xing a command token. Another disciple from a different faction loudly scoffed, saying it was clearly stipulated that Spirit Resonance 4th layer disciples weren't qualified to participate, yet now a weakling was leading the team. Fang Xing said little, directly unleashing his spiritual energy and lunging to grab the loudmouth by the collar. That disciple turned pale with fear, stammering to ask what Fang Xing intended to do, believing he hadn't said anything wrong. Fang Xing gathered a dazzling golden energy orb on his fingertip, preparing to send the foolish fellow on his way. He unleashed an extremely powerful palm strike of light, sending the other person flying face first, to everyone's astonishment. The guiding elder had to step in, declaring that Duanzhen Valley chose Fang Xing because he was the strongest, capable of convincing the crowd, and simultaneously warned everyone to stop causing trouble. A female disciple named Feng Dingwei from Wuzhen Valley had to hold back her loudmouthed fellow disciple, yelling at him to shut up about the injustice. The guiding elder coolly stated that it was good for everyone to know their place, and now they should prepare to depart quickly. The muscular senior disciple of Duanzhen Valley grandly waved his hand, inviting everyone onto the prepared flying ship. As Fang Xing stepped on, he taunted that they would have arrived sooner if not for someone blocking their way, infuriating the Wuzhen Valley disciple. Feng Dingwei sneered, advising her fellow disciple not to be hasty, believing that arrogant brat would find his own demise without her intervention. The muscular senior disciple of Duanzhen Valley watched, secretly admitting his master was right. This brat, Fang Xing, was no ordinary person and needed to be watched closely. Whoosh! Duanzhen Valley's colossal flying ship took off, tearing through the wind and soaring straight into the clouds. Inside the flying ship, Fang Xing found a corner to sit and rest, calmly holding his sword. Suddenly, he smirked, thinking to himself that it was indeed a small world, when he saw a familiar figure also on the ship. His hand tightened around the hilt of the nine-serpent golden flame sword, and his killing intent subtly began to stir. Bang! The flying ship suddenly lurched violently, causing the disciples to shout and blame the Duanzhen Valley group for piloting like trash. The muscular senior disciple of Duanzhen Valley told Fang Xing to stay put while he went to check the situation, and the brat nodded in agreement. But as soon as the other man turned his back, Fang Xing flashed a cunning smile, thinking to himself that it was time to greet an old acquaintance. He stood up, sword in hand, and shouted loudly towards a group of female disciples gathered nearby. "Hey, have you stared enough?" The crowd murmured as they watched Fang Xing aggressively approach the Qixia Valley disciples, wondering if he knew their leader was senior sister Ling Yun. Fang Xing directly taunted Lin Qingxue, exposing her hypocrisy and recalling the 4-year-old grudge when she secretly ordered his death. The gossiping crowd began to chatter, remembering how Lin Qingxue had once offered her body and a lifetime's worth of elixirs as a bounty to hunt down someone 3 years ago. Lin Qingxue sneered, calmly admitting, "That was 3 years ago. I didn't say it'd kill you right now." Fang Xing was no pushover either. He summoned his blazing blue sword, challenging with a growl. "So what? If you're so capable, kill me right now in front of everyone." Lin Qingxue's subordinates invoked senior sister Ling Yun's name to intimidate him, scoffing that a spirit resonance 4th-layer brat like Fang Xing wasn't worth their effort and would sooner or later be torn apart by demonic beasts. Fang Xing was suddenly bound tightly by purple silk ribbons that flew in from nowhere, and a female voice shouted, "Stop!" Ling Yun appeared, questioning Fang Xing why he wanted to kill her disciple, but he retorted, "I haven't even done anything, yet your disciple cursed me, and now you've bound me. Aren't you being a bit too protective of your own?" Fang Xing continued his lament, recounting how he was hunted 4 years ago, indignantly asking why he was treated like a criminal when seeking justice. The crowd began to murmur, admitting Fang Xing's words were not wrong, criticizing Lin Qingxue as malicious, and senior sister Ling Yun as biased, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Seeing the unfavorable public opinion, Ling Yun had no choice but to back down, admitting her fault and retracting the silk ribbons, thinking to herself that this brat had managed to divide everyone with just a few words. She couldn't let him continue. Fang Xing, emboldened, pointed directly at Ling Yun and warned, "Remember today's words. Next time, if anyone from Qixia Valley causes trouble, it'll come to you for settlement." Just then, the flying ship announced its arrival, and a disciple looked bewildered, wondering why everyone hadn't disembarked yet. The flying ship landed on Barren Hill, a land where the Demon King's fiendish energy had leaked for centuries, transforming it into a ghostly domain overgrown with exotic herbs. A disciple wondered why they didn't fly straight in. Fang Xing explained that the demonic energy was dense, and the terrain complex. Flying in and encountering strong enemies would mean their collective demise. Fang Xing called Ling Yun by her name directly to ask about the situation, causing a subordinate to frantically remind him to be respectful and call her senior sister. Ling Yun, along with 2 other team leaders from Junzi Valley and Shuwen Valley, had gone ahead to scout. She reported that the path ahead was filled with miasma and killing intent, making it impossible to rashly proceed. Fang Xing sneered, accurately guessing Ling Yun's next step would be to refine detoxification pills, which annoyed her slightly. Ling Yun ordered the Qixia Valley disciples to quickly refine spirit-cleansing pills and distribute them to everyone, declaring that the poisonous gas could not hinder their progress. Fang Xing clicked his tongue in annoyance at Ling Yun's oversensitivity, while Feng Dingwei, standing nearby, scoffed that he was as lazy and boastful as she was. Fang Xing sighed dejectedly that everyone was so boring, just as another disciple rushed over, calling out senior brother Fang. The Duanzhen Valley disciple stammered, reporting that the Qixia Valley disciples had distributed pills, but for Duanzhen Valley. Fang Xing impatiently snapped, "So what? Speak quickly." Fang Xing patted the disciple's shoulder, a sinister smile on his face. "No need to say more, just follow me." A Qixia Valley female disciple haughtily refused to distribute pills to the Duanzhen Valley group. "Want pills? Go find your own team leader." The crowd began to discuss again, believing the Duanzhen Valley group was suffering collateral damage because their team leader had offended Qixia Valley. Now, without pills, they could only rely on their own spiritual power to resist, and encountering demonic beasts would spell disaster. Fang Xing advanced, radiating killing intent, carrying his blazing blue flying sword, and growled, "Damn it, let me see who dares to bully my Duanzhen Valley disciples."